Chapter 1. The Ticking of Fate. Charlotte Bennett stood in the dimly lit attic, surrounded by the dust of forgotten years. Her grandmother's house, a Victorian manor perched on the edge of town, had always been a place of mystery. The scent of old books and lavender lingered in the air as she sifted through a box filled with her grandmother's belongings, knick-knacks, letters, and trinkets from distant lands. Her grandmother, an eccentric historian, had lived a quiet life, but her death had left Charlotte with the overwhelming task of sorting through the remnants of a life filled with unanswered questions. At the bottom of the box, beneath an old map of ancient ruins and a set of tarnished silver spoons, Charlotte's fingers brushed against something cold. She pulled it out carefully, a large, intricate clock, its face adorned with delicate gears and a silver filigree border. The hands of the clock were frozen in time, forever set at midnight. It was beautiful, but strange. The clock felt wrong, as if it had a weight that went beyond its metal and wood. It was as though it held a secret, something far darker than the mere passage of time. Charlotte couldn't remember ever seeing it before, but it was too ornate to be overlooked. Her grandmother had always been passionate about timepieces, often speaking of them as if they held the answers to the universe's most cryptic mysteries. Perhaps this was one of her treasures, a piece of history that had been waiting to reveal itself. Charlotte wondered if her grandmother had known more than she'd let on about the clock's true nature. Without thinking, Charlotte set the clock on a nearby table, the dust from her hands scattering across the wooden surface. She ran her fingers along the cold metal, tracing the engravings, when her eyes landed on a strange symbol etched into the back, a spiral with an eye at its center. The symbol seemed to pulsate under her touch, as if it were alive. A jolt of electricity shot through her fingertips, causing her to pull back with a gasp. The clock's hands began to twitch, as though something deep inside it had awakened. She stared at it, heart pounding. The ticking sound was faint at first, almost imperceptible. But then, it grew louder, more insistent, as though the clock was coming to life. The air around her seemed to thrum with a strange energy. A cold breeze stirred in the room, despite the lack of an open window. Charlotte felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. The room seemed to shift, the walls bending in a way that made her dizzy. The ticking grew louder, faster, until it drowned out every other sound. Her pulse raced. She stumbled backward, her breath shallow, her mind screaming that something was wrong. Then, with a sudden, sharp crack, the hands of the clock moved. They didn't just shift forward, though. No, it was as if they were pulling her into them. The air around her warped, like a funnel of light and shadows swirling in a storm. Charlotte's vision blurred, the world spinning violently. She tried to scream, but her voice was lost in the cacophony of time itself. The room around her vanished, replaced by swirling mists. The sound of the ticking clock echoed in her ears, louder and louder until it consumed her completely. And then, everything stopped. Charlotte fell to her knees, gasping for breath, her hands gripping the floor beneath her. She blinked rapidly, her surroundings still a haze of confusion. Slowly, her vision cleared. What she saw made her heart race even faster. She was no longer in her grandmother's attic. Instead, she stood in the middle of a fog-covered street, the pavement slick with rain. Horse-drawn carriages passed by, their wheels clattering loudly on the cobblestones. Gas lamps flickered dimly along the streets, casting an eerie glow on the mist that curled like tendrils through the air. The buildings were tall and dark, their facades covered in ivy and soot. The atmosphere was thick with smoke, the air heavy with the scent of wet earth and coal. She staggered to her feet, disoriented, her heart pounding in her chest. This was Victorian London. She had read about it in history books. She'd studied its architecture, its politics, its culture. But nothing in those books had ever prepared her for this. A man walked past her, tipping his top hat in polite acknowledgement, but when his gaze flickered to her, his expression froze. He paused for a moment, eyes narrowing in confusion, before continuing on his way. Charlotte's mind raced. She had to be dreaming, or maybe she was stuck in some sort of historical reenactment. But the feel of the cold, damp air against her skin, the sharp scent of rain, and the overwhelming sense of being out of place told her otherwise. This can't be real, she thought, but the ticking in her ears, growing steadily louder once again, made her doubt everything she thought she knew. She glanced down at the clock, which was still clutched in her hand, its hands now spinning wildly as though it were alive. The symbol on the back, the spiral with the eye, was glowing faintly. How did I get here? Charlotte thought, her mind spinning. There was only one answer that made any sense. The clock had transported her here. But why? And, more importantly, how was she supposed to get back? Before she could process her thoughts further, a voice broke through the fog, deep and rich, with an edge of curiosity. Are you lost, miss? Charlotte turned quickly, her heart skipping a beat. Standing before her was a man, tall, with sharp features, dark eyes, and an expression that was both kind and wary. He wore a long, dark coat, his hair swept back in an aristocratic style. His gaze lingered on her, though it was clear he was uncertain of her origins. And just like that, Charlotte Bennett's world was about to change forever. Chapter 2. The Stranger's Invitation. Charlotte blinked, still struggling to reconcile the foggy streets of Victorian London with the reality she had known only moments ago. The man who had spoken to her, a stranger with a keen look in his eyes, was now watching her closely, his dark eyebrows raised in silent inquiry. Are you all right, miss? He repeated, his voice tinged with both concern and caution. His accent was refined, but there was a certain hardness beneath it, as if he'd seen too much of the world's less forgiving side. Charlotte nodded, though she felt far from all right. Her hands, which still clutched the clock tightly, were beginning to shake. The street around her was alive with sounds she couldn't comprehend, laughter from nearby pubs, the clatter of horses' hooves, the occasional shrill whistle of a vendor selling something. The air was cold, the scent of wet stone and smoke seeping into her senses. I think I'm lost, Charlotte managed, her voice faltering. The words sounded absurd in her own mouth, considering the sheer impossibility of her situation. This isn't right. I was just in my grandmother's house. I don't understand. The man's gaze flickered down to the clock she was clutching like a lifeline. His expression remained unreadable, but Charlotte caught a flicker of recognition, or perhaps something darker, pass through his eyes. Perhaps you are, he said quietly, his voice low and contemplative. But it seems the timepiece you hold is not so easily disregarded. Charlotte frowned, her confusion deepening. What do you mean? He cut her off with a slight shake of his head. No time for explanations, miss. Not here, not now, but I can offer you shelter for the moment. He glanced over his shoulder toward a building behind him, its windows glowing dimly against the fog. There are many who would take an interest in you and your clock, and I doubt your current company will be as forgiving as I. The hint of danger in his tone was enough to make Charlotte hesitate. Her instincts screamed at her to run, to escape this strange, suffocating world. But the confusion gnawing at her mind and the undeniable pull of the clock kept her rooted to the spot. Who are you? She asked, her voice gaining a bit of strength despite her trembling hands. What do you know about this clock? The man's lips curled into a faint, wry smile, though there was no warmth in it. I know far too much, he replied, his voice almost a whisper. And if you wish to understand, you'll need to trust me. Charlotte stared at him, weighing her options. The world she had once known seemed a distant memory, and the strange energy of the clock, the way it seemed to hum with life in her hands, felt too powerful to ignore. She could feel its weight, its pull, deep inside her chest, as if it was calling her to something bigger. Finally, she nodded. All right, I'll go with you. The man's expression softened, though only just. He stepped aside, allowing her to follow him toward the building he had indicated. It wasn't far, just a short walk down the fog-drenched street, the sound of their footsteps muffled by the thick mist. The building itself was a strange mix of old-world charm and eerie neglect. It was a townhouse, tall and narrow, its stone facade partially obscured by creeping vines. A brass knocker shaped like an owl's face adorned the door, and the faint smell of burning wood wafted out whenever it swung open. The man led her inside without a word, his hand brushing against the brass handle. As the door creaked open, Charlotte was met with an interior that contrasted sharply with the cold, foggy exterior. The hallway was warm, lit by low burning candles that flickered along the walls, casting long shadows. Bookshelves lined the hall, filled with rows upon rows of leather-bound tomes. The air smelled of old paper and tobacco, and faint murmurs of voices echoed in the background, as though the house itself was alive with secrets. "Come in," the man said, gesturing for Charlotte to enter. "It's safer here." Charlotte hesitated just outside the door, her nerves on edge. Something about the place felt off, but she couldn't quite place why. The man had been nothing but kind, albeit cryptic, but the quiet atmosphere of the house, the feeling of being watched, made her feel like she had stepped into a world that wasn't entirely her own. As she crossed the threshold, the door shut behind her with a soft click. The man led her into a spacious sitting room, its furnishings old but elegant. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows across the room. Large windows looked out onto the street, but the mist outside had thickened, and now it was impossible to see beyond the glass. "Sit," the man said, indicating a comfortable armchair by the fire. "You'll want to hear this." Charlotte sat down, still clutching the clock. Her mind raced with questions, but she didn't know where to begin. The man took a seat across from her, his gaze never leaving her face. "I am Arthur Hawke," he began, "and you, Miss Bennett, are at the center of a much older story than you realize. That clock you hold, it's not just a clock. It's a cursed artifact, one that has been passed through time, leaving chaos in its wake. Whoever controls it has the power to alter time itself." Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't possibly have heard him correctly. "Time itself?" she repeated, the words tasting strange on her tongue. How is that possible?" Arthur's lips twisted into a grim smile. "That's what we're going to find out. The clock is tied to an ancient secret, one that has been guarded for centuries by those who understand its true power. And you, Miss Bennett, have unwittingly become part of it." Charlotte's mind was reeling. Alter time? She felt the weight of the clock pressing against her chest, its cold surface now burning with an undeniable energy. She wanted to ask more, to demand answers, but the words wouldn't come. Arthur leaned forward, his gaze intense. "There are those who will stop at nothing to control the clock. And if we're not careful, the consequences could be catastrophic." A chill ran down Charlotte's spine as she realized that her life had just been thrust into something far bigger than she could have ever imagined. Chapter 3. Secrets Beneath the Surface. Charlotte sat in the armchair, her hands trembling as she clutched the clock, feeling its weight more acutely now than ever before. She could hear the faint tick-tock of its mechanism, each second slipping away with an unnatural resonance that echoed in her chest. Arthur Hawke sat across from her, watching her with an expression that was both intense and measured, as if weighing every word before it left his mouth. For a moment, there was only the sound of the fire crackling in the hearth and the rhythmic ticking of the clock. The weight of the silence pressed on her, suffocating and thick with unspoken truths. "I don't understand," she said finally, her voice quieter than she intended, betraying the confusion and fear that twisted inside her. "This clock, it can change time?" Arthur's gaze never wavered, though his eyes darkened ever so slightly. "Not just change time, Miss Bennett," he said, his voice steady but edged with gravity. "It can bend it, control it, and, most dangerously of all, it can undo it." Charlotte blinked, feeling as though the world around her had shifted. She stared at the clock in her hands, the ornate brass casing gleaming in the dim light of the fire. The hands of the clock moved in perfect sync, but it was the small, intricate engravings along the edge that caught her attention now, tiny symbols, almost imperceptible, that seemed to shift as her gaze moved over them. "What are these markings?" she asked, her fingers tracing the delicate symbols. They felt alive, as though they responded to her touch. Arthur watched her closely, his lips pursed in thought. "The clock is no ordinary timepiece. It was crafted by an ancient order, a group of scholars who were obsessed with manipulating the fabric of time. These symbols are their language, a cipher, if you will, that controls the clock's power. No one truly understands all of its secrets, but one thing is clear. It's been lost to history for a reason. Charlotte's brow furrowed as she pulled her hand away from the clock. Why me? Why was I chosen to? Chosen? Arthur interrupted, leaning forward in his chair, his expression darkening. You were not chosen, Miss Bennett. The clock does not choose its bearer. It calls to those whose fate is already tied to its curse. It seeks out individuals who have the potential to either wield its power or destroy themselves in the process. The words hit her like a wave, and for a moment, Charlotte felt lightheaded. She set the clock down on the small table beside her, as though distancing herself from it could help her breathe again. This is madness, she muttered under her breath. None of this makes sense. Yesterday, I was just a woman mourning her grandmother. How did I? Arthur's gaze softened for a brief moment, but the solemnity remained. I know this is difficult to grasp, but you have already stepped into something much larger than yourself, Miss Bennett. The clock has a history that spans centuries. It has left a trail of broken lives, shattered timelines, and destruction in its wake. And now, it's your turn. Charlotte clenched her fists, trying to keep the panic from rising in her throat. Her grandmother had been keeping secrets, she realized. The clock, the strange happenings in her grandmother's house, the whispers that had filled the silence when she opened the old chest, she hadn't imagined them. She had been drawn here for a reason, and that reason was something she couldn't yet comprehend. But how'd I stop it? She asked, her voice trembling now with a mixture of frustration and fear. How'd I control it? Arthur leaned back in his chair, his fingers drumming lightly on the armrest. You don't. Not at first. Control is something you learn over time, but the power of the clock comes with a cost. Its very existence is built on the premise of balance between the past, present, and future. To change one, you must sacrifice another. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. Sacrifice? Arthur nodded gravely. The clock is not a tool for convenience, Miss Bennett. If you wish to change time, to alter what has been set in motion, you must first decide what you are willing to lose. The cost can be your memories, your future, or something far worse. The clock always demands a price. Charlotte's throat tightened as she processed his words. The price of changing time. What would it cost her? And was she willing to pay it? But you won't be alone in this, Arthur continued, breaking through her spiraling thoughts. There are others who seek the clock, some who would use its power for their own gain, and others who wish to destroy it before its curse can spread further. They know of you, Charlotte, and they know you have the clock. That's why you need to be careful. If you aren't, the clock's power won't just change your future. It will obliterate everything you know. Charlotte's chest tightened with the weight of his warning. Who else is after it? Arthur paused for a long moment before answering, his voice a low, dangerous whisper. There is a group known as the chronomancers. They are scholars of time, some with good intentions, some with none at all. And there are darker forces, much darker, who believe that by controlling time, they can remake the world in their image. They will stop at nothing to get their hands on the clock. They've done it before. Charlotte's mind spun. Chronomancers, dark forces. She felt as though she were being pulled into an underworld she could never escape, each new revelation tightening its grip on her. Arthur leaned forward again, his gaze sharp. I can teach you how to harness the clock's power, but you must be ready to face what comes with it. The clock's curse is not something that can be undone easily. Charlotte swallowed hard, her hands once again trembling as she looked down at the clock. She could feel its power now, resonating through her veins, like a hum beneath her skin. All right, she said quietly, though the uncertainty in her voice betrayed her. I'll learn. I need to understand what I'm dealing with. Arthur's lips curled into a faint smile, though it was edged with something darker. Good. But remember this, Miss Bennett. Time waits for no one, not even you. And with that, he stood, signaling that their conversation was far from over. Charlotte's heart hammered in her chest as she watched him walk toward a nearby bookshelf. He had a way of speaking that made her feel both helpless and determined all at once. She had no choice now, but to follow this strange, dangerous path. The clock had chosen her, and there was no turning back. Chapter 4. The Clockmaker's Apprentice. The morning sun had barely risen, casting a soft glow across the dusty floor of the library. Charlotte stood before an ancient oak desk, cluttered with books, scrolls, and pieces of brittle parchment. Arthur had left her with a small stack of texts to study overnight, promising that today would be the first of many lessons. Her fingers hovered over the pages, but her mind was elsewhere, lost in the web of questions, fear, and intrigue that had consumed her since the night before. She traced the clock's symbols absent-mindedly, the delicate engravings almost glowing under her fingertips as if the clock itself were waiting for her to unlock its secrets. She had barely slept. The ticking of the clock had haunted her dreams, bending and warping time like a twisted nightmare she couldn't wake from. She was exhausted, but she couldn't afford to stop. Not now. A soft knock on the door pulled Charlotte from her thoughts. She quickly placed the clock down and stood up to answer it. Arthur stood in the doorway, his usual stoic expression softened by a hint of something unexpected. "I see you've begun reading," he said, nodding toward the stack of texts. "But it's not enough to just read about it. You must understand it on a deeper level." Charlotte raised an eyebrow. "And how do you suggest I do that?" Arthur's gaze darkened. "By learning from someone who's lived it. You're going to meet someone today, a man who has spent his entire life studying the clock. If you want to truly understand it, you must learn from him. His name is Elias Calder, the last apprentice of the original clockmaker." Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. The name sent a ripple of unease through her. "Isn't he dangerous?" Arthur's lips curled into something between a smile and a grimace. "Elias is many things. Dangerous, as only one of them. But he knows more about the clock than anyone. You'll need to make a choice, Charlotte, whether you can trust him or not." Charlotte nodded, her stomach twisting with anticipation. She had no choice but to trust Arthur, for now she needed the answers. Arthur motioned for her to follow. As they walked through the narrow, winding corridors of the house, Charlotte couldn't shake the feeling that she was about to step into a world far darker and more dangerous than anything she had ever imagined. The walls, lined with aged portraits and remnants of forgotten history, seemed to close in on her, whispering of secrets long buried. They reached a door at the far end of the hall, one that seemed untouched by time, its wooden surface untouched by dust or decay. Arthur knocked once, then opened it without waiting for a response. Inside was a room filled with clocks of all shapes and sizes. The walls were lined with intricate timepieces, each one ticking in unison, creating a symphony of sound that was both mesmerizing and unsettling. At the center of the room stood an elderly man hunched over a workbench, his hands moving deftly as he adjusted the gears of a small pocket watch. He didn't look up as they entered, his focus solely on his work. His hands were steady, as if guided by some invisible force that transcended time itself. The room smelled of oil and metal, the air thick with the scent of aged wood and mechanical precision. Arthur cleared his throat, and the old man finally looked up. His eyes were sharp and calculating, despite his age, and his gaze lingered on Charlotte for a moment before he spoke. "Ah, the new apprentice," Elias said, his voice gravelly but not without a touch of amusement. "Arthur has finally decided to share the clock's burden, has he?" Charlotte felt a strange sense of unease at the way Elias studied her. There was something in his gaze, a knowing look, as if he could see through her very soul. "I didn't ask for this," Charlotte said, her voice steady despite the knot of fear in her stomach. "I didn't ask to be involved in whatever this is." Elias raised an eyebrow, his lips twitching into a smirk. "No one ever does. But the clock chooses its bearer, not the other way around. And once you've been chosen, there's no going back. You'll need to learn how to wield it, whether you want to or not." Arthur stepped forward, interrupting the tension that hung in the air. "Elias, show her what she needs to know. She has to understand what she's dealing with." Elias stood up, slowly, stretching his back with a series of cracks. He looked at Charlotte with something akin to amusement. "You want to understand the clock, eh?" Then let's start with the basics. He walked over to one of the larger clocks in the room, a towering piece of craftsmanship that seemed to dominate the space. Its brass frame was inlaid with strange symbols similar to those Charlotte had seen on the clock she now held. The clock's hands ticked loudly, the second hand moving with an unnerving precision. This, Elias said, tapping the clock's surface with his gnarled fingers, is one of the oldest working models. It was designed by the first of the clockmakers, my master. The clock you possess is a far more powerful version of this. Charlotte stepped closer, her gaze fixed on the clock. There was a sense of deep, unshakable history in its presence, something that felt both ancient and infinite. Elias continued, his voice becoming more serious. The clock you hold is a relic, a piece of forbidden knowledge. It's tied to forces beyond our comprehension. The world we live in, time itself, is a fragile construct. With the clock, you can alter that construct, but the consequences are far-reaching. Charlotte's heart pounded as she listened. The power the clock held was both exhilarating and terrifying. What could she do with it? What could it do to her? You must learn to control it, Elias said, his voice low, almost a whisper. But be warned, every time you alter time, it leaves a scar. A ripple, and those ripples, they don't fade easily. Charlotte swallowed hard. A scar? Every change you make creates a tear in the fabric of reality, Elias explained. A moment that should have passed, but didn't. A life that was supposed to end, but didn't. Time has its own rules. Break them, and you risk breaking everything. Charlotte's mind raced with the weight of his words. She could feel the weight of the clock on her wrist, a constant reminder that it was both a gift and a curse. Elias seemed to sense her hesitation. You can stop at any time. Leave now, and forget everything you've learned. But if you choose to stay, you'll be bound to the clock forever. And there will be no turning back. Charlotte's thoughts were a whirlwind. Could she really walk away? Could she leave behind the mystery that had taken over her life in such a short time? Or was she already too far gone to escape? I'll stay, she said finally, her voice steady but uncertain. Teach me. I need to know what I'm dealing with. Elias's eyes gleamed with approval. Good. Then let's begin. Chapter 5. The Price of Time. The clock tower loomed over them, its shadow stretching long across the cobblestone streets as Charlotte walked alongside Elias. The morning sun bathed the city in a pale light, but a heavy tension lingered in the air. Elias, though silent for the most part, occasionally muttered to himself, as if lost in thoughts too dark to share. Charlotte's mind raced with everything she had learned. The hours spent with Elias, dissecting the mechanics of time and the history behind the cursed clock, felt like a blur. What she had thought was a simple curiosity had quickly transformed into something much darker and far more dangerous than she could have imagined. The clock, her clock now, wasn't just a timepiece. It was a key to a labyrinth of forgotten knowledge, a weapon forged by forces beyond human comprehension. And with each tick of its hands, Charlotte knew she was drawing closer to a precipice. One wrong step, and everything could crumble. Where are we going? Charlotte's voice was tentative, cutting through the stillness of the early morning. Elias glanced over at her, his eyes narrow beneath the weight of years lived in secrecy. We're going to the heart of the Clockmaker's legacy, he said, his voice low, a flicker of something like reverence in it. The Tower of Time. The Tower of Time. The name alone sent a chill through Charlotte. It was a place of legend, a structure that supposedly held the answers to the greatest mysteries of the clock, its true power, and the terrible consequences of its use. What is it? Where is it? Charlotte asked, her curiosity barely masking her fear. Elias paused as they reached the base of the tower's stairs, its stone walls towering above them. It is where the clockmakers first forged their craft, he replied. Where the original clock was built, and where the price of tampering with time was paid in blood. Charlotte swallowed hard, her throat tight. What do you mean, paid in blood? Time is not something that should be toyed with, Elias said grimly. The original clockmakers learned this the hard way. They thought they could control it. They thought they could change time to suit their needs. But every action has consequences, and for those who sought to alter the flow of time, the consequences were dire. Charlotte's eyes widened. What happened? Elias turned to face her fully, his face a mask of grim determination. The first clockmaker, Elias Calder's predecessor, was a man named Adrian Calder. He was ambitious, eager to rewrite the past to correct the mistakes of his life. But when he altered time, he tore the very fabric of reality. People who were meant to die lived. People who were never supposed to exist came into being. And with each change, the world grew more unstable. Reality itself began to unravel. Charlotte felt a shiver run down her spine. The weight of what Elias was saying was too much to bear, yet she couldn't tear herself away. And what happened to Adrian? Elias's eyes hardened. He was cursed. His body aged rapidly as a consequence of his interference with time. But worse than that, the clock that he had forged became a beacon, a device that attracted other forces that sought to use the clock for their own purposes. Charlotte's pulse quickened. She felt the weight of the clock on her wrist as though it were pulling her in two directions. Was this really the legacy she had inherited? A curse tied to a world where time itself could be broken? They reached the entrance to the Tower of Time, a massive wooden door adorned with intricate carvings of clocks and gears. The door creaked open as Elias pushed it with little effort, revealing a cavernous hall lit by torches flickering along the stone walls. "This is where it all began," Elias said softly, his voice filled with reverence. "This is where the Calder bloodline first unlocked the secrets of time." Inside, the tower was both magnificent and unsettling. The stone walls were covered in shifting patterns of light and shadow, as if the very structure was alive with the passage of time. At the far end of the room, a pedestal stood, and on it lay a large, ornate clock, its face marked with strange symbols Charlotte had never seen before. Elias stepped forward, his movements careful and deliberate. "This is the original clock, the one that started it all. The one that Adrian Calder used to rewrite history." Charlotte approached the pedestal slowly, her heart pounding in her chest. The clock seemed to pulse with energy, as though it had a heartbeat of its own. The air around it felt thick, heavy, as if the very fabric of time itself was holding its breath. "What happens if I use it?" Charlotte whispered, the question slipping from her lips before she could stop it. Elias turned toward her, his face grim. "You may think you're in control, Charlotte. You may think you can fix the past, change the future. But time is a merciless force. If you tamper with it, it will break you. It will twist your life into something unrecognizable. You'll lose more than you gain." Charlotte's fingers hovered over the clock's surface, the temptation to touch it almost overwhelming. But something in her gut told her that doing so would be a mistake. A mistake she couldn't undo. She pulled her hand back, her breath catching in her throat. "How'd I stop it? How'd I control it?" Elias shook his head. "You can't control time. You can only use it. But once you start, there's no going back. You'll be bound to it forever." Charlotte stood frozen before the clock, the enormity of what Elias was saying sinking in. She had no idea how she was supposed to live with the burden of the clock, how to even begin to understand its true power. But one thing was certain, her life was no longer her own. The clock had chosen her, and now she was entangled in a web of fate and consequence that she could never escape. "Remember this," Elias's voice broke through her thoughts. "There's a price to be paid for using time. It's not just blood. It's more than that. It's pieces of yourself, pieces of the world. Every time you change something, you lose a part of what you once were. So choose carefully." Charlotte nodded, her heart heavy with the weight of his warning. She had no choice but to learn how to wield the clock's power. But with every passing moment, she could feel the danger lurking closer. And she had no idea how long she could keep herself from unraveling. Chapter 6. The Echoes of Time. Charlotte couldn't shake the feeling that the Tower of Time was alive, breathing with the passage of centuries, its stone walls whispering secrets she was not meant to hear. Every step she took echoed in the vast emptiness, a constant reminder that she was no longer just a bystander to the world of time. She was part of it now. The clock had chosen her, whether she wanted it or not. Elias led her deeper into the heart of the tower, where the air felt thicker, heavier. The faint hum of the clock grew louder, like the beat of a heart that had been forgotten. She glanced up at the towering shelves of ancient books and scrolls, their pages brittle with age. The knowledge of centuries was trapped within these walls, but at what cost? As they reached the base of a spiral staircase, Elias paused, his hand resting on the ancient wood railing. He looked back at Charlotte, his expression hard, as if struggling with a decision he didn't want to make. "There's something you need to understand about time," he said softly, his voice tinged with regret. "The more you use it, the more it takes. Not just from you, but from everyone around you." Charlotte frowned. "What do you mean? How can time take something from other people?" Elias's eyes darkened, and for the first time, she saw a flicker of fear in them. Time doesn't just pass forward. It has echoes. Changes ripple through it like waves in a pond, affecting everything in its path. People, places, even the smallest moments, they're all connected. When you alter time, you don't just change your own fate. You change the fates of others. Charlotte swallowed, trying to grasp the gravity of his words. "So, what's happening to me? To us?" Elias exhaled, clearly wrestling with his emotions. "You're not just inheriting the clock. You're inheriting the burden that comes with it. That clock, the one you carry, doesn't just manipulate time, it bends the very fabric of reality. Each tick pulls threads from the past, and every change you make creates a new thread. A new future. But those threads don't just disappear, they connect to everything, to everyone. And those connections are fragile. Too many changes, and the fabric of reality will tear." Charlotte could feel her heart pounding in her chest, the weight of his words settling over her like a suffocating blanket. The clock wasn't just a tool, it was a weapon. One that could reshape the world, but at what cost? "Where are we going?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, afraid of what she might learn next. Elias didn't answer right away. Instead, he turned and began to ascend the stairs, his footsteps deliberate and slow. Charlotte followed, her mind spinning with the terrifying knowledge that she was now bound to something far bigger than herself. As they reached the top of the stairs, a small door stood before them, carved with the same intricate clockwork designs as the rest of the tower. Elias hesitated before opening it, his hand lingering on the knob. "There's a chamber hidden deep within this tower," he said, turning to face her. "Inside, you'll find the key to understanding the full extent of the clock's power. It's not just about controlling time. It's about knowing what happens when you do. What happens when you can change anything you want, and, yet, nothing is ever truly in your control." Charlotte's stomach twisted. "What are you talking about?" Elias's eyes locked with hers. "You'll see soon enough." He opened the door, and Charlotte followed him into the room beyond. The chamber was unlike anything she had ever seen. The walls were lined with mirrors, each one reflecting a different version of the room, different people, different moments in time. In the center of the room stood a large, obsidian altar, the surface etched with glowing symbols that shifted and changed like living ink. It was here, Elias explained, that the original clockmaker had placed his greatest creation, a device capable of manipulating time itself. As Charlotte stepped closer to the altar, the mirrors began to shimmer. One by one, they flickered, revealing scenes from her own life, fragments of memories she had long forgotten. Her childhood, her parents, a fleeting moment from her last summer before everything had changed. Each scene shifted, warped, and reformed into something new, something unnatural. "This is the heart of the clock's power," Elias said quietly, his voice full of sorrow. "The altar is where the clock was first activated. And it's where the cost of changing time is revealed." Charlotte's breath caught as she watched one of the mirrors crack open, revealing a darker version of herself. A version that never left her small town, never came to the tower, never learned of the clock's curse. She felt a pang of longing for that simpler version of herself, but at the same time, she knew that version of her life would have been an illusion, a shadow of what could have been. She reached out toward the mirror, but Elias grabbed her wrist, stopping her. "Don't touch it," he warned, his grip tight. "The mirrors show you possibilities, but they aren't your real future. They're the futures that could have been, or will be, depending on the choices you make." Charlotte turned to him, her voice trembling. "What do you mean, could have been? Are these These futures mine? Elias nodded grimly. In a way, these are echoes of what's possible when you alter time. But, remember, the clock doesn't just give you power. It gives you the ability to see and choose between infinite possibilities. Each one has a consequence. Change too much, and the fabric of reality begins to tear. Charlotte's gaze shifted back to the mirrors, the reflection of herself twisting and contorting into countless forms. Some of them were broken, lost, irreparably damaged. Others were happier, freer, lives she could have lived if she hadn't inherited the cursed clock. What do I do now? Charlotte whispered. Elias's voice was soft but firm. You learn how to control it. You can't change everything. Some things are meant to remain the same. But you must be careful. Time doesn't forgive. As Charlotte stood before the mirrors, the weight of her destiny settled upon her. The clock had already chosen her, but now she had to choose her path. The question wasn't just whether she could control time, it was whether she should. In the silence of the chamber, the sound of the clock's ticking grew louder, more insistent. The price of time was not just the clock, but the consequences that came with it. And Charlotte realized, with a growing sense of dread, that the choice she made now would shape not only her future but the future of everyone she loved. Chapter 7. The Temptation of Time. Charlotte's mind buzzed as she left the eerie chamber behind, the images of her possible lives lingering like shadows in her mind. She could feel the weight of the clock at her waist, pressing against her like a reminder of the power she had inherited, power that she could hardly comprehend. Elias walked silently beside her, his face a mask of resolve. He didn't speak as they descended the staircase, the hum of the clock growing louder with each step. The tower seemed to stretch endlessly before them, its ancient walls cold and unyielding. Charlotte could feel the presence of time itself in every corner, the passage of seconds and centuries pressing in on her from all sides. What's the next step? Charlotte finally asked, her voice breaking the silence between them. Her fingers hovered near the clock, the temptation to use it swirling in her mind like a storm. Elias's gaze flickered to her, his expression unreadable. You need to understand that the clock doesn't just give you power over time. It gives you choices. Each tick of the clock allows you to rewrite history, but not without consequences. Charlotte's breath caught as she thought of the mirrors, the alternative versions of herself. There had been one where she never left home, living a life of quiet comfort. Another where she became a renowned scholar, her name etched in history. But each of those lives felt distant, unreal. She wasn't sure if they were truly what she wanted, or just fantasies the clock had conjured. Why didn't you tell me sooner? She asked, the frustration bubbling to the surface. Why didn't you warn me that using the clock could break reality? Elias's lips pressed into a thin line, his jaw tightening. I didn't want you to fear it. The clock chooses those who are willing to take the risk. It's not about control, it's about understanding. But you must know, Charlotte, the more you use it, the harder it will be to walk away. Charlotte stopped walking, her heart pounding. You mean, there's no going back? Elias's eyes softened for a moment, and for the first time, Charlotte saw a flicker of something other than the cold, detached protector he'd been since she arrived. There's always a choice, but once you begin to alter time, you risk losing yourself in the process. Some things are better left untouched. Charlotte took a deep breath, staring down at the clock. She could feel the power pulsing beneath her fingertips. It wasn't just an object, it was alive, like a hungry animal waiting to be unleashed. You keep saying, some things are better left untouched. But what if there's something I need to change? Her voice trembled slightly, but the words spilled out before she could stop them. What if I could save someone? What if I could fix a mistake that's been haunting me for years? Elias's eyes darkened, and a shadow passed across his face. Be careful, Charlotte. Time is not a puzzle you can just solve. It's a web. You may think you can fix one thread, but when you do, you risk unraveling the entire thing. Charlotte clenched her fists. I have to try. I can't just sit here knowing that there's something I can do. Elias's gaze softened, but there was no hint of approval in his expression. If you choose to use the clock, you must understand that the cost is not just your own life, it's everyone's. Charlotte shook her head, her resolve hardening. I'm not afraid. I need to know the truth, Elias. I need to know what happened to my brother. Elias's eyes widened in shock. Your brother? He repeated, his voice tight with surprise. Yes. I've always felt like something was off about that day, the day I lost him. There's something I missed, something I didn't see. I need to go back, to understand what happened. The clock can help me do that, right? Elias hesitated, his gaze flickering to the clock around Charlotte's neck, as if the very idea of using it disturbed him. You don't understand what you're asking, Charlotte. Some events are not meant to be changed. You risk more than you realize. But Charlotte wasn't listening anymore. The temptation to use the clock, to rewrite history and uncover the truth about that day, was overwhelming. The weight of her loss had haunted her for years, and now, she had the power to fix it. She turned toward him, determination in her eyes. I have to do this, Elias. For me, for my family. Please. Elias's expression was unreadable, his lips pressed into a thin line. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice softer than before. I can't stop you from using the clock. But I can tell you this. Once you open that door, there is no telling what will follow. Charlotte's heart raced as she reached for the clock. She could feel the power thrumming beneath her skin, calling to her, urging her to make the choice. She didn't know what would happen once she stepped through that door, but she couldn't wait any longer. The question was no longer about what could be changed. It was about what she was willing to lose. With a final, heavy breath, she pressed her hand to the clock, feeling its pulse align with her heartbeat. The world around her seemed to bend, the air thick with anticipation. And then, with a soft click, the hands of the clock moved. Chapter 8. The Weight of a Second. The world around Charlotte seemed to tremble as the clock's hands shifted, turning with a mechanical hum. For a brief, terrifying moment, nothing happened. The air was thick with expectation, and she could feel every beat of her heart, a drum echoing through her chest. Then, everything changed. Time fractured. It was like stepping through a veil, the familiar world of the tower around her blurring into a swirl of colors and motion. The air thickened, vibrating with energy, as if it had suddenly gained weight. Charlotte gasped as the space around her expanded, contracted, and expanded again, like the pulse of a living being. She reached out instinctively, trying to ground herself, but her fingers passed through the fabric of time itself. The moment stretched into infinity, or maybe it was just a second. She couldn't tell. And then, suddenly, the world snapped back into focus. Charlotte found herself standing in the middle of her childhood home, the familiar scent of cinnamon and pine filling her lungs. It was exactly as she remembered, too perfectly. The hardwood floors were polished, the staircase winding upwards with its well-worn steps. The sunlight streamed in through the windows, casting long, soft shadows across the room. It felt like stepping into a memory that had never faded, a place where time had never dared to change. But something was wrong. The house looked different. There were no signs of wear, no dust on the furniture, no marks where her brother had drawn pictures on the walls. Everything was pristine. Everything was before he was gone. She reached up to touch the wall, her fingers trembling. The clock around her neck felt heavier than ever, its pulse thrumming against her chest, urging her forward. Then, a sound. A door opening. A pair of boots tapping against the wooden floor. Charlotte turned sharply, and her breath caught in her throat. Standing in the doorway, framed by the soft light of the entryway, was her brother. Older, yes, but undeniably him. His dark hair tousled just the way she remembered, a teasing grin tugging at his lips, as he stepped inside. He was smiling. Charlotte could barely breathe. Charlie? He asked, his voice warm, like it had never been touched by the years of silence that had passed since he'd disappeared. What are you doing in here, girl? You've been staring at that wall for a while now. Her heart stuttered painfully in her chest. This was wrong. This couldn't be real. Nick, she whispered, her voice catching on his name. Nick, is it really you? He raised an eyebrow, stepping fully into the room, his presence as solid as ever. Who else would it be? Is something wrong with your eyes, sis? Tears stung Charlotte's eyes, the reality of the moment sinking in. Her brother, alive, standing right in front of her, just like before. But it didn't feel real. Nothing about it felt real. I don't understand. How are you here? Her voice broke, disbelief coating every word. Nick's smile faltered as he stepped closer, reaching out as if to touch her shoulder. What's going on? Are you okay? Charlotte shook her head, backing away. This can't be real. This can't be happening. She looked around frantically, as if expecting the room to flicker, for the illusion to dissolve. But it didn't. It was real. Or at least, it looked real. The clock around her neck throbbed again, louder now, as if answering her questions. It felt alive, its pulse syncing with the rising panic inside her. This was her chance, her one chance to fix everything, to undo the loss that had haunted her for years. Nick, I need to know what happened. That day, the accident, when you... She couldn't say the words. The memory of that night was still too sharp, too painful, to be spoken aloud. Nick's expression softened, his brow furrowing in concern. You're not making any sense, Charlie. What accident? I've been fine. You've been? He trailed off, as if searching for the right words, but then shook his head. Sis, you're worrying yourself over nothing. Charlotte's hands trembled at her sides. Her brother's presence, his smile, his voice, all of it felt like a cruel mockery. What was this? Had she truly altered the course of time, or had she simply fallen into an illusion created by the clock? Was this a version of reality she could never have reached? She reached for him, her fingers trembling with a desperate need to touch him, to make sure he was truly here, to make sure this wasn't a dream. But before she could, Nick stepped back, the playful grin vanishing from his face. The atmosphere in the room shifted, turning colder. His eyes sharpened, no longer warm but distant, almost calculating. Charlie, he said, his voice suddenly flat, you don't understand what you've done. Charlotte froze. Her breath caught in her throat. Something in the way he said it made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. What do you mean? She whispered. Nick's expression hardened, and he took another step back, his gaze moving toward the door. Time isn't meant to be meddled with. You think you can just change the past? Rewrite history? No one gets to do that, Charlie. No one. Charlotte's pulse raced as her chest tightened with dread. The walls seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the clock. The clock's tick-tock had now become deafening, filling her ears with its urgent, relentless sound. It was as if the very air around her was bending, twisting. Something was wrong. So terribly wrong. Nick's features shifted again, his smile returning, but this time, it wasn't kind. You've broken the rules, Charlie. And now, you'll pay the price. Before Charlotte could react, the world around her began to crumble. The house, the room, everything, fractured into pieces, like glass shattering on the floor. The last thing she saw before everything went black was Nick's face. But it wasn't the brother she knew. The smile that had once been full of life was now twisted, mocking her, a cruel reminder of the dangers of trying to rewrite time. And then, everything vanished. Chapter 9. Fractured Time. Charlotte awoke with a sharp inhale, gasping for air as the remnants of the shattered world lingered at the edges of her mind. For a moment, she was disoriented, caught between reality and the dreamlike remnants of the past she had just visited. The familiar stone walls of the clock tower were all around her, but the air felt heavy, saturated with the pulse of the clock around her neck. She could still feel the heat of her brother's presence, the weight of his words. You've broken the rules, Charlie. And now, you'll pay the price. Her heart thudded painfully in her chest as she pushed herself up from the floor. She was in the tower, again, but something felt different. The room was colder, the silence more oppressive. Even the ticking of the clock, once a constant, now seemed erratic, as if it were struggling to maintain its rhythm. Charlotte pulled herself to her feet, her fingers brushing against the stone walls for support. She hadn't expected to come back to this place. The clock tower felt like a prison now, a place where time was neither ally nor enemy, but something far more dangerous, something she didn't yet understand. The clock at the center of the room loomed over her, its hands ticking loudly, almost mocking her. The closer she stood to it, the more she could feel the weight of it, as if it were pressing down on her chest, suffocating her. The golden face shimmered faintly in the dim light, its mechanical gears whirring like a distant hum, but it felt wrong, distorted, like the edges of time were beginning to blur, to fray. The sense of dread from her vision with Nick lingered like a dark cloud hanging over her. Her brother's words echoed in her mind, "No one gets to rewrite history." No one. Charlotte clenched her fists, a surge of anger coursing through her. She had done this. She had come here, desperate to find a way to fix the past, to bring Nick back. But now, she was facing the consequences. She wasn't sure what they were, but she could feel them closing in around her. But I can't just leave it like this, she thought fiercely. I can't just walk away. With a shaky breath, Charlotte turned back toward the clock, determined to figure out how to fix what she had broken. She had no idea what the true cost of her actions was, but she was certain that if she didn't act now, the fracture in time would only grow wider, tearing everything apart. The sound of shifting gears suddenly broke the silence, and Charlotte's heart skipped. The clock's hands were moving again, faster than ever before, spinning in a blur of motion that made her dizzy. A sharp crack echoed through the air, like the breaking of glass, and then, nothing. For a moment, the world stood still. And then, without warning, the floor beneath her feet trembled, and Charlotte stumbled back, catching herself against the stone wall. A cold breeze swept through the room, and the distant sound of a door creaking open made her spine stiffen. Someone, no, something, was coming. She quickly scanned the room, her pulse quickening. The darkness of the tower seemed to grow, as though the shadows were alive, stretching, shifting, reaching toward her. Her breath quickened. This wasn't just a clock tower anymore. This was a place where time itself was fractured, and something was moving within it, something powerful and ancient, waiting to take advantage of the cracks she had made. The door at the far end of the room creaked open wider, the heavy wooden hinges groaning under the strain. A figure stepped into the doorway, silhouetted by the faint light from the broken windows. Charlotte's heart stopped. It was him. Nick. But not the brother she had known. This Nick was different, changed. His features were sharper, his eyes colder, and his smile twisted into something dark and predatory. The warm, familiar brother from her past was gone, replaced by someone she didn't recognize. "You're still here," Nick's voice dripped with a cruel amusement. "I should have known you wouldn't listen." Charlotte's hands clenched into fists as she stood straighter, refusing to back down. "What is this? What have I done?" Nick stepped closer, his every movement slow and deliberate, as if savoring her confusion. "You've meddled with forces beyond your understanding, Charlie. Time is a fragile thing. And now," he trailed off, his eyes narrowing. "Now, I'm here to make sure you learn that lesson." Charlotte's heart raced. She wanted to step forward, to confront him, but something held her back. There was something wrong with him, something twisted and unnatural. It wasn't just his appearance, it was the way he moved, the way he spoke, like he wasn't entirely human anymore. "What happened to you?" Charlotte whispered, her voice shaky. Nick's smile grew, but it wasn't kind. "I'm the consequence of your actions, Charlie. The price you pay for breaking the laws of time." The room around them seemed to vibrate with a dark energy, and Charlotte felt a chill spread through her bones. The clock's ticking had grown louder, almost deafening now, a relentless rhythm that pounded in her ears. "You can't undo it," Nick continued, his voice now a low growl. "You can't turn back time. Not anymore." Charlotte's mind raced. She couldn't let him win. She couldn't accept this twisted version of her brother as the price for trying to fix everything. "I don't care what it takes," she said, her voice shaking with determination. "I'll undo this. I'll make it right." Nick tilted his head, his expression unreadable. "You still don't understand, do you?" His smile faded into something darker. "You've already lost. Time doesn't give second chances." The clock behind them began to spin faster, its hands whirling uncontrollably as the sound of gears grinding filled the room. The air grew thick, suffocating, as though time itself was collapsing in on itself. Charlotte took a deep breath. She couldn't stop now. She had to find a way to fix this, no matter the cost. Then I'll make my own second chance, she muttered, stepping toward him, her eyes locked onto Nick's cold gaze. And I'll make you pay for what you've become. Nick's expression shifted again, the dark amusement replaced with something colder. You have no idea what you're dealing with. But Charlotte didn't flinch. She couldn't afford to. She was too far in now, and there was no turning back. Not until she fixed the mess she had made. The clock's ticking grew louder, and everything around her seemed to pulse with a life of its own, as if the tower, and time itself, were warning her. But Charlotte wasn't afraid anymore. She was ready. Chapter 10. The Price of Time. The air around Charlotte was thick with tension, as if the very walls of the clock tower were closing in on her. The ticking had become an incessant roar, a pounding in her skull, and it seemed to be mocking her, taunting her for thinking she could fix the mess she had made. The words Nick had spoken echoed in her mind. You've already lost. But Charlotte refused to believe him. She couldn't. Her hands were clammy as she gripped the edges of the stone wall, her eyes never leaving her brother. This twisted version of him who now stood in front of her, all sharp edges and shadow. Nick's eyes glimmered with something dark and insidious, something that wasn't human, and it sent a shiver crawling down her spine. I didn't break time, Charlotte said, her voice steadier than she felt. I tried to fix it. I tried to bring you back. Nick's lip curled into a thin, humorless smile. Fix it? His voice was low, cruel, and dripping with sarcasm. You don't fix time, Charlotte. Time doesn't need fixing. Time bends, breaks, and reshapes itself without your interference. And now, he waved a hand toward the tower, toward the pulsing clock that dominated the room. You've woken something, and it's not just me you'll have to deal with. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. She didn't want to look at the clock, but her eyes were drawn to it, as though some invisible force was pulling her toward it. The hands had stopped their erratic spinning for a moment, but now they were slowly, ominously creeping forward, the tick-tock growing louder. The air around her seemed to hum with the power of the clock, as if it had been awakened by her actions. Nick took a step closer, his eyes narrowing. You think you're the first person to try and change fate? You think this tower is just some tool for mending broken hearts? He laughed softly, almost bitterly. You're not special, Charlotte. You're just another pawn in a much older game. A chill ran through Charlotte's veins. A pawn? Was that what she was to him? I don't care about fate. I care about you, she said, her voice fierce despite the fear gnawing at her insides. I won't let you stay like this. I'll find a way to make it right. No matter the cost. Nick's eyes flickered with something, surprise? Pity? It was hard to tell, but then his expression darkened again. You can't fix me, Charlie. And even if you could, you'd be playing with forces you don't understand. You've already seen the consequences. I am the consequence. Charlotte stepped back, a chill crawling up her spine as his words sank in. The very air around her seemed to crackle with the power of the clock. But she wasn't backing down. She wasn't leaving without him. You keep saying that like I'm supposed to be afraid, she muttered, taking another step forward, her fists clenched by her sides. But you're still my brother. I'm not giving up on you. Nick's eyes flickered with something unreadable. He seemed to be studying her, his gaze sharp and calculating, as if he were measuring her resolve. You think this is still me? He asked softly, his voice suddenly quieter, more dangerous. Look at me, Charlotte. Look at what you've done. Charlotte's breath caught in her throat. She couldn't look away. Nick's face, once familiar, now felt alien, as if the very essence of who he was had been twisted by whatever forces had been unleashed by her meddling with time. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and there was a coldness in his eyes, an emptiness where warmth used to reside. She took a shaky breath, forcing herself to focus. She had to keep going. There was no turning back now. I know you're still in there, she said, her voice shaking but determined. The real you, Nick. The brother I loved. I won't give up on you. Nick's lips twitched, a shadow of the brother she remembered flickering across his face. But then, just as quickly, the darkness took over again, and his smile twisted into something cruel. You really don't get it, do you? His voice was low, almost mocking. You're playing with time. You're playing with forces beyond your control. And the price for your little game. He reached out, slowly, as though savoring the moment, and touched the clock at the center of the room. The metal shuddered, a low, echoing sound vibrating through the floor. The price is everything. Charlotte's breath hitched as she realized what he was saying. The clock was more than just a tool. It was a sentient force. A force that had been waiting, silently, for someone, anyone, to disrupt its balance. And now that she had, the tower was starting to awaken, to respond. The gears beneath her feet seemed to shift, the sound of their movement growing louder and more frantic. The clock began to tick faster, each chime resonating through her bones, almost drowning her in its rhythm. The walls around her creaked and groaned, and Charlotte felt a cold, oppressive weight in the air. The ground beneath her feet began to tremble. What's happening? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Nick's grin deepened, his eyes glinting with malice. Time is unraveling, Charlotte. And you're the one who started it. The tower rumbled, and Charlotte staggered back as the walls around her seemed to crack. The air was thick with the scent of oil and old metal, and she could feel the presence of something far older than herself creeping into the room, filling the space with an energy that made her skin crawl. The clock's hands spun faster, and the air seemed to vibrate with power. Charlotte's mind raced as the reality of the situation hit her all at once. Time wasn't just about the past and the future, it was about control. And right now, the clock was in control. Her heart hammered in her chest as she looked at Nick. What can I do? Tell me, please. I'll do anything. Nick's expression softened for the briefest of moments, but then he turned toward the clock, his eyes distant. You think you can change fate? You can't. You never could. Before Charlotte could respond, the ground beneath them cracked wide open, and with a deafening roar, the tower began to fall apart around them. Time was collapsing, and Charlotte was falling with it. Chapter 11. The Shattered Hourglass. The world spun in a dizzying blur. Charlotte's vision wavered as the clock tower trembled beneath her feet, the very walls groaning in protest as if the structure itself were alive, fighting to hold itself together. The rift in the ground yawned wide, its edges jagged and unstable, as though reality itself had been torn apart. The air was thick with the scent of dust and metal, mingled with the sharp tang of ozone, as if the clock's inner workings were breathing in sync with her own frantic heartbeat. Charlotte's legs wobbled, and she barely caught herself as she stumbled backward. The rumbling beneath her feet grew louder, a deafening roar of gears and cogs grinding against each other, as if the clock was coming alive, its intricate mechanisms breaking free from their centuries-old slumber. Nick stood motionless, his back to her, his figure now silhouetted against the glow of the collapsing clock. The ominous ticking sound grew louder with every passing second, its rhythm taking on a dark, almost predatory edge, as though it were counting down to something far more sinister than she could comprehend. Nick, Charlotte's voice cracked, desperation rising in her throat. We need to get out of here. The clock, it's going to destroy everything. Nick didn't respond. His eyes were fixed on the swirling chaos before them, his face a mask of cold indifference, as though he had accepted his fate long ago. Charlotte could see the subtle tremor in his hands, the faintest flicker of fear in his otherwise stoic demeanor. But whatever humanity had once been there was buried beneath the layers of time and the curse that clung to him. You don't understand, Nick muttered, his voice low and hollow. He didn't turn to face her, but Charlotte could feel the weight of his words settle like a shadow between them. The clock, it's not just a machine. It's a force, a sentience. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat as the full weight of his statement hit her. She had known the clock was ancient, that it held a power she couldn't even begin to grasp, but the idea that it was alive, that it had consciousness, it was almost too much to process. You're saying it has a mind of its own? She asked, trying to steady her voice. Nick's head tilted ever so slightly, his eyes still focused on the destruction unfolding around them. More than that, the clock controls time itself. It is time, Charlotte. And it's been waiting for someone to break it. His words hung in the air like a dark omen. Charlotte's mind raced. She had thought she could fix everything by turning back the hands of time, by saving him. But now, she realized that she had been foolish. She had disturbed something far older, far more powerful than she could have imagined. Then we can stop it, Charlotte said, a desperate resolve settling over her. We can fix it. We just have to. Nick turned abruptly, his eyes locking onto hers, filled with an intensity that made her blood run cold. It's already too late. The damage is done. And no matter how hard you try, you can't undo it. You never could. Charlotte's breath caught in her throat as he stepped closer to her, the air around them growing heavier, charged with an energy she could almost taste. She could feel the weight of his words sinking in, and, for the first time, a sliver of doubt crept into her mind. What if he was right? What if the clock could not be stopped? But she couldn't give up. Not now. Not after everything she had done to get this far. No, she whispered fiercely, shaking her head. There has to be a way. I won't let you. Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracked with a deafening roar, sending both Charlotte and Nick tumbling backward. The air was filled with the sound of snapping metal and grinding gears as the clock tower buckled and began to collapse, the walls crumbling as the timepiece's enormous weight shifted. Charlotte scrambled to her feet, her heart pounding in her chest as the world seemed to fall apart around her. The clock's ticking was now a cacophony, its speed increasing exponentially, as though it were preparing for some final, cataclysmic moment. The rift in the ground widened further, and Charlotte could see that there was no way out. Nick, she screamed, her voice breaking. We have to get out of here. Now. But he wasn't listening. Nick stood frozen in place, his eyes fixed on the clock as if it were calling to him, pulling him toward it. A shudder ran through him, and Charlotte's blood ran cold as she watched him step forward, almost in a trance. Nick. No, she shouted, her voice desperate as she reached for him, but it was too late. Nick's fingers brushed the edge of the clock, and with that single movement, the entire tower seemed to shudder and groan as though the very fabric of time itself were being torn apart. A blinding flash of light enveloped them both, and Charlotte screamed, her body freezing as the world around her went black. When the light finally faded, Charlotte's vision was hazy, her ears ringing with the sound of 1,000 ticking clocks. She blinked, disoriented, and then gasped as she realized where she was. She was no longer in the clock tower. Instead, she was standing in the middle of an open field, bathed in the eerie glow of a strange moon. The sky above was dark and swirling, an unnatural hue of violet and black, as though the stars themselves had been swallowed by the void. The air felt thick, heavy with the oppressive weight of time itself. And standing before her was Nick, only, he was no longer the brother she knew. His eyes were dark, completely black, void of the humanity she once recognized. His body was twisted, a shadow of the man he had been, and his voice, when he spoke, was nothing like before. Welcome to the space between moments, Nick said, his voice a cold echo that seemed to reverberate in the very air around them. Where time doesn't exist, and where you will never leave. Charlotte's stomach churned with dread. She had crossed a line she couldn't come back from, and, now, there was no way out. The clock had not only broken time, it had trapped them in it, and Charlotte had no idea how to escape. Chapter 12. The Watchmaker's Lair. The air around Charlotte felt thick with something ancient, as if it had been suspended in time for centuries. The bizarre landscape surrounding her stretched on in all directions, a barren field under the eerie violet sky that seemed to pulse in rhythm with her heart. Her breath came in sharp, uneven gasps, as she tried to make sense of what had just happened. One moment, she was fighting to keep Nick from touching the cursed clock, and the next, this. Nick stood before her, his form now obscured in an unnatural shadow, his eyes, black as obsidian, gleaming with an unsettling sense of purpose. The boy she had known, the one she had once called brother, was gone, replaced by something far more dangerous. She tried to speak, but her voice caught in her throat. There was a weight to the silence, a pressure that seemed to smother her every word. Nick's lips curled into a smile, but it wasn't one of warmth. It was predatory, knowing, like he had just discovered something she didn't fully understand yet, something he was about to show her. You've crossed the threshold, Charlotte, he said, his voice no longer the familiar tone of her brother, but something darker, more detached. You wanted to undo the curse. But what you've done, you've invited it in. Welcome to the watchmaker's lair. The words hit Charlotte like a slap, her heart pounding in her chest as she stumbled backward. What are you talking about? This isn't real. You're not. Her words faltered as she looked around again, taking in the surreal environment that stretched endlessly in all directions. The ground beneath her feet was not dirt or grass but a swirling, iridescent pattern of clock gears, ticking and shifting, as though time itself were constantly in motion. She could hear the distant tick-tick-tick of unseen clocks, each second a hollow echo that reverberated in her bones. Nick's smile faded into something more sorrowful, almost like an apology. It's real, Charlotte. Time doesn't play by the rules anymore. You've broken the natural order. And now, we're trapped in its wake. He stepped forward, his movements slow, deliberate, as if testing each step on the unstable ground. The sound of the gears shifting beneath them intensified, the ticking accelerating like a heartbeat, until it became impossible to ignore. Charlotte could feel her head starting to spin. Why are you doing this? She whispered, barely able to keep her voice steady. I thought you wanted to stop it. To fix everything. Nick's expression softened, his eyes flickering briefly with the briefest hint of the boy he once was. I did, Charlotte. I wanted to stop the curse. I wanted to break free. But you don't understand. His voice dropped lower, like he was confessing a secret that had been hidden for centuries. The curse isn't just a punishment. It's a bond, a contract. And I made it long ago. Charlotte's mind raced as she tried to process his words. A contract? With who? What are you talking about? Nick's gaze hardened, his eyes flashing with a bitter clarity. With the watchmaker, the one who created the clocks. The one who controls time. Every moment, every tick, it's his design, his work. And I've been his servant. Charlotte felt a cold chill settle deep in her chest. The name watchmaker was not unfamiliar to her. It had haunted her since she first discovered the cursed clock, an entity that was said to govern all things temporal, a being whose power could warp the very fabric of existence. She had assumed it was nothing but a myth, a bedtime story meant to frighten children. But standing here, in this space between time, she realized it was all too real. Why didn't you tell me? Charlotte's voice cracked with the weight of betrayal. Why didn't you warn me, Nick? Nick's eyes darkened as he glanced away, his jaw tightening. Because I thought I could fix it on my own. I thought I could break free without pulling you in. But you dragged us both into this. His words carried a bitter edge, like he was blaming her for something she had never meant to do. Charlotte's heart sank, but she refused to back down. She wouldn't let him blame her for this. We can still fix it. We can. You don't get it, Charlotte. His voice was harsh now, a dangerous edge creeping into his tone. There is no fixing it. The clock, it's not just a machine. It's a prison, and when I touched it, I became its prisoner. And you, he paused, turning his full attention back to her, his eyes unblinking. You've signed yourself up for the same fate. The gears beneath their feet groaned again, louder this time, as if protesting the very idea of an escape. Charlotte felt the weight of the curse pressing down on her chest, suffocating her. Every breath felt like an effort, the air thick with an invisible tension, the ticking clocks growing louder with each passing second. What happens now? She asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. She couldn't tell if she was asking Nick or the very air around her. Nick hesitated, his eyes flickering with uncertainty for the briefest of moments. Now, we wait. His words were almost a confession, heavy with the weight of inevitability. We wait for the watchmaker to arrive. Charlotte's stomach churned. And when he does, what happens then? Nick's lips curled into a smile again, but this time, it was devoid of any warmth. When he comes, we won't have a choice anymore. He'll take what's left of us and use it to reshape the world. To remake time in his image. Charlotte's hands clenched into fists, the desire to fight, to resist, rising in her chest. I'm not going to let that happen. I'm going to find a way out of here. Nick laughed, but it wasn't a laugh of amusement. It was hollow, despairing. You can't fight the watchmaker, Charlotte. He is time. And time always wins. A sudden, loud crack echoed through the field, the air shimmering with the sound of shifting gears, and the ground beneath Charlotte's feet trembled. She looked around, her pulse quickening, but saw nothing, just the swirling, distorted patterns of the clockwork world stretching on forever. Time itself felt like it was tightening its grip, squeezing the life from the very air. We have to get moving, Nick said, his voice suddenly serious, the shadow in his eyes deepening. Before he finds us. Charlotte didn't ask who he was, for fear she already knew. She could feel it in the oppressive air, the watchmaker was coming, and time, once again, was running out. Chapter 13. The Watchmaker's Arrival. The ground beneath Charlotte's feet trembled again, but this time it was different. The tremors felt purposeful, as if the earth itself were shifting in response to something, or someone. The air grew colder, sharper, and Charlotte's breath came out in shallow, visible puffs. The sound of the ticking clocks around her had escalated, now a cacophony that reverberated through her skull, drowning out all other thoughts. Nick moved with a sudden urgency, his steps quick and deliberate. We don't have much time, he muttered under his breath, glancing over his shoulder as though expecting something, or someone, to appear at any moment. He's here. Charlotte barely had time to process his words before she felt it, a presence that weighed on the air, as if the very atmosphere had thickened with power. It wasn't just the clocks that were ticking now. The sound seemed to emanate from everywhere, from within the very fibers of time itself. Nick gripped Charlotte's arm and pulled her forward, his movements frantic, as if his life depended on her understanding the urgency. Move, he hissed, his eyes wide with fear. Charlotte stumbled after him, her mind racing to catch up with the gravity of the situation. Nick. What's happening? Who is coming? Nick didn't answer at first. His face was pale, and for the first time since they had entered this strange dimension, he looked genuinely afraid. The watchmaker, he whispered, his voice breaking. He controls all of this. Everything you see, the clocks, the gears, the ticking, it's all his doing. He's coming to take us both. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. The watchmaker. The name had echoed through her mind ever since Nick had first spoken it, but now, it felt real. It felt like a shadow was beginning to stretch across them, and no matter how hard they tried to run, it was going to catch them. She glanced around, her eyes darting from one shifting gear to the next, the glowing patterns of time flashing with every step they took. The ticking grew louder, more insistent. A low rumble vibrated through the ground, and Charlotte thought she could feel the very fabric of reality being twisted by the sound. It wasn't just the clocks anymore, it was something else, something older, something far more dangerous. Nick's grip tightened on her arm. We need to find the heart of time. If we don't get there before he does, we're done for. Charlotte's mind spun. The heart of time? What is that? Nick's face was grim as they ducked behind a large, rusted cog that jutted out from the ground. The sound of ticking was deafening now, almost like a countdown. It's the only way to stop him. The only way to reverse the curse. He paused, his eyes flickering toward her, as if unsure whether to share the truth. But it's not just a place, it's a key. A key to control time. The watchmaker can't have it. Charlotte's stomach twisted at his words. Control time? But Nick, that's impossible, he finished for her, his voice sharp. Not for the watchmaker. He's made time his domain. He doesn't just bend it, Charlotte. He breaks it. And when he arrives, it will be too late. He'll take the heart, and with it, he'll rewrite everything, every moment, every life, ours included. Charlotte swallowed hard, her mind reeling from the implications. The watchmaker could change time itself? Rewrite the past, the present, the future? A flash of light interrupted her thoughts, and she whipped her head around just in time to see a figure emerging from the horizon. A silhouette in the distance, standing tall and unnervingly still. It was impossible to make out details, but the figure radiated an overwhelming presence, as though the very space around it warped in response. Charlotte's pulse quickened, her breath coming faster now. Is that him? Nick didn't need to answer. He was already moving again, pulling Charlotte along with him. We have to hurry. The heart of time is close, but it's guarded. If the watchmaker gets there first, he'll trap us in time itself. There'll be no escape. The two of them ran, their footsteps echoing against the gears beneath them. But Charlotte could hear the watchmaker's presence growing nearer, his power pressing down like an unrelenting weight. As they rounded a bend in the maze of clockwork paths, they reached a clearing, a vast, open space, filled with shimmering, golden light. In the center, floating above the ground, was a massive, pulsating sphere. A heart made entirely of intricate gears and glowing, ethereal threads. It pulsed with a rhythm that matched the ticking of the clocks, as though it were alive. Charlotte stopped in her tracks, staring at the heart of time. Its glow was hypnotic, pulling her closer, urging her to reach out and touch it. She could feel its power, the raw, unrestrained force of it. This is it, Nick whispered, his voice tight with awe. The heart. But before Charlotte could speak, a chill swept through the air, freezing the moment. The watchmaker had arrived. The figure from the horizon had finally reached them, and as it stepped into the clearing, the temperature dropped. The clocks around them seemed to halt, the ticking silenced in an instant. The watchmaker stood before them, tall and imposing, his face obscured by a dark hood. The only visible part of him was his hands, long, bony, and covered in strange, glimmering tattoos that seemed to shift and change with every movement. He didn't speak at first, but Charlotte could feel the weight of his gaze on her. It was as if he were looking straight through her, reading her every thought. You've come this far, the watchmaker's voice was low, almost melodic, with an eerie calmness that sent a shiver down Charlotte's spine. But your journey ends here. Nick stepped forward, standing between Charlotte and the watchmaker. We won't let you take it. The watchmaker tilted his head slightly, the faintest smile playing at the edge of his lips. You do not understand, boy. Time is not something to be controlled. It is something to be obeyed. With a flick of his wrist, the air around them crackled, the ground beneath their feet groaning in response. Charlotte felt the pull of time itself, the very laws of existence bending, twisting, warping around her. She could feel it in her bones, an overwhelming pressure that threatened to crush her. Now, the watchmaker said, his tone final. It is time to end this. The heart of time pulsed once, a final, desperate beat, and then everything went dark. Chapter 14. The Breaking of Time. Charlotte's mind raced, her thoughts scattered like fragile shards of glass. The moment the watchmaker had spoken, everything had changed. It felt like the very fabric of reality had cracked, and she was left standing on the edge of something she couldn't fully comprehend. The heart of time, the thing they had fought so hard to find, was now out of reach, surrounded by a darkness so thick, it pressed against her skin like a weight. She couldn't breathe, she couldn't think. The world around her seemed to dissolve into nothingness, and she reached out instinctively for Nick, but his presence felt distant, like a faint echo. The watchmaker's low, melodic voice echoed through the void. You think you can change time? You think you can defy it? Charlotte's heart pounded, but her body was frozen. She was paralyzed, locked in place by a force she couldn't even begin to understand. The watchmaker was like nothing she had ever encountered, and now it seemed like there was no escape. From the darkness, the watchmaker stepped forward, his form becoming clearer with each step. The air shimmered around him, warping like the heat waves above a fire. His face remained hidden under his dark hood, but Charlotte could feel his gaze, like two invisible hands digging into her soul. He was staring right through her, as if peeling back the layers of her very being. No one, he continued, his voice colder now, has ever dared challenge me. And yet, here you stand, defying the natural order of things. You, who know nothing of time, who believe that it can be bent or broken. Nick's voice broke through the haze, hoarse and desperate. We didn't come here to change time, we came to stop you. The watchmaker paused, his head tilting slightly. To stop me? He repeated, as if the idea were laughable. You are fools. I am time itself. You cannot stop what you do not understand. With a swift motion, the watchmaker raised his hand, and the space around them rippled, like the surface of a pond disturbed by a stone. The ground beneath Charlotte's feet began to twist and crack, gears and cogs rising from the earth like monstrous hands reaching for her. The heart of time glowed, faintly in the distance, but it felt farther away than ever, as though it were an illusion, something she could never quite reach. Nick lunged forward, trying to move, but it was as if time itself had frozen him in place. Charlotte reached for him instinctively, her fingers brushing his arm, but she could feel the strange coldness of the watchmaker's influence creeping into her veins. You think you can control time? The watchmaker's voice was almost pitying now. You don't even know what it truly is. Time isn't just a concept. It is an endless cycle. A force that binds all things. And I am its keeper. Charlotte's head spun. She wanted to argue, to fight back, but every word he spoke seemed to sink deeper into her mind, twisting her thoughts. He was right. They were standing at the edge of something vast, something ancient and beyond their understanding. But even with that realization, there was something in her, a flicker of defiance. She couldn't just give up now. Not when they were so close. Nick, she whispered, her voice trembling as she reached for him once more. What do we do? Nick's eyes were wide, filled with a fear Charlotte had never seen in him before. But there was something else too, something she couldn't quite place. He was scared, yes, but there was also a strange sense of understanding, as though he knew this was inevitable. We have to destroy it, he said, his voice raw. The heart of time, if we can't control it, we have to destroy it. If we don't, the watchmaker will use it to rewrite everything. Charlotte's stomach dropped. Destroy it? Nick nodded, his jaw clenched. If the watchmaker takes control of the heart, there will be no escaping him. No escaping the consequences of time itself. We'll be trapped in a loop, repeating the same moments over and over, with no way to escape. The watchmaker's laugh filled the void, dark and low, like the sound of gears grinding against each other. You think you can destroy what has existed for millennia? You are nothing but children playing with forces far beyond your comprehension. Charlotte glanced at the heart of time, glowing faintly in the distance. It called to her, urging her to come closer, to touch it. The power that radiated from it was intoxicating, and part of her felt a deep yearning to reach out. But another part of her, perhaps the part that had been growing in strength since they had entered this dimension, knew that she couldn't let the watchmaker have it. Not now. Not ever. How? She asked, her voice steadying despite the fear clawing at her chest. How do we destroy it? Nick's gaze softened, his hand gripping hers with an intensity that sent a jolt through her. We have to break the cycle. The heart of time is tied to the very existence of the clocks, the gears, the endless ticking. If we destroy the center of it, everything else will unravel. The watchmaker's eyes narrowed, his lips curling into a sinister smile. You believe you can simply destroy me? You think that by breaking the heart, you will break time itself? You will only make it worse. You will break your world, and everything will cease to be. There will be nothing. Charlotte's heart raced. She wasn't sure if she believed him, but the doubt in his voice was enough to make her pause. Could they really destroy the heart? Could they stop the watchmaker? Nick was already moving, taking slow, deliberate steps toward the heart, his eyes locked on it. We don't have a choice. Charlotte followed him, her feet dragging as she struggled against the pull of the watchmaker's influence. The ticking grew louder, and the space around them seemed to collapse inward, as if time itself were folding in on them. We have to hurry, Nick muttered, his eyes wild. Once the watchmaker reaches it, it will be too late. The watchmaker watched them closely, his fingers twitching as though ready to strike. You cannot win. But Charlotte didn't listen to him. She didn't let his words sink into her. She could feel it now, the power of the heart of time, the strange pulse that throbbed in her chest, syncing with the rhythm of the glowing sphere. She wasn't sure how she knew, but she knew it was time. With one final, decisive movement, Charlotte reached out and touched the heart. And then, everything shattered. Chapter 15. Shattered Time. The moment Charlotte's fingers brushed the surface of the heart of time, the world around her seemed to implode. Time fractured like glass, sending shards of reality flying in all directions. The air turned to static, buzzing with an intensity that made her skin prickle. She could feel the weight of everything, the entire universe, shifting, as though the very laws that governed existence were being rewritten in real time. Her vision blurred as the pulse of the heart thrummed through her entire being, a wave of power that seemed to reverberate deep within her bones. She tried to pull away, but it was as though the heart had a grip on her, pulling her in, deeper and deeper into its gravity. The ticking, the endless, maddening ticking of the clocks, grew louder, and Charlotte couldn't tell if it was inside her mind or echoing from the very fabric of the world itself. Nick's voice cut through the cacophony, distant but clear. "Charlotte, no. You have to." The rest of his words were drowned out as time itself splintered around her. The heart was alive with power, pulsating beneath her fingertips, and she could feel its ancient pulse resonating within her. It was as if it was speaking to her, but the words didn't come in any language she knew. They were sensations, feelings, whispers of knowledge too vast, too old to comprehend. "You have done it now." The watchmaker's voice rang in her ears, colder than ever. She spun, her heart hammering in her chest, but she couldn't see him anymore. The world was falling apart, and all she could focus on was the heart, its energy surging through her, sinking into her very soul. "You have no idea what you're doing," the watchmaker's voice echoed, but it sounded muffled, as though it were coming from somewhere far, far away. Charlotte tried to step back, but the heart held her fast. She could feel it now, the weight of its power, the sheer weight of time itself. The universe was unraveling in her hands, and she wasn't sure if that was a victory or a curse. Break it all." The voice was different now, softer, more urgent. But it wasn't the watchmaker. It wasn't Nick. It was the heart. Charlotte didn't know how, but she could feel its presence, like a second heartbeat, inside her own chest. It was calling her, urging her to do something, to make it all stop. To free herself from the endless ticking that bound them all. Her thoughts spun. She could feel the watchmaker's presence closing in, like a storm gathering on the horizon. He was coming. She could sense him, but there was no turning back now. She had already touched the heart. The weight of the decision pressed on her chest, suffocating her. With a final, desperate effort, she yanked her hand away. Nothing happened. The pulse of the heart didn't stop. In fact, it intensified, a blinding wave of light and energy erupting from the core. Charlotte stumbled backward, her body shaking violently, but it was no use. The heart had chosen her, and there was no escaping its grip. "Charlotte, you." Nick's voice was barely audible now, swallowed by the growing cacophony. But she could still hear the fear, the panic in his words. Charlotte closed her eyes, trying to center herself, trying to block out the overwhelming pull of the heart, but it was too strong. It was taking over her mind, her body, and she felt herself slipping away. The ticking was no longer just an external sound. It was inside her head, inside her thoughts, inside her very being. Her pulse aligned with it, sinking in a maddening rhythm. "I will break you." The heart was speaking again. And this time, Charlotte felt it deep in her core. She couldn't tell if it was threatening her or warning her. Maybe both. The ground trembled beneath her feet, and the world around her began to shake violently. The once stable walls of the chamber cracked, and the clocks that lined the room spun faster, their hands moving in reverse, as if the universe itself was trying to turn back time. It was happening. The universe was rewriting itself. Charlotte screamed as a blinding light surged from the heart, enveloping everything in its path. The ticking, louder, more frantic, grew into a deafening roar. She could feel the weight of the watchmaker's presence looming closer, his influence stretching across every timeline, every parallel reality. She could feel him watching, waiting for the moment when everything would collapse. But amidst the chaos, Charlotte couldn't stop the thought that had formed in her mind. This is it. This is the moment where everything ends, or begins. Time itself was unraveling, and she had no idea if they would survive it. But in that final, fragile instant, as the heart's power consumed her, she realized something. It wasn't just about breaking the heart. It was about the choice she made now, whether to destroy the heart completely or to become part of it. She turned to Nick, her eyes wide, her breath ragged. We have to destroy it. Now. Nick was already there, his hand reaching for her, his eyes desperate. He wasn't sure what was happening, but he could feel it too. The pull, the influence. They had come so far to stop the watchmaker, but they didn't have time to waste. Not anymore. With one final look at each other, they made their move, a single, unified step forward. The heart of time pulsed in response, as though it were aware of their intentions. And then, everything went dark. Chapter 16. Echoes of Forever. When Charlotte opened her eyes, the world was no longer what it had been. The air felt thin, fragile, almost, as if reality itself were held together by the tiniest of threads. The buzzing of the clocks had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that made her skin prickle with unease. She was no longer in the chamber with the heart. Instead, she stood on a vast, empty plain, stretched endlessly in every direction. The ground was cracked, like the surface of an ancient desert, and the sky above was a swirling void of swirling dark clouds, tinged with blood-red light. Nick was beside her, just as disoriented, his hand gripping hers tightly. What is this place? His voice was barely above a whisper, as if the silence around them demanded reverence. Charlotte didn't have an answer. She looked around, the landscape unfamiliar and yet strangely familiar at the same time. The more she looked, the more it seemed like an echo of a place she had known, like a memory that was just out of reach. The distant sound of ticking reached her ears again, but this time it wasn't coming from the clocks. It was as if the very air around them was ticking, as though time itself was splintered, fragmented into a million different threads. She could feel it, the weight of the broken timelines pressing down on her, suffocating her. Where are we? She whispered, more to herself than to Nick. But the answer came, not in words, but in a feeling. A gnawing, unbearable sensation that clawed at her mind. The heart of time was not gone. It had transported them here, to this place, to this moment. And the watchmaker, his presence was heavy, omnipresent. It was as if he had followed them into this strange realm, waiting for them to figure out what had gone wrong. I don't know. Nick's voice was strained. But it feels like we're not supposed to be here. Charlotte felt it too. The pull of something ancient and twisted, a force that seemed to be watching them. The watchmaker's influence was everywhere, like a shadow that stretched across the entire landscape, reaching out to consume them. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet. The air shimmered with static, and Charlotte gasped, as a figure appeared before them, a tall, imposing silhouette draped in shadows. His face was obscured, but there was no mistaking the cold, familiar presence. The watchmaker. His voice echoed in the empty space around them, deep and rumbling. You have meddled with time, Charlotte. The words felt like a physical blow, each syllable weighing her down. Do you truly understand the cost of what you have done? Charlotte's heart raced as she took a step back. The watchmaker was no longer confined to his role as a mere manipulator of clocks. He was here, standing before them, in this place beyond time. She could feel his power in the very air, in the earth beneath her feet. We didn't, Nick began, but the watchmaker silenced him with a flick of his wrist. The very fabric of the space around them shifted, bending in unnatural ways. You did, the watchmaker said, his voice like the rumble of thunder. You shattered the heart of time, and in doing so, you have torn the very fabric of the universe itself. Charlotte's pulse quickened. We didn't know. No? The watchmaker's laugh was cold, almost pitiful. You knew exactly what you were doing. You sought to break time, to escape its constraints. But you have only unleashed chaos. The ground beneath them cracked open, and Charlotte stumbled, barely managing to stay on her feet. The air shimmered, and for a moment, she thought she saw a reflection of herself, her younger self, standing in a forgotten room, holding a clock. Her breath caught in her throat. No, this can't be real. But it was. The watchmaker was showing her something from her past. The moment when she had first come in contact with time, with the clocks. The moment that had set everything in motion. You were always destined to be part of this, the watchmaker's voice rasped, drawing her attention back to him. The heart has chosen you, Charlotte. And now, you must face the consequences. Her mind was spinning, trying to make sense of it all. She had never meant for any of this to happen. She had only wanted to stop the watchmaker, to free herself from the endless ticking, but she hadn't understood what it meant to tamper with time. What it meant to challenge the natural order. What do we do now? Nick asked, his voice tight with fear, but also with resolve. We can't undo what's been done. But we can still stop him. Charlotte looked at him, her heart pounding. She didn't know how, but she knew one thing for sure. They couldn't give up. They couldn't let the watchmaker win. We fight, she said, her voice steady despite the overwhelming odds. We fight, no matter what. The watchmaker's shadowy form flickered for a moment, as though the words had struck a chord. You cannot fight time, Charlotte, he said, his tone dark. It is inevitable. It is eternal. You are only a fleeting moment. Charlotte clenched her fists. Then we make sure our fleeting moment matters. The watchmaker's laughter echoed once more, but it was cut short as a strange rumbling filled the air. The ground beneath them cracked open wider, and Charlotte felt a surge of energy. The heart of time was still alive, still pulsing, somewhere deep within the tangled threads of this fractured reality. It wasn't over. Not yet. The heart was calling to her again, but this time, it felt different. It wasn't a call of power. It was a cry for help. And Charlotte realized, with a shiver down her spine, that the heart wasn't just broken, it was dying. And if it died, so would everything. They didn't have much time. Let's go, Charlotte said, pulling Nick forward. We need to find the heart. Before it's too late. The watchmaker's figure loomed behind them, but Charlotte refused to look back. They had a mission. They had a chance. And for the first time since all of this began, she felt like she might actually be able to stop the watchmaker. If only they could find the heart before it was lost forever. Chapter 17. The Shattered Heart. The air was thick with tension, as if the very atmosphere held its breath. Charlotte and Nick moved swiftly across the fractured plain, the ground beneath them shifting in odd patterns, as though it was alive, responding to their every step. The faint ticking sound that had filled the air before seemed to pulse now, growing louder with every passing second, as if time itself was reassembling itself piece by piece, yet still horribly broken. Charlotte's heart hammered in her chest, each beat vibrating through her entire being. She didn't know where they were going or how they were going to find the heart of time, but she knew one thing for certain. If they didn't act fast, this fractured reality would consume everything, starting with them. The watchmaker's presence loomed in the back of her mind, a constant reminder of the threat that hovered just beyond the edge of this strange dimension. She glanced at Nick, his face a mirror of her own worry, but there was determination in his eyes. They couldn't back down now. They had no choice but to fight, whether they were prepared or not. We need to find the heart, Charlotte said through gritted teeth, her voice trembling but resolute. It's the only way we can fix this. Nick nodded, his hand still firmly clasped around hers. But where do we even begin? Charlotte didn't have an answer, but something deep inside her stirred. A faint whisper in the back of her mind, a pull, like a magnet drawing her forward. She trusted it. The heart was calling to her again, but this time, it felt desperate. It wasn't just time that was dying, it was the essence of everything, the very fabric of the universe, and it was begging for salvation. Without a word, she pulled Nick in the direction the pull was strongest. They moved faster now, the ground beneath them trembling as if in anticipation. The ticking grew louder, sharper, the sound becoming almost unbearable as they neared a jagged cliffside at the edge of the endless plain. There, amidst the swirling mist and fractured reality, a glowing light flickered. It's here, Charlotte whispered, her breath catching in her throat. Her pulse quickened as she drew closer to the light, which was beginning to pulse in time with the ticking. It was unmistakable, the heart of time. It was no longer a smooth, solid entity like before. It was shattered, its edges jagged, its glow flickering weakly. It was no longer the source of power, it was the source of chaos. The heart lay in the center of a massive, gaping hole in the ground, surrounded by sharp crystalline fragments that seemed to vibrate with energy. Charlotte's heart ached at the sight of it. This was the thing that had caused all the destruction, the thing she had broken in her attempt to stop the Watchmaker. And now, its death would unravel everything. How do we fix it? Nick asked, his voice barely a whisper. His eyes were wide with fear, but there was an unspoken trust in them as he turned to Charlotte. He was relying on her to know the answer, but she didn't. I don't know, she admitted, her voice faltering. She stepped closer to the heart, her gaze locked on the fractured mass. There had to be a way to repair it, to save it, to stop the unraveling of time. The ticking sound, once distant, now echoed in her ears, each pulse sending a shock through her. She could feel the strain of the fractured reality, the way the world was beginning to twist and warp. The heart was dying, but its glow was still there, dim, flickering, but alive. It was a heartbeat, a cry for help. It needed something to survive. And then it hit her. The key to fixing the heart wasn't about putting it back together. It was about understanding it. Understanding time. Nick, Charlotte said suddenly, her voice steadier now, her mind working quickly. We need to give the heart back its purpose. Time isn't something we can control, it's something we experience. We've been trying to fix it by force, but the answer is letting it be. Nick's brows furrowed. What does that mean? How do we let it be? Charlotte took a deep breath, stepping closer to the heart, her fingers reaching out. The energy around it was overwhelming, crackling with raw power. She could feel it trying to pull her in, to consume her, but she fought against the fear. This wasn't about controlling time anymore. It was about acceptance. About understanding that time wasn't an enemy, it was a constant, an inevitable force that shaped everything. The moment her fingers brushed the heart's shattered edges, a wave of energy surged through her, nearly knocking her off her feet. The world around her twisted, and she was thrown into the depths of memories, fragments of lives and moments she had never experienced, but felt like they were part of her very soul. She saw flashes of her past, her childhood, the first time she touched a clock, the first time she heard the ticking. But then, she saw beyond herself. She saw the Watchmaker, standing over the heart, a figure draped in shadows, his hands pressing against the fractured pieces. She saw the moments when he had first twisted time, when he had begun his manipulation. She saw the ripple of chaos he had created, the destruction that had followed. And then she saw something else, a vision of her, standing before the Watchmaker, making a choice. You are the one who will end it, Charlotte. The Watchmaker's voice echoed through her mind. The heart is a part of you. You have the power to restore it, if you can accept your place in this. Charlotte's eyes snapped open, her fingers still grazing the heart's edge. She understood now. The power of the heart wasn't in controlling time, it was in accepting it. She wasn't meant to control time. She was meant to let it flow, to understand its rhythms, and to restore balance. The heart of time needed someone who could embody that balance. With that realization, Charlotte closed her eyes and focused, allowing herself to accept the pulsing rhythm of time around her, the ticking of the clocks, the flow of moments. She let go of her fear, let go of her need to fight. She was one with time. The heart's pulse began to steady, its jagged edges softening. The fractured pieces glowed with a soft, steady light, and the air around them calmed. The world around Charlotte and Nick began to shift, the swirling chaos slowing down. The ticking quieted, settling into a natural, harmonious rhythm. When she opened her eyes again, the heart was whole, its glow bright, steady, and warm. It was alive. And it was time. Charlotte, Nick whispered, his voice full of awe and disbelief. You did it. Charlotte looked at him, a smile tugging at her lips. She felt the weight of everything she had endured, but now, in this moment, she knew that the battle wasn't over. There was still one final thing to face. The Watchmaker. But now, they had a chance. They had restored the heart, and with it, they had the power to set things right. To stop the Watchmaker and end the chaos once and for all. The question was, would the watchmaker let them? Chapter 18. The Watchmaker's Game. The world around Charlotte seemed to still as the heart of time pulsed steadily in her hands. The weight of her actions hung heavy in the air, but she knew there was no time to dwell. The watchmaker's presence was still a looming threat, a dark shadow that stretched across the edges of reality. She had restored the heart, but she hadn't defeated him, not yet. Nick's voice broke the silence. Charlotte, we've done it. We've fixed it, but the watchmaker, he's not going to let us walk away from this. She nodded, her mind racing. The watchmaker had been watching them, manipulating events from the shadows, and now, after everything they had endured, he would surely make his move. Charlotte could feel his eyes on her, as if he were waiting, watching, planning his next move. The question was, what would he do when he saw that his precious heart was no longer in his control? A faint, eerie click echoed in the air, soft at first, but gradually growing louder, more distinct. Charlotte's eyes widened, and she turned to Nick. It's him, she said, her voice tight with dread. The ticking grew louder still, and suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled. The glowing heart of time in Charlotte's hands flickered once, casting strange shadows across the landscape. Then, as if drawn by an unseen force, the air rippled around them, distorting the space with an unnatural bend. Nick pulled Charlotte closer, his voice low, urgent. We need to leave, now. But it was already too late. The watchmaker materialized in front of them, emerging from the very fabric of the warped space. He stood tall and cold, his presence as oppressive as the ticking of a clock. The air crackled with his energy, an eerie stillness wrapping around them like a tightening noose. His dark eyes gleamed with malice, and for the first time, Charlotte saw the full extent of the power he wielded. So, it's true. His voice was calm, almost too calm, as if he were savoring the moment. You think you've won, little girl? You think you've fixed what was broken? Charlotte tightened her grip on the heart, feeling its warmth seep into her fingers. The watchmaker's words stung, but she wasn't afraid anymore. The heart was whole again, and she had the power to restore balance to time. She could feel it coursing through her veins, pushing back against the weight of his presence. I haven't won, she said, her voice steady. But I've stopped you from controlling time. It's not yours to command anymore. The watchmaker smirked, his expression mocking. You still don't understand, do you? Time is not a thing you can control, Charlotte. It is a force that cannot be tamed by the likes of you. He stepped closer, his gaze darkening. You've merely delayed the inevitable. Charlotte clenched her jaw. I've delayed nothing. The heart is mine now, and I'll protect it. Protect it? The watchmaker's laughter was like the sound of gears grinding, hollow and cruel. You cannot protect what you do not understand. The heart was always meant to be mine. It was never yours to begin with, and it will never belong to you. Before she could respond, the ground beneath their feet shattered, sending a shockwave of energy racing through the air. The space around them began to distort even further, time bending and twisting, folding in on itself. Charlotte and Nick were thrown backward as the watchmaker raised his hand, his fingers flicking with a deliberate, cold motion. You are naive if you think you can stand against me, he said, his voice carrying an eerie resonance. I am the keeper of time, the architect of its path. You are just a fleeting moment, a blip in the timeline. Charlotte struggled to stand, her vision swimming with the distortion of time. Nick reached out, his hand gripping hers. We have to fight him, he said, breathless. There's no other choice. Charlotte nodded, her mind already working on a plan. The watchmaker's power was vast, but he had underestimated something. She had fixed the heart, and now that it was whole again, she could tap into its power in a way he could not comprehend. She wasn't alone in this. The heart would fight with her. With a final, desperate cry, Charlotte focused on the heart, calling upon its essence. The warmth of its energy surged into her, filling her with an immense power she had never known. It was overwhelming, like the weight of the entire universe pressing down on her, but she embraced it, allowing it to flow through her. The watchmaker's smile faltered as the light from the heart grew brighter, its energy twisting around. Charlotte and Nick like a protective shield. For the first time, Charlotte could see the fear in his eyes. He hadn't expected this. He hadn't expected her to become one with time itself. "You're too late," Charlotte said, her voice filled with quiet fury. "This time, it's over." With that, she thrust her hand forward, channeling all the power of the heart into the air around them. The world shook violently as time itself began to unravel. But this time, it was the watchmaker who was being caught in the web of his own creation. The ticking grew frantic, the cracks in the fabric of reality deepening as the heart's power tore through the distortion. "No." The watchmaker's voice cracked with desperation as he reached out, trying to stop the tide of energy she was unleashing. "You cannot control this. I am time. I will not be undone." But Charlotte didn't listen. She pushed harder, her focus unwavering. The ticking stopped. And then everything went still. The world was silent. The watchmaker's form flickered, his body dissipating into the very air as if he had never existed at all. The heart pulsed one last time, a final, resonating hum of energy before the light settled into a steady, peaceful glow. Charlotte stood there, breathless, her body shaking from the exertion. Nick was beside her, his hand still holding hers tightly. The tension in the air was gone. Time had resumed its natural rhythm, and the chaos that had plagued the world seemed to have faded into nothingness. But Charlotte knew that, while the watchmaker was gone, there would always be more battles to face. Time was never truly fixed, it was a continuous flow. And now, it was her responsibility to keep it balanced. For now, though, they were safe. For now, time had healed. And so had she. Chapter 19. The Echoes of Time. The peace that Charlotte had fought for, that she had bled for, felt fragile. The moments of calm were fleeting, as though the fabric of reality itself was still catching its breath, recovering from the violent storm she and Nick had just weathered. The watchmaker had been vanquished, but Charlotte knew in her bones that his shadow had not entirely faded from existence. The heart of time still pulsed gently in her hands, its warmth a constant reminder of the weight of her choices. Her fingers trembled as she turned it over, admiring the intricate engravings that seemed to shift beneath her touch, an ancient language of time itself. She had fixed it, yes, but fixing something broken was never the same as mending its soul. Nick watched her with a quiet intensity, his eyes following her every move. She could sense the silent questions in his gaze, the unspoken worries. He had stood by her through everything, and yet she could see the hesitation in the way he looked at her now. Something had shifted between them, and Charlotte wasn't sure whether it was the battle, the power of the heart, or the knowledge that the watchmaker's influence still lingered, like a shadow that had yet to leave the room. "How do you feel?" he asked, breaking the silence that had stretched between them for what felt like hours. Charlotte glanced up at him, her lips pressing into a thin line. "Tired," she whispered, her voice far softer than she had intended. "But I think we're still not done." Nick stepped closer, his hand coming to rest gently on her shoulder. "What do you mean?" "The watchmaker's gone, Charlotte. Time's been reset. We've done what we needed to do." But Charlotte was shaking her head, her mind refusing to settle. "The watchmaker may be gone, but there's something else, something that still feels off. The heart, it's still connected to something, someone. It's like, it's calling me. I don't know how to explain it." Nick's hand tightened on her shoulder, his expression softening with concern. "You've been through so much already. Maybe it's just the aftereffects of everything you've done." "No," she said, more firmly this time. "It's not just that. It's something else. A presence. Something older, deeper. Something connected to the heart, but not the watchmaker. This isn't over." Nick's brows furrowed, but before he could speak, a low, ominous hum echoed through the air, distant, but undeniable. Charlotte froze, the vibrations running through her bones like a warning. "What is that?" Nick whispered, a note of panic creeping into his voice. Charlotte's heart raced as she felt the pressure in the air intensify, the space around them seeming to warp ever so slightly. Time itself was buckling again. Someone, was stirring. "I don't know," Charlotte said, her voice barely above a whisper. "But I think we're about to find out." The hum grew louder, vibrating the very ground beneath them. The heart of time flickered in Charlotte's hands, pulsing erratically as though it were reacting to the disturbance. Her heart hammered in her chest as the sound intensified, and she realized with a sickening certainty that the quiet peace they had fought so hard for was quickly unraveling. Suddenly, a ripple spread through the air, distorting the very fabric of reality. Shadows began to twist and writhe like living things, swirling around them in a chaotic dance of dark energy. Charlotte instinctively took a step back, her grip on the heart tightening. She could feel it, the pulse of time, shifting once again, like a great clock resetting, but in a way that felt wrong, unnatural. The air shimmered and split open, as though time itself was tearing apart, and from the rift emerged a figure, draped in robes that seemed to be woven from the very essence of the cosmos. The figure's face was obscured by a hood, but Charlotte could sense its ancient presence, the weight of eons pressing down on her. Nick stepped forward, instinctively putting himself between Charlotte and the unknown figure. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice steady but laced with uncertainty. The figure did not respond immediately. Instead, it extended a hand toward Charlotte, its movements slow, deliberate. The air around the figure crackled with an eerie energy that made the hairs on Charlotte's neck stand on end. Charlotte's breath hitched in her throat as the figure spoke, its voice a low, resonant echo, as though the words themselves were reverberating through time. "You've done well, child. You have restored the heart, but you do not understand what you have unleashed." Charlotte's pulse quickened, fear creeping into her veins. "What do you mean? The heart, it's whole, again. I've stopped the watchmaker." The figure tilted its head, the hood shifting slightly, and Charlotte felt a weight of centuries pressing down on her, as though she were standing before something ancient beyond comprehension. "The watchmaker was only a part of the equation," the figure continued. "He was but a servant to the true force that governs time. And now, by restoring the heart, you have disrupted the balance, awakened the true keeper of time." A chill swept over Charlotte as the realization hit her. There was more. Much more. The watchmaker had been a pawn, and she had unknowingly become entangled in something far larger, far more dangerous than she had ever anticipated. Who is the keeper?" Charlotte whispered, her voice trembling with the weight of her question. The figure raised its hand, the air around them warping with the motion. "I am he. And you, Charlotte, have begun the game." Before Charlotte could respond, a surge of energy shot through the space, and the world around them shattered into an explosion of light. Time itself twisted violently, as though reality were caught in the grip of a storm that had no end. And as everything around them began to unravel, Charlotte realized that the true war for time had only just begun. Chapter 20. The Keeper's Wrath. Charlotte's heart hammered in her chest, her breath coming in shallow gasps as she struggled to comprehend the words that had just echoed in the air. The Keeper of Time. The figure, no, the entity, before them was not just a remnant of forgotten time. It was the very force that shaped reality itself. The world around them was warping, twisting, as if the laws of nature had lost their hold. The sky, above, once a soft twilight hue, cracked open in jagged rifts, exposing vast, cosmic voids filled with swirling galaxies. Time was breaking. The ground beneath Charlotte's feet began to tremble, as though the planet itself was straining to hold itself together. Nick's voice cut through the chaos, a low growl of frustration. "You've already caused enough damage. What do you want from us?" The Keeper's presence seemed to grow more oppressive with every passing second, the air thick with the pressure of centuries, eons, beyond human understanding. The dark robes of the figure billowed, like a storm, the fabric catching the odd, distorted light. It seemed to move, not through steps, but by flowing in and out of time itself. The Keeper's face remained hidden in shadow, its voice vibrating with an ominous hum. "You have no idea what you've unleashed, mortal," the Keeper said, its voice deep and unsettling, reverberating like a distant thunderclap. "The heart of time is not just an object to be fixed. It is the vessel of power that contains the threads of all existence. The watchmaker was not its master, he was merely a keeper of its limitations. You have torn open the fabric of time itself. Charlotte's mind raced as the realization hit her with the force of a tidal wave. The heart wasn't just a tool, it was a prison. A prison for something far more ancient, far more dangerous than she could have ever imagined. Something that had now been set free. "Then what do you want from us?" she asked, her voice steady despite the rising panic in her chest. "You've broken the laws of time, and now you come to punish us for it?" The keeper's laugh, if it could even be called that, was a sound devoid of any joy, a low, hollow rumble that seemed to echo from every corner of existence. "I do not seek punishment. I seek restoration." The heart was not meant to be fixed. It was meant to remain broken, sealed away, because without its confinement, there will be no control. Time is a delicate balance, Charlotte. You have upset that balance. And now you will face the consequences. Nick's body stiffened, his jaw clenched in determination. What consequences? The keeper's form shifted, rippling like liquid light. "The unraveling of everything," it said, the words, now a whisper that resonated with the deep power of the universe. "The laws that govern existence have already begun to collapse. You've seen the cracks, felt the rifts in time. The world is already beginning to fade. Reality itself will soon crumble unless the heart is returned to its proper place. You must undo what you've done, or it will be the end of everything." The air felt as if it had been sucked out of the room, the pressure growing unbearable. Charlotte could feel the weight of the universe pressing in on her, and for the first time, she felt completely powerless. No matter how hard she fought, no matter how much she had endured, she was now up against something beyond her comprehension. I can't," Charlotte whispered, her voice breaking. "I don't know how to fix this. I thought I was saving everything." The keeper's presence seemed to soften, just for a moment, and Charlotte felt the strange, unsettling sensation that it was studying her. There was no malice in its gaze, just an infinite depth of knowing, an understanding that transcended the human condition. "You were never meant to fix it. The heart was always meant to be broken. Time cannot be restored to its previous state, Charlotte. Not now. Not ever. The question now is, will you have the courage to make the choice?" Charlotte's breath caught in her throat. What choice? The keeper moved closer, its robes sweeping over the twisted ground as though gravity no longer applied to it. Its form flickered like a flame in the wind, its very presence bending the air around them. "Return the heart," it said, its voice now a soft whisper that cut through the deafening chaos, "or let it consume everything. The choice is yours." A cold shiver ran down Charlotte's spine as the weight of the decision pressed in on her. The heart of time. The very object she had fought so hard to repair. The object that now held the power to either restore everything or destroy it. Nick stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Charlotte. "We've already sacrificed so much," he said, his voice a low growl. "You can't expect us to just give up now. There has to be another way." The keeper regarded him silently for a long moment before it spoke again, its voice like the wind, across an empty field, carrying an ancient sorrow. "There is always another way, mortal. But time is not so simple. You will understand soon enough that the price of defiance is more than you are willing to pay." Charlotte could feel her heart racing. The weight of the decision was suffocating her, pressing on her chest like an invisible hand. She had fixed the heart, but now it felt as though she had inadvertently opened a door to something much darker. The keeper was right, there was no going back. She had already broken time, and now she had to choose whether to destroy it all or risk everything in a final attempt to fix what was broken. "Charlotte," Nick whispered, his voice soft but filled with urgency. "Whatever you decide, I'll stand by you. But you have to decide. This isn't just about us anymore." Her gaze met Nick's, and for a fleeting moment, everything else faded away. The keeper, the crumbling world, time itself. It all blurred as Charlotte's heart steadied, her breath deepened. Her fingers tightened around the heart, the warmth of it a constant reminder that the power was in her hands. But did she dare to use it? To rewrite time? To defy the very force that had shaped reality for millennia? The keeper's final words echoed in her mind. "The choice is yours." And in that moment, Charlotte realized that the fate of everything, the past, the present, the future, was hers to decide. Chapter 21. The choice. Charlotte stood in the heart of the crumbling world, her fingers still wrapped tightly around the heart of time. Every beat of her pulse seemed to echo through the fractured reality surrounding them. The Keeper of Time's words hung in the air, a heavy fog of inevitability. The choice is yours. Her mind raced, the weight of the decision pressing down on her chest with the force of 1,000 storms. Everything had led up to this moment, the journey to fix the heart, the battles with forces beyond her understanding, the moments of doubt and fear. And now, standing at the edge of time itself, she realized that there was no clear answer. I can't do this alone, Charlotte whispered, her voice barely audible, her words lost in the overwhelming chaos of the world unraveling around her. Nick's presence was like a grounding force, a constant amidst the storm. He stepped closer to her, his expression intense but reassuring. You don't have to, he said quietly. We've always faced this together. Whatever the choice is, we'll face it together. Charlotte's gaze flickered over to him, the weight of his words sinking deep into her heart. She had come so far because of the people who stood beside her, the friends, the allies, the ones who had believed in her when she could no longer believe in herself. And now, here they were, standing at the precipice of everything, about to make a decision that could either save the world or shatter it entirely. Her eyes drifted to the Keeper, whose form seemed to blur in the shifting air, as though time itself was struggling to maintain its shape around its existence. The Keeper, too, seemed to understand the gravity of this moment. It didn't move, didn't speak. It merely watched them with an expression of quiet patience, as though waiting for Charlotte to make her move. The heart, Charlotte whispered again, the weight of the object in her hand now seeming almost unbearable. I've spent my whole life trying to fix things, to undo the damage I've caused. But I've never asked myself if I should fix it. If it's even right to try. Nick's voice was calm but firm. Maybe it's not about fixing it. Maybe it's about deciding what you want to do with it. You've seen the power it has. You've felt what it can do. The question isn't whether it should be fixed, Charlotte. It's what you choose to do with that power. Charlotte's heart pounded in her chest. His words resonated with her, louder than the growing tremors of the earth beneath their feet. She had spent so long focusing on what needed to be fixed, on the consequences of mistakes made. But now, she realized, this wasn't just about correcting errors. It was about owning the power she held. The heart was not just a tool. It was a weapon, a force that could bend the very fabric of reality. And she was the one who had unlocked it. The Keeper's voice sliced through her thoughts, cool and distant, like the wind across a barren desert. You have no idea what you're dealing with, mortal. This is not a choice to be made lightly. The fabric of time is fragile. One wrong move and everything will collapse. There is no going back once the decision is made. Charlotte lifted her chin, meeting the Keeper's gaze for the first time. The Keeper's presence was unnerving, an ancient, unstoppable force that loomed over them. But Charlotte didn't flinch. She had come this far. She had fought for this moment. She would make the choice, even if it meant defying everything that had come before. I know what I'm dealing with, Charlotte said, her voice steady, cutting through the fear that threatened to overwhelm her. I've seen the damage. I've felt the cracks in time. But I'm not afraid anymore. The choice is mine, and I will make it. The Keeper's form flickered, almost as though it was considering her words, before it spoke again. Very well. The consequences will be yours to bear. A moment of silence passed, heavy and thick, before Charlotte's mind finally settled on the one thing that had been building within her since the moment she had touched the heart. It wasn't about fixing time. It wasn't about going back or undoing the past. It was about shaping the future. Charlotte closed her eyes, letting the weight of the heart settle within her, the power of it flowing through her veins. She felt time stretching out before her, an endless road of possibilities, each one fraught with its own dangers, its own sacrifices. But this was her moment. The future was in her hands. She opened her eyes, and in that moment, something inside her clicked into place. I won't return the heart to its prison, Charlotte said, her voice firm, filled with the weight of her decision. I'll keep it, I'll wield it, and I will forge a new path. I won't let time control me anymore. I will rewrite the future, our future. All of us. The keeper's reaction was a sharp, cold laugh, but there was no malice in it. Instead, it seemed almost sad. So be it, it said. You are not the first to think they can control time. But remember this, Charlotte. Time will always find a way to regain its control. No matter what you do, no matter what you choose, time will always have the last word. Charlotte stepped forward, her gaze unwavering. Then I'll make sure that my choice is the one that echoes through time. The last word will be mine. As her words echoed in the air, a gust of wind swirled around them, and the keeper's form began to dissipate, fading like mist in the morning light. The world around them began to shift, the once cracked sky beginning to heal, though the fissures remained like scars on the surface of reality. The tremors underfoot lessened, and the feeling of impending doom began to recede. But Charlotte knew that her choice was only the beginning. The heart of time was now hers to command. What she did with it, however, was still unknown. The future was unwritten, and she would face whatever came next with the strength to carve her own destiny. Chapter 22. The Unraveling. The air felt different now. Lighter, yet tinged with an electric pulse that seemed to vibrate through the bones. Charlotte stood still, her hand clutching the heart of time, feeling its beats sync with her own. Each thrum sent a wave of power through her, but it wasn't the kind of power that brought comfort. It was raw and unpredictable, a force that had the potential to tear everything apart, or build something new. Nick, ever by her side, watched her with cautious eyes. He had been with her from the very beginning, through every twist and turn of this cursed journey. But even he didn't know what to expect now. She had chosen to wield the heart. She had chosen to rewrite the future. But what that meant for them, what that meant for the world, remained an enigma. How do you feel? Nick's voice was soft, almost hesitant, as though testing the air before speaking. Charlotte turned toward him, offering a faint smile. I feel like the universe is waiting for me to make my next move. But even as she said it, she could feel the weight of her decision pressing down on her. The heart was alive. It wasn't a tool to be controlled. It was an entity unto itself, its will entwined with hers. As she examined the heart in her palm, the symbols engraved on its surface seemed to shimmer, glowing softly in the dimming light. She could hear a whisper, soft, like a voice in the back of her mind. She pressed her hand against it, feeling a pulse of warmth radiate from the core. It was alive, and it was speaking to her. Charlotte, the voice whispered again, not in words, but in thoughts. You are not ready. Her heart raced. Was it the heart speaking to her? Or something deeper within the fabric of time? Nick's hand gently rested on her shoulder, pulling her from her thoughts. We can figure this out. We'll find answers. Together. Charlotte nodded, though doubt gnawed at her insides. She had made a decision, but now, it felt like she was standing on the edge of an abyss, staring down into an endless void. She had made a choice, but what if that choice was a mistake? We need to move quickly, she said, her voice steady despite the turmoil within. The longer I hold the heart, the more unstable things will become. Time isn't static anymore, it's unraveled. We need to get to the nexus before everything collapses. The nexus. The place where all timelines converged. It was said to be the origin of time itself, the place where reality was first shaped. It was also the place where all things could be undone, or rewritten. Nick's face hardened. Then we move now. Together, they turned, making their way through the ruins of the shattered landscape. The once familiar world around them was barely recognizable. The sky flickered between day and night, the sun struggling to hold onto its position, as though time itself was unwilling to stay in one place. The ground shifted beneath their feet, cracks appearing in the earth, creating fissures that seemed to spiral down into nothingness. Charlotte's eyes darted around nervously. Something wasn't right. The world itself was breaking apart, and it seemed to be reacting to the heart, to her. She felt the pull, the tug of reality stretching thin, threatening to snap. We have to hurry, she said, her voice edged with urgency. Every second counts. Nick's hand shot out to grab her arm. Charlotte, listen to me. You need to focus. Don't let the heart control you. You're the one with the power now. Don't forget that. Charlotte shook her head, frustration bubbling up inside her. I'm trying, Nick. But it's not that simple. This thing doesn't listen. I can feel it. It's not like I thought it would be. The power, it pulls me in every direction. Nick stopped, forcing Charlotte to face him. You need to control it. Not the other way around. She looked into his eyes, and for the first time, she saw a flicker of fear in them. He was afraid, not for himself, but for her. I'm trying, she said again, her voice quiet, but I'm not sure I can. I don't know what's happening. The heart, it's like it wants something from me. Something I can't give. Suddenly, a crackle in the air interrupted their conversation. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and the world around them seemed to lurch sideways. The sky above them fractured, revealing flashes of chaotic, shifting timelines, some familiar, others unrecognizable. Time was breaking apart, splintering into infinite possibilities. And then, through the chaos, a figure emerged. Tall, cloaked in shadows, with eyes that glowed a strange, unnatural silver. It was neither man nor woman, but something in between, something beyond. Charlotte froze. The figure's presence was overwhelming, like a weight pressing down on her very soul. You shouldn't have done this, the figure's voice echoed, deep and resonant, vibrating through the air. The heart doesn't belong to you. It belongs to time itself. The figure stepped forward, their eyes locking with Charlotte's. There was something familiar about them, something haunting in the way they looked at her. You've made a terrible mistake, child, the figure continued. Time is not something you can control. It is something that controls you. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. Who are you? The figure tilted their head, an eerie smile tugging at the corner of their lips. I am the keeper of timelines. And you, Charlotte, are my greatest mistake. Before Charlotte could react, the figure raised a hand, and in an instant, the world around them shattered once more. The very fabric of reality tore apart, leaving them in a swirling vortex of chaos. The heart pulsed in Charlotte's hand, its light intensifying as the world began to disintegrate around them. She could hear the keeper's voice, like a distant whisper, filled with both warning and promise. You cannot escape what you've unleashed. Chapter 23. The Fracture of Time. The vortex spun around Charlotte, its edges sharp and jagged, tearing through her senses like a thousand whispers all at once. The heart pulsed in her hand, its glow brighter now, almost blinding in its intensity. Time itself seemed to bend and warp, the future and the past colliding in a chaotic storm of images and sounds that made her head spin. Nick was beside her, his grip tight on her arm, but his face was pale, his eyes wide with fear. The keeper's words echoed in her mind. You cannot escape what you've unleashed. Charlotte tried to steady her breath, focusing on the swirling chaos around them. Stay calm, she thought. Stay in control. But the heart, now more powerful than ever, fought against her resolve. It was a living, breathing force, and it wanted to break free. It wanted to change everything. What the hell is happening? Nick shouted over the roar of the storm. His voice sounded distant, distorted by the violent shift in the world. I don't know, Charlotte muttered, her voice shaking. She could feel it now, the presence of something dark, something ancient and malevolent. The keeper's warning lingered in her thoughts, twisting and tightening around her. You cannot escape what you've unleashed. The world around them flickered, like a broken film reel. A series of alternate realities flashed before her eyes. Images of worlds that shouldn't exist. Moments that never happened. Places that were gone, lost in the abyss. Some were beautiful, glowing with an ethereal light, while others were broken, shattered into fragments like the remnants of forgotten dreams. And in every one of them, she saw the same thing. The heart, pulsing at the center of it all. You have to focus, Charlotte. Nick's voice pierced through her thoughts, pulling her back to the present. We need to get to the nexus. Now. But the nexus seemed impossibly far away. In this fractured reality, even the path forward was unclear. Time wasn't linear anymore. It was scattered, a tangled mess of moments and timelines, all fighting to exist at once. Charlotte closed her eyes, trying to block out the chaos, trying to concentrate on one thing, the heart. If she could control the heart, maybe she could stabilize everything, stop the world from completely falling apart. But then, something shifted in the air. A cold breeze swept through the vortex, and the fragments of alternate worlds began to coalesce into a single, haunting vision. The Keeper. The figure was no longer a distant presence. It was here, within the chaos, towering over them like a storm cloud ready to strike. Its silver eyes gleamed with unrelenting power, and its voice echoed in the fracture of time. "You cannot fix this," the Keeper declared. "Time cannot be controlled. It can only be broken." Charlotte's heart hammered in her chest, and she tightened her grip on the heart. "No, I can fix this. I can make it right." The Keeper laughed, the sound ringing out like the chime of a broken clock. "You cannot rewrite fate, child. The heart is a weapon, not a tool. And once it is unleashed, there is no going back." The Keeper's hand reached forward, and Charlotte felt a cold, invisible force brush against her skin. It was as though the very fabric of time itself was being pulled, stretched thin. The heart reacted to the force, pulsing erratically, almost violently, as if it knew the danger they were in. "Charlotte," Nick said urgently, shaking her from her trance. "We need to move. This is no longer just about us. It's about everything. The world, the timelines, everything is collapsing because of what you've done." Charlotte's stomach dropped. She knew it. She could feel it in her bones. The world was breaking apart because of her. The heart was too powerful, too unstable. It was pulling everything into a singularity, collapsing the threads of time into one catastrophic moment. The Keeper's eyes locked onto hers. "You are too late. The nexus is already beyond your reach." "No," Charlotte shouted, a surge of defiance welling up inside her. The heart in her hand trembled, responding to her rising anger, its light blinding as it pulsed faster and faster. "I won't let you win. I won't let time be destroyed." With every ounce of strength she had left, Charlotte pressed the heart to her chest, closing her eyes, and focusing on the power that flowed through her. The heart was a force, yes. But it was her force, now. She had chosen it. She had to control it. She would control it. The world around her swirled faster, the Keeper's laughter fading into the background as Charlotte's focus sharpened. Time had unraveled, yes, but she wasn't going to let it consume her. She was going to use the heart. She was going to make it right. With a final, determined breath, Charlotte pushed the heart outward, releasing all the energy she had gathered into the vortex. The force of it was immense. Everything around her seemed to tremble as though the very foundation of reality was being torn apart. But she held on. She had to. The Keeper's face twisted in rage as the heart's light flooded the vortex, pushing against the chaos with an unstoppable force. The sound of cracking time echoed through the storm, the fabric of reality warping in response to the heart's power. "You cannot control me," the Keeper hissed, but there was uncertainty in its voice now. The force of Charlotte's will was overwhelming. "I don't need to control you," Charlotte whispered through gritted teeth. "I just need to survive." And in that moment, the heart's pulse reached a crescendo. A brilliant, blinding light erupted from it, and everything around them, the Keeper, the vortex, the fractured timelines, imploded into nothingness. For a breathless instant, there was silence. Then, the world around them began to stabilize. The sky above them was clear, the ground beneath them solid again. The swirling chaos was gone, replaced by a quiet stillness. Charlotte opened her eyes, breathing heavily, her heart racing. She had done it. They had done it. But the question remained, at what cost? Chapter 24. The Aftermath. Charlotte's head swam as the last remnants of the chaos faded away. Her hands, still gripping the heart, trembled from the sheer force of what they had just endured. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and something unfamiliar, like burnt electricity. Her skin was slick with sweat, and her breath came in ragged gasps. For a long moment, she simply stood there, staring at the horizon, unsure of what had just happened. Had they truly stopped the fracture? Was the world really whole again? Nick's voice cut through her thoughts, quiet but urgent. "Charlotte, are you okay?" She turned toward him, blinking as if waking from a dream. He looked exhausted, his eyes sunken, and his face pale, but there was a flicker of relief in his expression. The same relief she felt. The storm had passed, the storm that had nearly torn the fabric of existence itself. But now, they were on the other side of it. I think we did it, Charlotte said, her voice hoarse. She glanced down at the heart in her hands. The once blinding light was now dim, flickering faintly like a dying ember. Nick stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder. But at what cost? The question hung between them like a specter. They had averted the destruction of time, but what had been the price of their victory? The keeper was gone, but its warnings echoed in her mind. We stopped the fracture. The heart, it worked, Charlotte said, but even as the words left her mouth, she knew something was wrong. She could feel it, an unease settling deep in her chest. Charlotte, Nick said softly, his voice filled with concern, look. She followed his gaze, her heart sinking as she saw the crumbling ruins of what had once been a thriving city. Buildings, streets, and landmarks she recognized were now little more than rubble and dust. It was as though the world had been reset, but not fully. It was broken, incomplete. The wind carried the distant sounds of chaos, sirens, the shouts of people, the grinding of metal against metal. Something wasn't right. We did it, Charlotte whispered again, but this time the words tasted like ash in her mouth. But it didn't fix everything. It didn't restore the world. It created something else. Nick finished, his voice grim. Charlotte swallowed hard, a knot forming in her stomach. The heart, despite its overwhelming power, hadn't healed the world. It had merely stopped the collapse, but it hadn't undone the damage. The fracture had left scars on time, and those scars would never fully fade. Maybe we can fix this too, Charlotte said, though the words felt hollow. She clenched the heart tighter, its surface now cool beneath her fingers. She didn't know how, but she would find a way. She had to. Nick shook his head, his expression hardening. Charlotte, I don't think we can. Not by ourselves. She met his gaze, her heart pounding. What do you mean? He took a step back, glancing around at the devastation. You said it yourself, the world is broken. Time isn't fixed. It's fractured in ways we can't even comprehend. The heart, it's powerful, yes, but it's not enough to put it all back together. A chill ran through her, more unsettling than the chaos they had just fought through. What are you saying? Look at this. Nick gestured at the ruined city, at the fragmented landscape stretching out before them. This isn't just a physical collapse. The fabric of time, of reality, has been permanently altered. We've stopped the collapse, but there's something deeper at play here. Something we don't fully understand. Charlotte's mind raced, trying to grasp the magnitude of what he was saying. So, what? The world is stuck in a fractured timeline? Is that it? Not just the world, Nick said quietly. We are stuck in it too. Charlotte's breath hitched as the weight of his words settled over her. They had stopped the immediate threat, but they were now living in the aftermath of a broken world. A world that didn't quite fit together anymore. I don't think we can just go back, Nick continued, his voice low and urgent. Not to how things were before. We're not in the same reality anymore. The heart might have fixed the fracture, but we're still in the aftermath of its power. And that power, he glanced at the heart, still pulsating faintly in Charlotte's hands. It's still here. It's still changing things. Charlotte felt a deep sense of foreboding in her gut. The heart was still with them, still alive, and it was now a part of this fractured reality. It was an anchor to a world that had splintered, a key to understanding what had gone wrong, but also, perhaps, what they would have to sacrifice to fix it. We need to find answers, Charlotte whispered. She wasn't sure where the words came from, but they felt true. We can't just stand here. We need to figure out how to make things right. Nick nodded, but his expression was still clouded with doubt. And where do we even start? Who can help us now? Charlotte didn't have the answer. The keeper was gone. The nexus, once their only hope, was now a distant memory. She was left with only the heart, its dark power resonating with the shattered remnants of the world around them. But they couldn't stop now. Not after everything they had fought for. We start by moving forward, Charlotte said, the words feeling more like a vow than a suggestion. We start by finding what's left of the world and see if we can fix it. One piece at a time. Nick didn't argue. He didn't have the answers either. But the resolve in Charlotte's voice was enough to push him forward. There was no turning back now. As they set off into the ruins of the fractured city, the faint glow of the heart pulsing in the darkness, Charlotte couldn't shake the feeling that their battle was far from over. They had stopped one collapse, but the true war had only just begun. Chapter 25. Into the Depths. The ruins stretched on for miles, endless and desolate, like the aftermath of a nightmare that had spilled into reality. Every step Charlotte and Nick took echoed through the silence, the only sound the crunch of broken stone beneath their boots. The once vibrant city had become a graveyard of memories, its once bustling streets now empty and lifeless. Charlotte's eyes swept over the landscape, a knot tightening in her chest. The heart of the city, once the pulse of the world, was now nothing but a shadow of its former self. The buildings, tall and proud just days ago, were now skeletal remains, their frames twisted and warped as if the city had been torn apart by some invisible force. She gripped the heart tighter in her hands, feeling its pulse resonate with her own heartbeat. It was a constant reminder of the power they had wielded, and the responsibility that now weighed heavily on her shoulders. The heart had stopped the fracture, but it hadn't healed the world. Where do we even begin? Nick's voice broke through the silence, raw with frustration. Charlotte didn't have an answer. They had stopped the collapse, yes, but what came next? What was left of the world? She had always been a problem solver, a fighter, but this was different. This wasn't just a broken system that could be patched back together. This was reality itself, fractured at its core. She glanced over at Nick, his face drawn with exhaustion, his eyes haunted by the weight of everything they had just witnessed. They had seen so much, lost so much, but the hardest part was yet to come. We have to find the others, Charlotte said, her voice firm despite the uncertainty that gnawed at her insides. There have to be others who survive this. We can't do this alone. Nick nodded, though the doubt in his eyes lingered. But where do we start? The whole world's been changed. We can't just walk into another city and hope for the best. Charlotte's mind raced, thoughts tumbling over each other. They needed answers, a place to regroup, a way to understand what had truly happened. But where? The fractures were everywhere, not just in the fabric of time, but in the very foundation of the world. The nexus was gone, and with it, the only connection they had to the knowledge that could have guided them. What if the answers are deeper? Charlotte muttered under her breath. What if the real source of the fracture, the root of it all, is underground? Nick looked at her, confusion flickering across his face. Underground? Charlotte nodded slowly, her eyes narrowing as the thought solidified. The Keeper, the Nexus. They both warned us of things beneath the surface. Maybe that's where we'll find what we need to fix this. To heal the world. It was a shot in the dark, but it was all they had. And the heart was pulling her in that direction, as if it knew something they didn't, as if it was leading her toward an answer. I'm in, Nick said, his voice steady despite the uncertainty. But if we're going underground, we need to be prepared. Who knows what's waiting down there? Charlotte nodded. She didn't need to be told twice. They had already seen enough to know that they weren't dealing with just a fractured world. There were forces at play that they didn't understand, and they needed to be ready for whatever they might encounter. Together, they made their way toward the remnants of the city center, where a crumbled subway entrance lay partially buried under a pile of concrete and debris. It was a stark contrast to the once bustling transit hub that had served as the lifeblood of the city, but now, it was little more than a forgotten relic, hidden beneath the weight of destruction. Charlotte approached the entrance cautiously, her fingers brushing over the cracked stone. The air around her seemed to thrum with energy, the heart pulsing softly in her hands, as if it could sense what lay beneath. Ready? Nick asked, his hand resting on the old metal doorframe. Charlotte nodded, steeling herself for what was to come. They had no idea what they would find underground, but it was their only lead. And if there was even a chance that the answers to the world's survival were hidden down there, she would face whatever it took to find them. With a deep breath, She pushed the door open, the metal scraping against stone, sending a shiver down her spine. A dark staircase descended into the unknown. Without a word, they descended into the depths of the ruined city, the weight of their mission heavy on their shoulders. Each step down felt like a journey into another world, a world where the fractures had begun, where the heart had been born, and where, perhaps, they would find the key to healing everything that had been broken. The air grew colder as they moved deeper into the bowels of the earth, the silence growing more oppressive with each step. The only sound was the faint beat of the heart, resonating in the dark like a heartbeat in the void. They reached the bottom, and the sight that greeted them made Charlotte's breath catch in her throat. Before them was a cavernous underground chamber, its walls lined with strange, glowing symbols. The air buzzed with energy, thick and electric, as if something ancient and powerful had been buried here long ago. At the center of the chamber stood a massive stone pedestal, and atop it, a single object. An orb, glowing with an ethereal, pulsating light. It was unlike anything Charlotte had ever seen. The energy radiating from it was both familiar and foreign, and the heart in her hands seemed to respond to it, pulsing more rapidly. "This," Nick whispered, his voice barely audible. "This is it, isn't it? This is what we were meant to find." Charlotte stepped forward, the weight of destiny pressing down on her. She didn't know how, but she could feel it. The orb was connected to the heart. Connected to everything. This was the next piece of the puzzle. With a trembling hand, she reached out to touch it. Chapter 26. The Orb's Secret. Charlotte's fingers hovered above the orb, the pulsating light casting shadows that danced across the stone floor. The air around her hummed with a power she could feel deep in her bones. She had no idea what this was, but instinct told her it was something ancient, something far beyond anything she could comprehend. The heart in her hands seemed to thrash in response, its rhythm quickening, as if drawn to the orb's energy. "You should be careful," Nick's voice was low, his eyes wary as he watched her. But Charlotte couldn't stop herself. She had come this far, and the answer was so close, so tantalizingly within reach. Without another moment's hesitation, she pressed her palm against the orb. The moment her skin made contact, the chamber seemed to explode in a surge of energy. The walls trembled as if the very earth was shaking beneath them. Charlotte's pulse skyrocketed as the light from the orb flared brighter, illuminating every corner of the cavern. It felt like time itself had stopped, like the universe was holding its breath. And then, silence. The light receded, and the cavern was plunged into darkness. Charlotte blinked, trying to adjust to the sudden change, but something was different. The air was heavier now, thicker with an unfamiliar presence. Her heart raced, and she instinctively clutched the heart tighter, its energy still thrumming in her hands, as if it was trying to communicate something. "I don't like this," Nick said, his voice now sharp with tension. He stepped closer, his gaze scanning the chamber. "Something's wrong. This wasn't supposed to happen." Charlotte didn't respond immediately. She could feel the change within her, something stirring beneath the surface, deep inside her chest where the heart had always been. It was like the very fabric of her being had been altered, and she knew, without a doubt, that it was tied to the orb's power. Suddenly, the cavern shook again, more violently this time, and the stone floor cracked beneath their feet. Charlotte stumbled, almost losing her balance, but Nick grabbed her arm, steadying her. "Charlotte," Nick began, but he was cut off by a low, guttural sound, rising from the depths of the chamber. From the shadows, a figure emerged. It was cloaked in darkness, its shape flickering in and out of view, like smoke. It moved unnaturally, its limbs jerking in a way that made Charlotte's skin crawl. The figure stepped forward, and the air seemed to grow colder. Its face was obscured by a hood, but its eyes, bright and cold, like twin orbs of frozen fire, glowed with an eerie light. Charlotte felt her blood run cold. "What is that?" Nick whispered, his voice trembling as he took a step back. Charlotte didn't answer, her eyes fixed on the figure that was now fully in view. The figure raised one long, bony hand, and Charlotte felt the heart in her hands tremble, almost as if it were trying to warn her. The orb on the pedestal hummed once again, its light flickering in time with the figure's movements. Do not fear what you have awakened. The figure's voice was deep, resonant, and reverberated through the chamber. It was as if the voice itself had no origin, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. You have sought the answers, and now you will pay the price. Charlotte's heart raced, her grip tightening on the heart. The orb, the figure, everything was connected, and she didn't understand how, but the power she had just unleashed was far beyond her control. What is this place? Charlotte managed to say, her voice barely above a whisper. The figure tilted its head, as if amused by her question. This is where it all began. The origin of the fracture. The heart you carry is a part of the whole. And the orb you have touched, it paused, its eyes narrowing, is the key to undoing everything. Or sealing the fate of this world forever. Nick moved closer to Charlotte, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, though she knew there was nothing in their arsenal that could fight what stood before them. The key? Charlotte echoed. Undoing the fracture? How? The figure laughed, a low, dissonant sound that made Charlotte's stomach twist with unease. You think the heart can fix everything? You think the orb can restore balance? The figure's eyes blazed with a strange intensity. You do not know the price of such power. It is not as simple as you imagine. Charlotte took a steadying breath, trying to force the fear down. She was here for answers. She had to press forward. Then tell me what I'm supposed to do. What's the next step? She demanded, her voice stronger than she felt. The figure stepped closer, its presence overwhelming. You are not ready to hear the truth, it said, almost pityingly. But you will be soon enough. The heart is the instrument of fate. And you, Charlotte, are the key to its completion. It raised its hand once more, and Charlotte felt the air around her shift. The heart in her hands pulsed, its rhythm syncing with the strange energy that radiated from the orb. The ground beneath them quaked again, this time with greater force. Leave this place, the figure said, its voice an order now. Before you release the final fragment of destruction. Charlotte's heart pounded in her chest, but she couldn't back down. Not now. She had come too far. I'm not leaving, she said, her voice steady despite the panic bubbling in her stomach. Not without answers. The figure's eyes gleamed, and Charlotte could feel the power shifting in the room, thickening with each passing second. The energy from the orb intensified, and the heart in her hands throbbed as if reacting to the forces at play. I warned you, the figure said, its voice now almost a whisper. Once the heart is united with the orb, there is no turning back. You will either save this world, or doom it. Charlotte's fingers tightened around the heart, and the orb's glow pulsed once more, almost as if beckoning her forward. She didn't know what awaited her, but the choice was clear. She had come this far, and the answers she sought were just within reach. With a final glance at Nick, who stood silently by her side, Charlotte stepped forward, her hand reaching for the orb once more. The moment her fingers made contact with it, a blinding light exploded from the pedestal. Chapter 27. The Price of Power. The world exploded in a flash of blinding light, and Charlotte felt herself being pulled into an endless void. For what felt like an eternity, there was nothing, no sound, no sensation, just the oppressive weight of nothingness pressing in on her from every direction. Her thoughts, once racing, seemed to freeze in the space between time. And then, with a sharp jolt, everything stopped. Charlotte gasped, her lungs burning as if she had been holding her breath for too long. She blinked rapidly, trying to focus on her surroundings. She was no longer in the cavern, no longer with Nick or the figure. The air was different here, cool, sterile, and the ground beneath her was smooth, like marble. Slowly, she stood, her legs unsteady as if they had forgotten how to carry her. She felt different, heavy, as if something within her had shifted. Her hand instinctively went to her chest where the heart rested, but it was gone. In its place was something colder, something that pulsed with a strange, foreign energy. What? Charlotte whispered, her voice echoing in the silence. She turned in a circle, taking in her surroundings. The room she was in was vast, its walls stretching upwards into an unseeable distance. Tall, narrow windows lined the stone walls, casting long shadows across the floor. There was no sign of the orb, no trace of the figure. Just an eerie, still quiet that settled over her like a suffocating blanket. A noise broke the stillness, a whisper, faint but clear, curling into her ears like a thread of smoke. You've crossed the line. Charlotte's heart thudded in her chest as the words seemed to resonate in her mind. She spun around, her breath quickening. There was no one here, yet the voice filled the room. The same chilling, distorted voice that had spoken to her earlier. This place is a prison. Charlotte's pulse quickened. A prison? A shape flickered at the edge of her vision, dark, formless. She turned, eyes wide, but there was nothing there. But then, slowly, the space before her began to twist and bend. The marble floor cracked, and the air shimmered with a strange, flickering light. It was as if the fabric of the room itself was starting to unravel. The voice came again, clearer now. You have unlocked the final stage, Charlotte. And now you will face the consequences. Charlotte's chest tightened with dread. The heart, the orb, her power, everything was swirling inside her, pulling her in so many different directions. She couldn't tell what was real, what was illusion. I don't understand, Charlotte whispered, her voice breaking. What is this place? What do you want from me? The space around her seemed to shift. The floor trembled beneath her feet. And then, in a sudden explosion of light, a figure appeared before her. It was tall, shadowed, its features indistinct, just a silhouette of power and darkness. The air around it crackled with energy, as if the figure itself was the very embodiment of the power Charlotte had unleashed. You still don't understand, do you? The figure's voice was cold, unfeeling. You think the heart, the orb, the power, they are the key to saving this world. But they are just pieces of a much larger game. Charlotte's legs nearly gave way beneath her. The figure's presence was overwhelming, its power suffocating. But she stood tall, forcing herself to meet the figure's gaze. What game? Charlotte managed to say, her voice shaking but defiant. What is all of this for? The figure's laugh was hollow, like the sound of a bell tolling in the distance. The game of life and death, it said simply. The balance has been disrupted. The world is broken. And you, Charlotte, are the one who will either restore it or finish breaking it. Why me? Charlotte demanded, her heart racing. Why did you choose me? The figure's eyes gleamed, but there was no sympathy, no warmth in them. You were never chosen. You stumbled upon this power, this curse. And now you must learn the truth. The heart you carry is a fragment of something much older. The orb was never a tool for saving the world. It was a prison. A prison for the very force that seeks to consume everything. Charlotte's blood ran cold. A prison? The figure nodded, its form flickering with an almost imperceptible distortion. The force you've awakened is not something to be wielded. It is something that will use you, bend you, destroy you. Charlotte staggered back, her mind reeling. I didn't know. You couldn't have known, the figure said softly, its voice softer now, almost regretful. But you are the one who has unlocked its power. And you are the one who must now bear the consequences. Charlotte's chest tightened as she clutched her arms around herself, as if the figure's words were seeping into her very skin. She could feel it now, the power that had surged through her earlier, pulsing beneath her skin like a restless beast. What am I supposed to do? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. How'd I stop this? The figure tilted its head, and for the first time, there was a flicker of something like pity, in its eyes. You can't stop it, it said softly. But you can make a choice. Embrace the power and let it consume you, or reject it and risk everything. Charlotte's mind spun. Embrace it? Reject it? The choice seemed impossible, and yet the figure had made it clear. There was no escape. Whatever she chose, she would change the fate of the world. I don't know if I'm strong enough to make this decision, Charlotte whispered, her voice trembling. The figure's expression was unreadable, its eyes cold and empty. Strength is not what you need, Charlotte. You need resolve, because the price of power is never easy, and in the end, it is always your soul that pays. The air around her seemed to grow thicker, colder, pressing in on her from all sides. She could feel the weight of the decision bearing down on her, suffocating her. Make your choice, the figure said, fading into the darkness. Before it's too late. Charlotte stood alone, her heart pounding in her chest as she faced the gravity of her decision. There was no going back. But whatever path she chose, she knew one thing for certain. The world would never be the same again. Chapter 28. The Heart's Echo. Charlotte stood frozen, the weight of the figure's words pressing heavily on her chest. The darkness around her seemed to pulse, throbbing in rhythm with her heart. Her breath came in shallow gasps as the shadows crept closer, stretching across the cold marble floor like tendrils reaching for her. Embrace the power, the voice whispered, curling around her like smoke. Or reject it and risk everything. She clenched her fists, trying to steady herself, but the truth of the figure's words had already dug its claws into her heart. She could feel the pull of the force within her, seething beneath her skin. The power she had unleashed, no, the power she had awakened, was like a living thing, twisting and turning, hungry for control. Charlotte's mind was spinning. How could she choose? Embrace it, part of her whispered. Embrace it and finally become something more than ordinary. Become a force that could reshape the world. But the other side of her, the part that had fought so hard to protect her humanity, recoiled in terror. No, this power, it's not meant for anyone to wield. It will consume you. It will break you. Her head ached, her thoughts spiraling, until all she could do was clutch her chest, feeling the cold, alien heartbeat of the force that now lived inside her. Make your choice, the figure had said. But how? How was she supposed to choose when the very core of her being was being torn in two directions? Her knees buckled, and she sank to the floor, gasping for air. Her hands trembled as she touched the smooth surface beneath her, her thoughts racing, desperate for something, anything, to make sense of the chaos inside her. Maybe there's still time to make it right, she thought, but doubt gnawed at her. What if there was no way back? What if once she made this choice, everything would change forever, beyond repair? Suddenly, the ground beneath her seemed to shift, and the marble cracked with a loud, resonating boom. Charlotte looked up, her heart leaping in her chest, as a light began to flicker in the distance. A soft hum filled the air, steady and insistent. It was the same sound she had heard when she first discovered the heart, the same resonance that had called to her, drawing her into this strange, cursed power. Charlotte stood, legs trembling, her breath shallow. The light grew stronger, brighter, until it enveloped her entirely. She could feel the pull of it, the way it vibrated through her very bones. It was the same feeling she had experienced when she first held the heart, the same temptation, the same seduction of power. She knew she was being pulled in. Her fingers tingled with the familiar, impossible urge to touch it, to feel the energy surge through her. But she hesitated. Something deep inside her, something primal, knew that this wasn't just about power. This was about control. This was about her. And she wasn't sure she could give that up. Was this worth it? The light pulsed again, louder now, and Charlotte staggered toward it, driven by something deeper than thought. The whispers of the power called to her, soothing her fear, promising her strength, freedom, the ability to remake the world in her image. But even as her fingertips brushed the light, something cold clamped around her heart. A voice, her voice, whispered back to her, "Power demands a price." Charlotte's hand jerked back, her pulse racing. She gasped, a chill creeping down her spine. There was something wrong, something she hadn't fully realized before. She had been so focused on the allure of the power, on the promise of what it could give her, that she had failed to see what it was truly taking from her. She could feel it now, the rippling wave of emptiness that threatened to swallow her whole. "Why is it so cold?" she whispered, the words escaping her before she could stop them. And then, just like that, the light flickered, and a figure emerged from the shadows, the same figure she had seen before. The figure who had spoken the cryptic words about the consequences. The figure stepped closer, its presence more imposing than ever. It was no longer a shadow, no longer formless, but a tall, indistinct shape, cloaked in darkness. Its eyes glowed faintly, like two embers burning in the night. "You've felt it, haven't you?" the figure's voice rumbled, low and steady. "The price. It is not just your humanity that will be stripped away, Charlotte. It is everything you are. Charlotte backed away, her pulse thudding in her ears. The figure's words were heavy with finality, a cruel truth she had been avoiding. She had known the cost of power wasn't free, but now it was all too clear. The heart, it was never a gift, the figure continued. It was always a curse, a prison for a force beyond your comprehension. And now, it's inside you. Whether you accept it or not, you are bound to it. No, Charlotte whispered, shaking her head, her voice barely audible. I didn't mean for this. The figure's gaze was unwavering. It doesn't matter what you meant. What matters now is what you will become. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat as the weight of the truth hit her. She had unleashed something she couldn't control, something that was far more powerful than her. And now, there was no going back. You have two choices, the figure said, its voice colder now. Embrace the power fully, and let it consume you, or reject it, and face the consequences of what you've unleashed. The air grew colder, the darkness pressing in on her like a living thing. Charlotte's breath came out in shaky gasps, and she clenched her fists, determined not to break. I can't let this destroy me, she thought fiercely. I won't let it take everything I am. Her decision was clear now, but the path she had to walk would not be easy. The cost of power was steep. But she would face it. She would face whatever it took to survive this. I choose to fight, she said, her voice trembling but resolute. I won't let it consume me. I will control it. The figure's eyes glowed brighter, like twin flames flickering in the darkness. For a moment, there was silence, heavy, suffocating silence, before the figure spoke once more, its voice softer this time, almost approving. Then prove it, it said. Prove you can master what you've unleashed. And with that, the figure vanished, leaving Charlotte standing alone in the darkness, her heart thundering in her chest. She had made her choice. But now, the real battle would begin. Chapter 29. The Edge of Oblivion. Charlotte stood at the precipice of the unknown, the shadows swirling around her like a living, breathing thing. The heart inside her pulsed with a fierce intensity, thrumming against her chest, demanding her attention. It was no longer a whisper, no longer a soft call. It was an urgent, insistent force, pulling her towards something she couldn't fully comprehend. Every step she took seemed to carry more weight, as though the very ground beneath her was shifting, with every movement. The air was thick with the scent of something ancient and wild, like the very fabric of time was unraveling around her. The truth she had known, the truth she had tried to ignore for so long, had come crashing down on her. She wasn't just holding power. She was becoming it. The heart wasn't just a source of strength. It was a manifestation of something much darker, much older, and it was slowly beginning to seep into her, bending her to its will. She clenched her fists at her sides, the power swirling beneath her skin like a storm, threatening to break free at any moment. There were moments when it felt like she could control it, when the force was a thing she could tame. But those moments were fleeting, like trying to hold water in her hands. There had been no time for answers. The figure's cryptic warnings, the curses of the heart, it was all too much to process. Every step she had taken to understand the heart had only led her deeper into confusion. Every person she had trusted, every decision she had made, now felt like part of an intricate web, tangled and impossible to escape. Now, standing alone in the ruins of the ancient city, Charlotte knew she had to make a choice. A choice that would decide not just her fate, but the fate of everything. The city was silent, save for the occasional creak of crumbling stone. The buildings around her, once grand and full of life, were now little more than hollow shells, their intricate carvings faded and worn with time. It was as if the city itself had once known the price of power, and had fallen victim to it. How long before I become like this city? Charlotte wondered. How long before I crumble under the weight of what I've become? A cold gust of wind swept through the streets, and Charlotte's thoughts were interrupted. Her eyes flicked toward the horizon, where a figure emerged from the shadows. It was him. Ronan. Her heart skipped a beat at the sight of him. The last time they had spoken, he had been so distant, so closed off. The weight of the truth about the heart had strained their bond, But seeing him now, standing there in the fading light, Charlotte felt something stir within her. Something familiar. Something she had almost forgotten. Charlotte, Ronan's voice was low, tinged with something unreadable. He took a step toward her, the dust of the ruined city swirling around his feet as if the wind itself feared him. Ronan, Charlotte replied, her voice thick with emotion. What are you doing here? I came to find you, he said, his gaze unwavering. You've changed. The heart, it's already inside you, isn't it? Charlotte swallowed hard, the weight of his words sinking in. He had known. Of course, he had known. Ronan had always been attuned to things she couldn't fully grasp, and now, standing face to face with him, she realized just how much she had been hiding from him, and from herself. I don't know what to do, she whispered, her voice raw. It's too much. I can't control it. Ronan's expression softened for a moment, his gaze flickering with concern. But then, a shadow crossed his features, and the hardness returned. You're not the first person to be tempted by this power, Charlotte, he said, his voice low and dangerous. But you might be the last. What do you mean? She asked, her heart beginning to race. Ronan stepped closer, his eyes dark with something she couldn't quite place. The heart doesn't just offer power. It offers control, and the price of that control is more than you realize. You're not the only one who's been seeking it. Charlotte's mind reeled as she tried to process his words. You're saying, someone else is after it? He nodded grimly. Not just someone. They've been after it for centuries. They've been waiting for the right moment, for someone to unlock its potential. Charlotte felt a chill run down her spine. Who are they? Ronan's eyes narrowed, his jaw clenched. That's the question we need to answer before it's too late. Before Charlotte could ask another question, the ground beneath them trembled. The air crackled with energy, and a low hum vibrated through her very bones. It was happening. The power was awakening. Charlotte's heart hammered in her chest as she looked at Ronan. His face had gone pale, his eyes wild with realization. We don't have much time, he said, grabbing her wrist and pulling her toward the darkened streets. We need to move, now. Charlotte hesitated, torn between fear and the pull of the heart inside her. The temptation to embrace the power, to let it consume her, was stronger than ever. But she knew she couldn't do this alone. Where are we going? She asked, trying to ignore the pounding in her chest. There's a place, a sanctuary, Ronan said, his voice strained. It's the only place we can go where the heart's power won't take full control. We have to get there before they do. The urgency in his voice pushed Charlotte into action. They ran through the ruined streets, their footsteps echoing in the silence, a desperate race against time. The world around them seemed to blur as they pushed forward, but Charlotte couldn't ignore the sense of dread building in her chest. They were running toward something, toward safety, or toward their doom. Only time would tell. Chapter 30. The Sanctuary. The night was closing in, a suffocating blanket of darkness that seemed to swallow every sound, every heartbeat. Charlotte's breath came in sharp, uneven gasps as she and Ronan darted through the crumbling city streets, the shadows playing tricks on her mind. The pulsating hum of the heart was a constant thrum beneath her ribs, and she could feel the weight of it growing heavier, a storm building, just beneath the surface. We're almost there. Ronan's voice was tight, his grip on her wrist never loosening as he pulled her forward. She nodded, trying to ignore the rising panic that clawed at her chest. They had to reach the sanctuary, the only place where the heart's power might be contained. But with every step, she could feel the ground beneath her feet vibrating, like some unseen force was pulling at her, drawing her back. Who are they, Ronan? She demanded, her voice hoarse. Who are the ones after the heart? And why did they wait so long to make their move? Ronan's jaw clenched, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a wariness that sent chills down her spine. They are the Wardens, he said, as if speaking the name alone carried weight. An ancient order that has been hunting the heart for centuries. Their sole purpose is to control its power, to wield it for their own gain. Charlotte's pulse quickened. The Wardens were an ancient order, but they had been little more than whispers until now. What do they want with it? She asked, the question burning in her mind. They don't just want the heart, Ronan said, his voice low and full of danger. They want to unlock it fully, and when they do, they'll have power that no one can imagine. It will break the world, Charlotte. Destroy everything. Her stomach twisted in knots at the gravity of his words. And you think we can stop them? I know we can, Ronan said, his eyes dark and determined. But we need the sanctuary. Without it, the heart will consume you, and with you, it will consume everything. Charlotte's mind raced as they continued to run, her footsteps pounding against the stone streets. The sanctuary. Ronan hadn't told her much about it, but it was the only hope they had left. If they could reach it, if they could keep the heart contained, maybe, just maybe, they could stop the wardens, before it was too late. The city was a labyrinth, a twisting maze of alleyways and forgotten streets. The air was thick with dust and the scent of decay, but still, Charlotte could feel the hum of the heart growing stronger, its influence spreading like wildfire. She could hear it now, the whispers in the back of her mind, calling to her. You are its chosen one. Let go. Embrace me. Together, we can rule. The voice was sweet, seductive. But Charlotte shook her head, pushing back against it. She couldn't let herself be consumed. Not now. Not when the world was hanging in the balance. Suddenly, Ronan stopped, his body tense. He turned to her, his expression grave. We're here. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat as she looked around. They had reached the edge of the city, where the ruins gave way to a dense forest. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their branches twisting into the sky, blocking out what little moonlight remained. In the center of the forest stood an ancient stone structure, barely visible through the tangled undergrowth. It looked like a temple, its stone walls overgrown with ivy, as if nature itself was trying to reclaim it. But there was something about it, something that felt different. This is the sanctuary? Charlotte asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Ronan nodded, his eyes scanning the shadows. This place was built long before the city fell. It was designed to keep the heart's power contained. Only those who are truly worthy can enter, and only if they're strong enough to resist the heart's pull. Charlotte swallowed hard. She wasn't sure if she was worthy, or even strong enough. The heart had already begun to take hold of her, and with each passing moment, it was harder to resist its call. Are we safe here? She asked, stepping closer to the stone temple. For now, Ronan said, his gaze hardening. But the wardens are close. And once they find out we're here, they won't stop until they've taken the heart. We don't have much time. Charlotte took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. Then we need to act quickly. Ronan nodded, leading her toward the entrance of the sanctuary. The massive stone doors loomed ahead, ancient runes carved into their surface, their meaning lost to time. Ronan placed his hand against the stone, his fingers tracing the symbols, muttering something under his breath. A low hum filled the air, and Charlotte felt the ground shift beneath her feet. The doors creaked open, revealing the dark interior of the temple. She could feel the weight of the heart pressing against her, its presence so close now that it was almost unbearable. We need to get inside, Ronan urged. Quickly. Charlotte stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the sanctuary. The air inside was thick with the scent of incense and old stone, a strange sense of calm settling over her. But it didn't last. As soon as she crossed the threshold, the heart reacted, its power surging inside her, trying to break free. Ronan, she gasped, her knees buckling as the pressure built. It's too much. Ronan was beside her in an instant, his hand gripping her arm tightly. Stay with me, Charlotte. Don't let it take you. But it was too late. The heart had already begun its work, and Charlotte could feel herself slipping away, her vision blurring as the darkness closed in. And then, she heard it, the distant sound of footsteps, growing louder. The wardens had found them. Run! Ronan's voice was urgent. We can't fight them here. Not yet. The heart needs to be sealed. Charlotte nodded, her mind barely functioning as she fought to keep the darkness at bay. They had to move. They had to survive. But the wardens were closing in, and the sanctuary might not be enough to keep them safe. Chapter 31. The Veil of Shadows. Charlotte's breath came in ragged gasps as the weight of the heart pushed her deeper into a state of despair. The once soothing presence of the sanctuary now felt more like a trap. The air was heavy with magic, and the stone beneath her feet seemed to pulse with every beat of the heart's dark rhythm. Her mind was a storm of swirling thoughts, the heart's whispers louder than ever. Let go, Charlotte. Embrace your true power. We can conquer this world together. No, Charlotte whispered, shaking her head. I won't let you control me. But the heart's influence was undeniable. Every breath she took felt like a struggle against the force, trying to claim her, to use her as a vessel. The darkness that filled her mind wasn't just the heart. It was the same shadow that had haunted her since the moment she first touched its power. Ronan's voice cut through her swirling thoughts, sharp and commanding. Charlotte, focus. We need to get to the heart's chamber before they break through. The wardens are coming. His words seemed to penetrate the haze that had settled over her, and she blinked, her vision clearing, for a moment. She looked around, seeing the grand stone pillars of the sanctuary hall rising high above her, their surfaces covered in ancient runes that pulsed with faint light. This place, it was more than just a sanctuary. It was a vault, a prison for the heart. Where's the chamber? She managed to rasp, her voice strained. Ronan didn't waste a second. He grabbed her hand, pulling her through the shadowed hall. Follow me, he said, urgency flooding his tone. The heart is powerful, but if we can seal it, we can stop the wardens. We have to make it to the chamber. Charlotte stumbled behind him, her feet barely able to keep up as the pulse of the heart grew stronger, with every step. She could feel the floor trembling beneath her as if the sanctuary itself was starting to shake in response to the heart's awakening. Her hand clutched Ronan's arm desperately. Why didn't you tell me about the heart's full power? She demanded, her words coming out in a rush. Why didn't you warn me about what it would do to me? Ronan's jaw tightened, and he shot her a glance over his shoulder. I didn't know how to explain it. You needed to make the choice, Charlotte. You needed to feel its power for yourself. Only then would you understand. She wasn't sure if she was ready to understand, but she had no choice now. The power was part of her, as much a part of her as her own heartbeat. They rounded a corner, and Charlotte saw it, an enormous stone door, ancient and weathered, but still standing strong. Its surface was etched with more of the glowing runes, the symbols pulsing with energy. The chamber lay beyond it, a space that could either save them or damn them all. Here, Ronan said, stopping before the door. This is the heart's chamber. Once we seal it, we won't be able to access it again. Not without extreme measures. Charlotte nodded, trying to steady herself as she approached the door. The pull of the heart was overwhelming now, its power so close that it was almost suffocating. She could feel it in her bones, in her soul. But the wardens weren't far behind. She could hear their voices, low and guttural, murmuring in the dark. They were closing in. Their steps were unmistakable. Their presence loomed like a shadow in the corridor. Open it, Charlotte said, her voice raw but determined. We don't have much time. Ronan placed his hands against the stone, his fingers tracing the runes. A low hum vibrated through the air, and the massive door began to creak open, the sound echoing through the empty halls. As the door inched wider, a blinding light began to pour out, spilling into the darkened space like liquid fire. It was the heart. It pulsed within the chamber, its form a swirling mass of energy and light, as beautiful as it was terrifying. It called to her, pulling at her, demanding her attention. Come to me, Charlotte. You know you want to. You were meant for this. Her heart pounded in her chest, but she gritted her teeth, pushing back against its seductive voice. She couldn't let it win. Not now. Not after everything she had fought for. Ronan stepped aside, his face grim. Do it. Seal it, Charlotte. She stepped forward, her hand trembling as she reached for the heart. The closer she got, the more she felt the tendrils of its power wrap around her, tugging at her very being. Her pulse quickened, her vision blurring as the heart's influence intensified. But there was something else, a barrier within her, a resistance she hadn't known existed. You have to fight it, a voice whispered inside her head. You are stronger than it. Charlotte's breath caught in her throat as she reached the heart, her fingers brushing against its glowing surface. The power surged through her, but she didn't recoil. Instead, she pressed her palm flat against it, letting the energy flow into her, into every cell of her being. She felt her body shudder as her mind collided with the heart's consciousness. For a moment, there was no space between them, just endless swirling light, blinding and powerful. It tried to push her down, to make her submit, but she fought back. You don't control me, Charlotte thought fiercely, summoning every ounce of strength she had. I am not yours to command. The light flared brightly, and for a heartbeat, everything went still. Then, with a deafening crack, the energy that had been swirling in the chamber shot outward, and Charlotte slammed her hands against the heart. A wave of power erupted from her, radiating out into the room. The heart flared once more, and then, just as quickly, it began to dim. Ronan rushed to her side, his eyes wide with astonishment. You did it, he whispered, his voice a mixture of awe and disbelief. But Charlotte didn't answer. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the cold stone floor, gasping for breath. The heart was sealed, for now, at least. But she could still feel it. Its presence, just beneath the surface, waiting, watching, and the wardens were closing in. We don't have much time, Ronan said, his voice urgent once more. They'll be here soon. Charlotte nodded, her mind racing. The sanctuary was no longer safe. And soon, neither would she be. Chapter 32. Whispers of the Forgotten. Charlotte's hands trembled as she lay on the cold stone floor of the heart's chamber, her breathing shallow and labored. The aftershocks of the heart's power still reverberated through her veins, and she could feel its whispers seeping through her thoughts, relentless and insistent. You think you've won, Charlotte? This is just the beginning. She gritted her teeth, clenching her fists as if that would silence the voice. But the more she fought, the more it seemed to echo within her, a constant reminder that no matter how much power she had, the heart would always be a part of her now. It had marked her, claimed her, and there was no going back. Ronan knelt beside her, his brow furrowed in concern. Charlotte, are you all right? She didn't answer immediately. How could she? How could she explain that a part of her was both terrified and exhilarated by the power that now flowed through her? She had sealed the heart, but she didn't feel victorious. In truth, she felt more vulnerable than ever before. Ronan, we need to leave, she said, her voice hoarse. The wardens are coming. They'll want to finish what they started. Ronan's face hardened at the mention of the wardens. He stood, offering her his hand. We're not safe here anymore. The heart's power may be sealed, but the sanctuary is still under their control. We need to move fast. Charlotte nodded, accepting his hand and rising to her feet. She swayed slightly, still feeling the lingering pull of the heart, but she forced herself to steady. There was no time to dwell on it. They had a plan, and it was the only way out. Together, they moved swiftly through the winding corridors of the sanctuary. The walls seemed to close in on them as they passed, the ancient stone echoing their footsteps. The sanctuary, once a place of refuge, now felt more like a tomb. As they reached the outer hall, the sound of footsteps echoed ahead. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. They were here. The wardens were close. The hollow sound of their boots against the stone reverberated through the corridors, and she could feel the weight of their presence drawing nearer. They're almost here, she whispered urgently. Ronan pulled her to a stop, his eyes scanning the hallway ahead. We don't have much time. We need to get to the door at the far end of the hall. It leads to the old tunnels beneath the sanctuary. Once we're there, we can escape. But Charlotte wasn't so sure. The wardens were relentless, and the tunnels, while offering a possible escape, also held their own dangers. They were ancient and twisted, far from the safe refuge they once promised. A sharp sound, like a door crashing open, echoed through the hall. Charlotte's breath caught in her throat. They're here, she said, her voice tight with panic. Ronan grabbed her wrist and began pulling her toward the far door. We have no choice now. They ran. The sounds of pursuit grew louder, the wardens closing in. Charlotte could feel the weight of their pursuit like a shadow behind them, a threat that pushed her to run faster, harder. The heavy door loomed ahead, and just as they reached it, a cold voice rang out from the darkness. Stop. Charlotte's heart stopped as she turned to face the voice. It was deep, resonant, and filled with cold authority. The wardens had arrived. A figure stepped out of the shadows, their eyes gleaming like ice. It was the leader of the wardens, a man she had never seen before, but one whose presence radiated danger. His hair was dark, slicked back, and his face was sharp, his expression cold and calculating. He wore robes of black and silver, the insignia of the wardens emblazoned on his chest. "You sealed the heart," he said, his voice almost a growl. "You think you've won? You've only sealed your own fate, Charlotte." Ronan stepped forward, placing himself between Charlotte and the leader. His eyes were hard, defiant. "We're leaving, and you won't stop us." The leader's lips curled into a sinister smile. "You don't understand, do you?" he said. "The heart doesn't just give power, it controls. And you, Charlotte, are its vessel. You think you can escape it? You've already been marked. It's only a matter of time before you're ours." Charlotte's blood ran cold. She felt the weight of the heart inside her, its pulse echoing through her, like a drumbeat. She had hoped the heart could be controlled, that sealing it would somehow sever their connection. But the leader's words confirmed what she had feared. It wasn't just power, it was a bond, one she couldn't break. She stepped forward, her hands shaking, but her voice firm. "I'm not yours," she said, her eyes meeting his. "And I'm not going to be." The leader's smile deepened, though there was a cruel edge to it. "We'll see about that." He raised his hand, and Charlotte felt a surge of energy in the air, thick and oppressive. The wardens behind him began to move, closing in on them. Ronan reacted first, his hand flashing to his side, where a blade gleamed in the dim light. He didn't hesitate. With a swift motion, he launched himself toward the leader, but the wardens surged forward, their movements faster than Charlotte could process. The room erupted into chaos. Charlotte's pulse quickened as she turned, seeing the wardens advancing on Ronan. She had to act. She had no choice. Her hands trembled as she reached out, a spark of magic coursing through her fingertips. The heart's power surged in response, almost as if it recognized her intent. She could feel it, hot and wild, urging her to use it, to wield it. No, not yet, she thought, clenching her hands into fists. But she could feel the heart's power urging her forward, pushing her to fight, to destroy. Her body felt like it was on the edge of something dark, something dangerous. She took a deep breath. It was time to make a choice. Chapter 33. The Weight of Fate. Charlotte stood frozen in the chaos, her breath shallow and ragged. The echoes of battle reverberated through the cold stone halls as Ronan clashed with the wardens. His blade flashed in the dim light, each movement precise, but even he was struggling against the overwhelming number of enemies. The leader of the wardens stood at the center of the fray, his icy eyes never leaving Charlotte. She could feel his gaze as a tangible weight, pressing down on her, suffocating her in the heat of the moment. The magic within her stirred again, as if it could sense her hesitation, the growing fear gnawing at the edges of her resolve. "Don't give in," she thought, forcing herself to steady her breathing. "I am not just a vessel for this power. I won't let them control me." But the heart was relentless. It pulsed inside her, a steady beat like a war drum, urging her to give in, to use its power. She could feel its tendrils creeping along her spine, its whispers filling her mind. "You're weak. You don't stand a chance without me. Use me. Take control." Charlotte clenched her fists, willing the voice away. She wouldn't, let herself be consumed by it. She had fought too hard to be her own person, too hard to control her own fate. But it wasn't just the heart's power that pulled at her, it was something darker, deeper. She could feel the wardens closing in, their presence suffocating. The leader's cold gaze bore into her, watching her struggle. "You cannot escape what you've become, Charlotte," the leader's voice cut through the chaos like a knife. His words were smooth, calm, almost as if he were trying to comfort her. "You are the heart's chosen. You were always meant to be mine." Her heart pounded in her chest, her mind clouded with the weight of his words. "No," she thought again. "I won't be anyone's." The air around her thickened, charged with the crackle of magic, and Charlotte felt the heart stirring, as if it could sense her inner turmoil. Her hands trembled, the power in her veins surging, ready to break free. She knew what she had to do. Ronan's shout snapped her back to the present. Charlotte, move. The wardens were closing in on him, their movements fluid and calculated. He was holding his ground, but she could see the strain on his face. He wasn't going to last much longer against this many of them. The heart's power was overwhelming. Charlotte felt it racing beneath her skin, urging her to act. But she couldn't let it take control. She had to make the choice. She had to choose. The leader's smirk grew wider. You'll never escape. You're mine. You belong to the heart now. His words felt like a curse, and for a brief, terrifying moment, Charlotte felt her grip on her own identity slip. The heart pulsed again, louder this time, overwhelming her senses. Yes. Give in. You know you want to. Let it consume you. But then she saw Ronan's eyes, his expression filled with a quiet determination. The weight of his gaze anchored her, pulling her back from the brink. He wasn't just fighting for his own life, he was fighting for hers too. He believed in her. Charlotte closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and made her decision. She was done fighting for control in small ways. It was time to fight for everything. With a sharp cry, Charlotte thrust her hands forward. The heart's power surged out of her, raw and untamed. It crackled around her, the air sizzling with energy. The wardens were momentarily caught off guard, their eyes widening in shock. You should have never underestimated me, she said, her voice steady now, as the magic poured from her. The heart, no longer a force pulling at her, became an extension of her will. She wielded it, not as a slave to its power, but as its master. The raw energy surged through her fingertips, arcing toward the wardens in a burst of searing light. They shrieked, trying to shield themselves, but it was too late. The leader snarled, his expression twisting with fury. You fool, you've only... But his words were cut off as the magic exploded from Charlotte's hands, filling the hall with a blinding flash. The wardens were thrown back, their bodies slamming into the walls with bone-crushing force. The leader staggered, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Charlotte stood in the epicenter of the chaos, her chest heaving with exertion. The heart's power thrummed in her veins, but now, it was hers. She controlled it. Ronan appeared beside her, breathless but unharmed. His eyes widened as he took in the aftermath. The wardens were incapacitated, their bodies lying crumpled on the stone floor. Charlotte, he breathed, his voice thick with awe. You did it. She didn't answer immediately. She couldn't. Her hands still tingled with the remnants of the magic, and she could feel the heart pulsing beneath her skin. It was still with her, still a part of her. But for the first time, it no longer felt like a threat. She had control. But the victory felt hollow. She had won, but at what cost? Ronan's voice broke through her thoughts. We can't stay here. There will be others. We need to go. Charlotte nodded, but she couldn't shake the feeling that the worst was yet to come. The heart was sealed, for now, but the battle for her soul wasn't over. And as she turned to leave, she knew that the true test was still ahead of them. The road to freedom was long, and filled with danger. But she wasn't afraid anymore. She was ready. Chapter 34. The Price of Freedom. The wind howled through the open windows of the ancient stone tower, carrying with it the scent of rain and the promise of a coming storm. Charlotte stood at the edge of the high balcony, her eyes scanning the horizon, her thoughts far from the turbulent skies above. The battle had ended, but a lingering sense of unease coiled in her chest, tightening with every passing second. The heart's power pulsed inside her, a constant reminder that she had won, but not without consequence. Her control over it was still new, fragile. It had obeyed her, for now. But how long could she keep it at bay before it took over, once again demanding that she succumb to its will? You are not weak, she reminded herself. You are in control. But the more she thought about the heart, the more the doubt crept in. She couldn't shake the memory of the way it had called to her, its seductive whispers, its promises of power. How easy it would be to give in, to let the heart consume her completely and wield its power without restraint. Her fingers tightened around the stone railing as her mind raced through the possibilities. What if the leader of the wardens had been right? What if, deep down, she was destined for this, for the heart's power, and no matter how hard she tried to resist, she would always be drawn back to it? You've been staring out here for hours. Ronan's voice broke through her thoughts, pulling her back to the present. He appeared beside her, his face drawn with concern. I know what you're thinking, Charlotte. Don't. She met his gaze, his eyes full of understanding and worry. I can feel it, Ronan. The heart, it's still there. I'm afraid I'll lose control again. Ronan stepped closer, his presence grounding her. He reached out, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. You won't lose control. You're stronger than you think. Charlotte shook her head, her throat tight with the unspoken fear that had been gnawing at her. I don't know. What if I'm not strong enough? What if the heart decides I'm no longer its master, but its puppet? The storm outside raged louder, the thunder echoing like the pounding of a distant drum. Ronan's eyes softened, his expression unreadable for a moment before he took her hand in his grip steady and firm. You're not alone in this, he said, his voice low, but full of conviction. I'll never let you fall. We'll face this together. Charlotte looked at him, her heart swelling with a mixture of gratitude and guilt. She had never wanted anyone to bear the weight of her battle. She had fought so hard to remain in control, to prove that she could stand on her own. But with Ronan by her side, the weight didn't seem quite so heavy. I just don't know what comes next, she whispered. I've defeated the wardens, but the heart, it's not finished with me. I can feel it, and there's something else, too. Something darker. A shadow that's been following me ever since I used the heart's power. Ronan's brow furrowed, his lips pressing into a thin line. What do you mean? Charlotte swallowed hard, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't think the wardens were the only ones after me. The heart. I think it's attracting more than just them. I think there are others who want it for themselves. And they won't stop until they get it. Ronan's grip on her hand tightened. Then we'll stop them. Together. Her heart fluttered in her chest, the warmth of his words offering a brief moment of solace. But it was fleeting, replaced by a sudden wave of dread. What if it's already too late? She turned away from him, pulling her hand from his. She could feel the weight of her decision, pressing down on her, the uncertainty of the path ahead clouding her thoughts. I wish I could believe that, she said, her voice barely a whisper. But there's something else I've realized. The heart doesn't just give power, it demands a price. And I'm starting to think I've already paid it. Ronan's expression softened with concern. What price? Charlotte's eyes met his, and for the first time, she let herself speak the truth that had been simmering beneath the surface, the truth she hadn't wanted to face. The heart, it doesn't just bind to you. It takes something from you, too. Every time you use it, it steals a part of who you are. A piece of your soul, your will, your humanity. And I think I've already given too much. The more I use its power, the less of me there is left. Ronan's jaw clenched, his hand coming to rest on her shoulder. You're wrong, he said fiercely. You're still you. The heart doesn't define you, Charlotte. You are more than the power you wield. You are strong, and you've proven that time and again. No matter what happens, you'll always be you. Charlotte felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes, and she quickly blinked them away. But what if I'm not? What if the person I am now is already too far gone? The wind howled louder, and the sky darkened as the storm grew closer. The weight of Charlotte's fears seemed to press down on her, threatening to swallow her whole. Ronan didn't say anything at first. He simply pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. I won't let you fall, he repeated softly, his voice a steady anchor in the storm of her thoughts. We'll figure this out together. For a moment, Charlotte let herself lean into him, letting the warmth of his embrace offer her a fragile sense of comfort. But even as she closed her eyes, the nagging fear remained, a whisper in the back of her mind. The heart was still there, pulsing with power, waiting for her to use it again. And as much as she hated to admit it, a part of her wanted to. But the cost, the price of freedom. She wasn't sure she could afford it. Chapter 35. The Silent Echo. The tower was quiet, eerily so. The kind of silence that presses in from all sides, heavy and suffocating, like the air before a storm. Charlotte sat by the flickering hearth, her fingers tracing the edges of the map sprawled out before her. The parchment felt ancient, the ink faded, but the symbols on it still glowed with an unsettling promise. The heart's magic thrummed beneath her skin, a reminder that it was always there, always watching, always whispering. Her gaze wandered to the darkened window. The storm had passed, but in its wake, the world outside felt as if it had been reshaped, distorted by something darker, something deeper. Charlotte had been running from this moment for so long, had tried to ignore the pull of the heart, to pretend she could keep it under control, but the truth was undeniable now. She wasn't just a vessel for its power. It had become a part of her. And that connection was about to lead her somewhere she couldn't escape. The sound of footsteps broke her thoughts, soft yet deliberate. Charlotte didn't need to turn around to know who it was. The air shifted, a subtle change, like the weight of a decision hanging in the space between them. Ronan had arrived. "Are you planning to study that map all night?" His voice was gentle, but the underlying concern was unmistakable. "You've been staring at it for hours." Charlotte didn't answer right away. She wasn't sure how to explain what was going through her mind, how to put into words the gnawing unease that had taken root in her chest. She had never felt more torn, caught between the promise of power and the fear of what it might cost her. "I think it's time," she finally said, her voice quiet but steady. "Time to face what's coming." Ronan stepped closer, his silhouette framed by the faint light of the hearth. His eyes were soft, but there was something hard in his gaze, a determination that mirrored her own. He knew what she was about to do, and he knew that it was a choice she could no longer avoid. "You're talking about the heart, aren't you?" His voice was almost a whisper, but it cut through the tension in the room like a blade. Charlotte nodded slowly. "I've kept it at bay for as long as I could. But now, I can feel it, Ronan. The heart is calling to me. And if I don't answer, it might consume me entirely." Ronan didn't speak immediately. He simply moved to stand beside her, looking down at the map that lay in front of her. The intricate lines traced paths that led to places long forgotten by all but the ancient beings who once walked the earth. Charlotte had spent hours deciphering the symbols, the coded language that hinted at the heart's origins. Every answer had led to more questions, more doubts. "You don't have to do this alone," Ronan said after a moment, his voice firm. "Whatever's waiting for us, we'll face it together. You don't have to carry this burden on your own." Charlotte turned to look at him, her heart aching at the sincerity in his voice. She wanted to believe him, wanted to think that they could take this on together. But the more she uncovered about the heart's true nature, the more she realized how dangerous that idea was. The heart didn't just want to be used. It wanted to be possessed. And once it had you, it didn't let go. "I'm not alone," she said softly, standing and brushing past him. "But I have to do this. If I don't, I risk losing everything. And everyone." Ronan didn't stop her as she crossed the room to the far wall, where an ancient door stood, locked and sealed by magic that had long since faded from human memory. The key she held in her hand glowed faintly, the heart's signature marking its surface. It had taken her weeks to find it, to uncover the secrets hidden within the ruins she had visited, and now, she was ready to face the next stage of her journey. Ronan's voice was strained, almost pleading, as he called out to her. "Charlotte, please, don't do this." But she didn't stop. She couldn't. There was no turning back now. With a single twist of the key, the door opened, revealing a chamber beyond. The air inside was thick, heavy with the power that radiated from the heart itself. The stone walls were etched with symbols, the same markings that appeared on the map, their glow pulsing with an almost lifelike rhythm. The heart, suspended in the center of the room, hummed, a vibration that reverberated through her bones. Charlotte stepped inside, her heart pounding in her chest, her breath shallow. She could feel the heart's gaze on her, if it could be called a gaze. It was more of a presence, a force that surrounded her, called to her, beckoned her closer. You came for me, it whispered, its voice soft, seductive. You know I will make you stronger, Charlotte. You know what you could become if you let me guide you. She hesitated, feeling the weight of its words, the truth buried deep in them. But Ronan's face flashed, in her mind. His words echoed. You don't have to do this alone. Charlotte's hand reached for the heart, trembling as it hovered just inches away. But something in her paused, a fleeting thought, a memory of the moments they had shared. The laughter, the warmth, the life she had built since meeting Ronan. Could she really lose herself in the heart's power? Could she really risk everything for something that might consume her completely? A voice in the back of her mind whispered a warning. Don't let it take you. But another part of her, a darker part, urged her forward. Just as her fingers brushed the surface of the heart, a sudden force knocked her back, sending her crashing to the stone floor. The chamber trembled as a dark figure emerged from the shadows. The figure was tall, cloaked in shadow, their features obscured by the dark cloak that billowed around them. But Charlotte knew instantly who it was. You shouldn't have come here, the figure said, their voice cold and unnerving. The room seemed to grow colder, the heart's power pulsing in response. Charlotte struggled to her feet, her heart racing as she recognized the figure standing before her. The warden. And this time, he wasn't here to talk. Chapter 36. The Warden's Grasp. The air crackled with tension as Charlotte's heart raced in her chest. The warden, a shadow of the ancient past, stood before her, his presence cold and imposing, a living embodiment of the dangers she had been running from. His cloak billowed around him like a storm, and his eyes, when they finally met hers, were black as midnight, absorbing every flicker of light in the chamber. She stood frozen for a moment, the heart's hum still vibrating in her bones, but now it felt different. The magic that had once whispered seductively now seemed sharp, cruel, as if it too sensed the arrival of the warden. A malevolent force, ancient and powerful, stirred in the very walls of the chamber. You should not have come here, child, the warden said again, his voice low and gravelly, each word a weight that settled heavily in the room. This is a place for the lost, for those who are foolish enough to seek what they do not understand. Charlotte's breath came in shallow gasps, but she refused to cower. She lifted her chin, steeling herself against the flood of fear that threatened to overwhelm her. I know exactly what I'm doing, she replied, her voice more confident than she felt. The heart called to me, and I've come to claim it. The warden's lips curled into a faint, humorless smile. Claim it? You think you can control it? The heart is no tool, Charlotte. It is a force, one that has existed since time itself. It doesn't bend to will, it devours it. And you, he stepped forward, the shadows surrounding him swirling like a living thing. You are no exception. Charlotte's hand instinctively reached for the heart, but the moment her fingers brushed against its surface, the warden lunged. He moved with a speed that defied logic, crossing the distance between them in an instant. His hand gripped her wrist, his touch like ice, a cold that seeped through her skin, and down to her very marrow. You are nothing but a vessel, he hissed, pulling her toward him. A puppet in the hands of a power, far older than you can fathom. Charlotte gasped, struggling against his grip, but it was like trying to pull free from the depths of a frozen lake. The more she fought, the tighter his grasp became. Let me go, she demanded, her voice rising in a mix of anger and desperation. The warden's smile deepened, and his fingers tightened around her wrist until it felt as though they were turning her bones to dust. You do not command me, child. You are the one who is controlled. He lifted his other hand and traced a symbol in the air, the markings glowing with an eerie light. Charlotte's head swam as the heart pulsed violently in her chest, responding to the warden's magic. She could feel its pull, its hunger. It wanted to consume, to overpower, and for the first time, Charlotte could feel the darkness of it pulling her in, threatening to swallow her whole. The warden's power was undeniable, and for a moment, she felt as though she were drowning in it. But then, a flicker of defiance sparked within her, a flame she'd thought had been extinguished. Ronan's face flashed in her mind, his voice, his words. You don't have to do this alone. She drew a sharp breath, summoning every ounce of strength she had left. With a force she didn't know she possessed, she twisted her wrist free from the warden's grip. He stumbled back, surprised by the sudden resistance, and Charlotte used the moment to step away, putting distance between them. The heart, now glowing brighter than ever, thrummed against her chest, as if calling to her, urging her to harness its power. She could feel its magic surging, reaching out to her like a lover's touch, eager to make her its own. "You think you can defy me?" The warden's voice had lost none of its chill, but his eyes were narrowed in surprise and suspicion. "You are a fool." Charlotte squared her shoulders, her gaze fixed on the warden. "I'm not a fool," she said, her voice steady, though her pulse raced in her ears. "I'm not the one who's been living in the shadows for centuries. The heart doesn't belong to you, and it never will. You're just its warden, a keeper of secrets, but you have no claim over it. And neither do I." The warden's eyes flickered, a shadow of doubt passing over them, before his face hardened again. "You speak of things you do not understand. The heart will not save you, Charlotte. It will consume you, and when it does, there will be nothing left. Not even a trace." Charlotte stood firm, her fingers brushing against the heart once more, this time with more confidence. She could feel its pulse, feel the raw power surging through her, aligning with her very soul. The connection was deeper than she could explain, a bond she could no longer ignore. "No," she said, her voice sharp as she took a step forward, toward the warden. "I'm not your puppet. I won't be anyone's puppet." The warden's expression twisted with contempt. "Then face the consequences of your defiance." He raised his hands, and the shadows around them seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. Charlotte's heart hammered in her chest as she braced herself for the attack, but before the warden could strike, something unexpected happened. The heart exploded with light. A blinding flare of energy filled the room, surging outward in all directions. The warden staggered back, his hands raised in an attempt to shield himself, but it was too late. The force of the heart's magic was overwhelming. The air itself seemed to bend and twist under its pressure, the walls vibrating as if they, too, were alive. Charlotte felt the energy flood her body, a wild, untamed power that threatened to tear her apart. She gasped, her senses overwhelmed, but then it stopped. The light faded, and the chamber fell into an eerie, unnatural silence. When Charlotte opened her eyes, she found herself standing alone. The warden had vanished, his presence erased from the room as if he had never been there at all. The heart pulsed once more, but now, it felt different. Calmer, almost content. Charlotte's legs gave out beneath her, and she collapsed to the floor, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She had done it. She had pushed back the warden, but at what cost? Her body was drained, the magic of the heart still thrumming within her like a storm. And as she sat there, fighting to stay conscious, one question lingered in her mind. What had she truly awakened within herself? But that answer would have to wait. For now, the only thing she could focus on was the quiet pulse of the heart, the constant, soothing rhythm that was now a part of her, for better or for worse. Chapter 37. Echoes of the Past. Charlotte's breath was still shallow, her body trembling with the aftermath of the confrontation. Her fingers, slick with sweat, gripped the heart tightly as though it was the only thing holding her to this reality. The energy that had once surged with overwhelming force now hummed quietly in her chest, as if it, too, was trying to recover from the fierce battle. The room was still, too still. A heavy silence had descended, and for the first time in what felt like ages, she could hear the echo of her own heartbeat. Yet, despite the peace, something was wrong. She could feel it in her bones. The warden's presence hadn't truly vanished. There was a shadow, lingering at the edges of her consciousness, a faint whisper against the edges of her thoughts. The heart pulsed again, louder this time, as though it was trying to warn her, urging her to move, to do something. But Charlotte was paralyzed by exhaustion. Her limbs felt like lead, her mind like a fog that she couldn't escape. The world around her seemed to blur, colors blending together until nothing but a murky haze remained. But then, a whisper. It was barely audible, like a breath on the wind, but it felt so familiar that it sent a cold shiver down her spine. "Charlotte." Her name echoed in the silence, a voice so tender and hauntingly familiar that it took her a moment to place it. Her heart skipped a beat as recognition flooded her senses. It was his voice, Ronan's voice. Ronan? Her voice cracked, desperation clawing at her chest. She turned in every direction, trying to find him, but the room remained empty, silent. The shadows twisted, but there was no sign of him. No sign of anyone. The heart pulsed again, this time with urgency, and Charlotte's vision cleared just enough for her to see the faint outline of a door in the far corner of the room. One she hadn't noticed before. It wasn't there before. The walls of the chamber had been solid, unyielding. Yet now, a doorway stood before her, beckoning her forward. Without thinking, Charlotte stumbled toward it, her feet unsteady beneath her. The faint voice, Ronan's voice, continued to echo in her mind, urging her to follow. Charlotte, you have to trust me. She hesitated, uncertainty gnawing at her. What if it was another trick? What if this was the warden's doing, trying to manipulate her once more? But something in her heart, the same instinct that had guided her to the heart, told her to trust it, to trust him. With a shaky breath, Charlotte stepped through the doorway. The world shifted. She was no longer in the chamber. Instead, she found herself standing in the middle of a dense, misty forest, the trees looming high above her. The air was thick with the scent of earth and the rich aroma of pine, and the ground beneath her feet was soft and uneven, as though it hadn't been disturbed in centuries. A faint, glowing light filtered through the canopy, casting an ethereal glow on everything it touched. Ronan was there, standing at the edge of a small clearing, his back to her. He was gazing out at something, his expression distant, almost as if he hadn't noticed her approach. His silhouette was familiar, but his posture, tense, rigid, was not the Ronan she had come to know. Ronan, Charlotte whispered, stepping closer, her voice barely audible in the thick stillness. At the sound of her voice, he turned, his eyes locking with hers. His expression softened, but there was something shadowed in his gaze, something that hadn't been there before. His eyes were filled with a sadness that pierced her heart, and for a moment, she thought she might break. Charlotte, he said softly, his voice a quiet murmur, as if afraid to disturb the peace around them. You shouldn't be here. Confusion swept through her. What do you mean? She stepped forward, but he held up a hand to stop her. Please, just listen, he said, his tone sharp but filled with an undertone of sorrow. This place, this vision, it's not what you think it is. It's not the reality you've been fighting for. Charlotte stopped, uncertainty swirling inside her. What do you mean? I don't understand. What's happening? You thought you'd defeated the warden, he interrupted, his eyes growing distant again as though he were battling his own internal struggle. But you're wrong. The warden isn't a creature to be defeated. He's a part of this world, of you, of me. He's tied to everything, woven into the very fabric of time itself. Her heart raced as his words sank in. What are you saying? Are you telling me all of this is an illusion? Ronan's gaze dropped to the ground, his jaw tight. Not an illusion, a memory, a moment we can't change, but one that still lingers. The heart is powerful, Charlotte. Too powerful. And it's made you the center of this conflict, this war that has been going on for centuries. Charlotte's pulse quickened, her mind reeling. I don't understand. I thought the heart would give me the power to stop all of this, to stop the warden. You're telling me I can't. You can stop him, Ronan interrupted again, stepping closer. But not the way you think. The heart isn't a weapon, it's a key. The warden isn't your enemy, he's part of you. Part of all of us. The real danger is the curse that binds us to this cycle. Charlotte stared at him, the weight of his words pressing down on her. The curse? He nodded solemnly. We are all bound to this endless loop, Charlotte. The heart, the warden, even you. It's a cycle that will never end unless we break it. But to break it, you need to understand the true nature of the heart, and what it has been hiding from you. His eyes locked onto hers, a hint of regret flashing in their depths. And I'm sorry, but I don't think I can be the one to help you. You must do this alone. Before Charlotte could ask another question, The world around her began to blur again, the forest dissolving like smoke in the wind. Her heart pounded in her chest as her surroundings faded, and the sound of Ronan's voice lingered in her mind. You must do this alone. The final whisper echoed in her ears as the darkness swallowed her whole. Chapter 38. The Weight of Truth. Charlotte's eyes shot open, and she gasped for air as though she had been submerged in water for too long. Her surroundings were unfamiliar, cold stone walls, faint torches flickering along the edges, their dim light barely cutting through the thick shadows that clung to the room. Her chest felt tight, her breath shallow, as though the weight of the vision still clung to her like a heavy cloak. She sat up slowly, the cold stone pressing against her legs, and realized she was in the very heart of the temple, the one she had thought she'd left behind when she confronted the warden. The heart, the object of so many battles, so many sacrifices, lay in front of her, still glowing softly with a warmth that somehow felt more distant now. She reached out to touch it, but her fingers hovered just above its surface, the pull of its power almost too overwhelming to bear. The echo of Ronan's words still lingered in her mind, haunting her. You must do this alone. But how could she? How could she confront the truth of the heart of the warden, when she didn't even understand what was real anymore? The air in the chamber shifted, and Charlotte's head snapped up. A figure stepped out from the shadows, familiar, yet foreign in the way the world shifts after a dream. A woman, tall and lithe, with hair that shimmered like silver moonlight and eyes that glowed with an otherworldly light. She was draped in flowing robes that seemed to blend with the shadows themselves, her presence both ethereal and commanding. Charlotte's heart skipped a beat. Who are you? The woman smiled softly, a knowing smile that spoke of centuries of secrets. I am the keeper, she said, her voice like a soft breeze through leaves. The one who guards the heart. The one who has watched this cycle unfold time and time again. Charlotte's blood ran cold. The keeper. The one who had always been there, in the background, unseen but ever present. She had heard whispers of the keeper's existence, tales passed down, through generations, of a being who stood between the mortal world and the power of the heart. But she never imagined meeting her like this. The keeper? Charlotte whispered, the words almost too heavy to say aloud. You're the one, who made sure the heart stayed hidden. All these years, you kept the truth from me. The keeper's gaze softened, her eyes reflecting an endless depth of sorrow. I did what I had to, child. What I was bound to do. For the heart is not simply an object. It is a force of nature, a vessel of power that has the ability to reshape reality itself. But power like that can be dangerous. It can tear apart worlds, shatter the very fabric of time. Charlotte shook her head, feeling as though the ground beneath her was slipping away. Then why give it to me? Why choose me? The keeper stepped closer, her steps so silent that Charlotte could barely hear them. You were chosen, because you are the one who can break the cycle. The heart chose you, Charlotte, as its next keeper, but it is more than a guardian. You have the power to stop this endless loop, to stop the warden from consuming everything, but only if you understand the truth. Charlotte's heart raced. The truth? What truth? The keeper sighed deeply, her gaze distant as if she was seeing something Charlotte couldn't. The warden is not an enemy, not as you have believed. He is a reflection of the heart's curse. A part of the heart's power that has become corrupted, twisted by the centuries of use. And you are the key to undoing the damage. Then why does he hate me? Charlotte asked, the pain of all their encounters bubbling to the surface. Why has he hunted me, tried to destroy me? Because you are the only one who can release him from the curse, the keeper explained, her voice gentle but firm. He is bound to the heart, and you are the only one who can sever that bond. But to do so, you must understand the heart's true purpose, and the cost of breaking the curse. Charlotte's mind was reeling. The cost? What do you mean? The keeper's eyes darkened slightly, the sorrow in them deepening. The heart's power is tied to the very existence of this world. To break the curse, to free the warden, you must sacrifice the heart itself. It will cease to exist, and the power it has given to you, the power you have fought so hard for, will be gone. You will return to the mortal world, but you will be no different than before. Charlotte's stomach churned as the weight of the decision pressed down on her. To sacrifice the heart, to undo everything she had fought for, everything she had come to rely on, was unthinkable. But if it was the only way to end the cycle, to truly free the world from the warden's torment, could she do it? You will have no power left, the keeper continued, her voice soft. No strength, no connection to the heart. You will be mortal again, without the memories of this journey, without the burden of the curse. Charlotte's chest tightened, the room spinning around her. Everything she had worked for, everything she had endured, all of it, for nothing? Why tell me this now? Charlotte's voice was barely a whisper, her throat tight with emotion. Why, now, when it's almost too late? Because the decision is yours, and yours alone, the keeper replied, her gaze unwavering. And, because you must understand that there is no easy path. No perfect ending, only what you choose. Charlotte stood frozen in the silence that followed, the gravity of the keeper's words settling heavily in her chest. The heart pulsed quietly beside her, a reminder of the power she had gained, of the battles she had fought. But it also reminded her of the cost, the price of every choice. She couldn't find the words. What was she supposed to do with this knowledge? How could she choose between the world and herself, between power and peace? The keeper smiled faintly, as though she had expected this. When the time comes, Charlotte, you will know what to do. You will feel it in your bones, in your heart. Trust yourself. And then, as suddenly as she had appeared, the keeper was gone, her presence slipping away like a wisp of smoke in the wind. Charlotte stood alone in the chamber once more, the weight of the truth heavy on her shoulders. Outside the chamber, the storm had stopped. The silence was deafening. And Charlotte knew, deep down, that the hardest part of her journey was just beginning. Chapter 39. The Choice. Charlotte's mind buzzed with the words of the keeper, each one slicing through her thoughts like a blade. Her fingers trembled as they traced the edges of the heart, its surface warm under her touch. The weight of the decision was suffocating. How could she even begin to comprehend the implications of such a choice? To give up everything she had fought for, the power, the connection to the heart, the strength she had come to rely on, was it worth it? Was the cost of freedom truly worth the loss of herself? The air in the chamber felt charged, as though the very fabric of reality was shifting around her, waiting for her to make a move. The heart pulsed steadily in time with her heartbeat, its glow growing brighter, yet colder, like a flame that had burned too long and was beginning to flicker out. But she wasn't ready. She couldn't be. A voice broke through her spiraling thoughts. Low, steady, yet filled with a sense of urgency. You're still here. Charlotte jerked her head up. Standing in the doorway of the chamber was Ronan, his expression unreadable, but his eyes full of a quiet concern that made Charlotte's stomach tighten. She hadn't heard him approach. Hadn't felt him nearby at all. Ronan? Her voice faltered, the weight of everything pressing down on her. She had thought herself alone, but now, faced with the reality of what was to come, she felt the pull of his presence. So constant, so familiar, yet so distant in this moment. He stepped inside, his boots clicking softly on the stone floor, his gaze never leaving her face. I didn't think you'd still be here, he said, the words tinged with disbelief. I thought you'd already made your decision. Charlotte shook her head, her throat tight. She couldn't speak for a moment, struggling to gather the words that had become so tangled in her mind. Finally, she managed, I don't know what to do. Ronan's face softened, his posture shifting, as though the weight of her turmoil was pressing on him as much as it was on her. You don't have to do this alone, Charlotte. You never have. Whatever decision you make, we'll face it together. The sincerity in his voice hit her like a wave, crashing over her fragile resolve. She turned away from him, her gaze landing on the heart once more. The thing that had brought them here. The thing that could end the curse or destroy everything they knew. Her voice cracked as she spoke, the pain of it too much to bear. I've come this far. How can I turn away now? How can I undo all the progress we've made? How can I let go of the power that has kept me alive, kept me from losing myself? Ronan stepped closer, his presence grounding her, like an anchor she hadn't known she needed. placed a hand gently on her shoulder, his touch warm and steady. Charlotte, you have more strength than you realize. You don't need the heart to be powerful. You never did. It was always within you. The power to choose, to change, to be something more than you were before. Her breath hitched as his words sank in, and for a brief moment, she felt the overwhelming urge to fall apart. But she couldn't. Not here. Not now. She glanced up at him, her eyes wet with unshed tears. But what if I'm wrong? What if I make the wrong choice and everything falls apart? Ronan's eyes softened with understanding. There are no perfect answers, Charlotte. Only the truth you find within yourself. And whatever happens, I'll stand beside you. We'll make it through. Together. The silence that followed hung thick in the air, each second stretching longer than the last. Charlotte's heart pounded in her chest, the weight of her decision so overwhelming it felt as though it might crush her. She closed her eyes for a moment, breathing deeply, letting the warmth of Ronan's presence seep into her bones. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze shifted to the heart. The pulse of power emanating from it seemed less a beacon now and more a reminder of the choices that lay ahead, of the responsibility that had been placed upon her shoulders. She didn't have all the answers. She didn't have to have them. But she did know one thing. The time had come. She couldn't delay it any longer. Her hand, trembling, reached out for the heart once more. Ronan's voice was soft, but the urgency in it was unmistakable. Charlotte? I have to do this, she whispered, her fingers brushing the surface of the heart. The pulse of energy beneath her fingertips felt different now, quieter, almost as if the heart itself was waiting for her decision. Her mind raced, the weight of everything crashing in on her. The warden, the keeper's warnings, the cost of freedom. And Ronan, the one person who had stood by her through every storm. His words echoed in her ears, a constant reminder of the strength she had within herself, the strength she had forgotten along the way. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the silence of the chamber wash over her. When she opened them again, she made her choice. Her fingers tightened around the heart, and a surge of power flooded through her, like a rush of electricity. She gasped, feeling the warmth of it spread through her veins, but this time, it didn't feel like a curse. It felt like release. I choose to end it, she whispered, her voice steady now, the weight of her decision clear in her heart. I choose to set us all free. The heart pulsed one final time, its light dimming as the room seemed to hold its breath. Then, with a sound that was less a crack and more a whisper of release, the heart shattered in her hands. And with it, everything changed. Chapter 40. The Shattering. The world seemed to hold its breath as the heart crumbled beneath Charlotte's fingertips, shards of its once perfect surface scattering like glass falling in slow motion. The light it had emitted flickered, then dimmed, until all that was left was the hollow, echoing silence of the chamber. For a heartbeat, nothing moved. Nothing dared to stir. Charlotte stood frozen, her hand still outstretched, the remnants of the heart slipping through her fingers like dust. The warmth that had once surged through her veins now felt distant, fading, leaving behind only a deep, aching emptiness that stretched into the core of her being. Ronan's voice cut through the stillness. Charlotte. Her name sounded like a distant echo, as though it were being called from another world. She blinked, but her eyes couldn't seem to focus. The room, the world, felt too large, too wide, too empty. And then, slowly, the pieces of the heart, scattered across the floor, began to glow again. Faintly at first, like a weak ember catching the last remnants of a dying flame. Charlotte felt a pull, an invisible tether, tugging at her chest, drawing her toward it. No, she breathed, her voice barely a whisper. No, this can't be happening. Ronan was at her side in an instant, his hand on her arm, steadying her. It's not over. Whatever happens now, we'll face it together. Charlotte turned to him, her eyes wide, panic rising in her chest. What have I done? I thought breaking it would end it all, free us. But it's not. It's still alive. The heart's pieces trembled, its faint glow slowly intensifying, as if the very essence of the artifact was trying to pull itself back together. The remnants of its power seemed to gather in the air around them. A low hum vibrating the stone floor beneath their feet. Ronan's grip tightened on her arm, urging her to move, but Charlotte didn't budge. She couldn't. The fragments were calling to her, each one a piece of the puzzle she had been desperately trying to solve, each one whispering her name like a haunting melody. "This isn't what I wanted," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I thought I was freeing us. I thought I was letting go of the curse." "And you did," Ronan said, his voice calm despite the chaos around them. "But the heart, it's more than just power. It's part of this place, part of everything we've been fighting against. Breaking it won't destroy it, it'll change it. We have to finish what we started." Charlotte's head spun, the weight of his words sinking in. She had been so focused on the heart as the enemy, so convinced that destroying it would release them all. But now, standing in the aftermath of her choice, she saw the truth. It wasn't just a source of power. It was a conduit, an anchor to something older, something darker. Something that refused to be extinguished. Before she could process the thought, the pieces of the heart began to shift and move, as though guided by an unseen hand. The fragments hovered, suspended in the air, and Charlotte felt a coldness creeping over her, seeping into her very bones. A low rumble reverberated through the walls, and the temperature in the room dropped sharply. "Charlotte," Ronan said, his voice strained, "whatever you do, don't let it pull you in. We can't let it take control again." She nodded, her heart hammering in her chest. The glow of the heart was blinding now, its light flickering wildly, casting long shadows against the walls. And then, with a deafening crack, the pieces of the heart began to merge, slowly at first, then with terrifying speed. The shards collided in midair, each fragment snapping into place, as though the heart was repairing itself. The energy in the room surged, the air thick with the tension of an impending storm. Charlotte's hands shook, her body trembling with the force of the power that was once again rising around them. She could feel it, its call, its grip, trying to pull her in, trying to make her part of it again. But she had made her choice. She would not be consumed. A sudden burst of light exploded from the heart as it completed its reformation, the radiance so bright, it was impossible to look directly at. Charlotte staggered back, shielding her eyes from the blinding glow. But she didn't look away. She couldn't. She had to face this. "Charlotte." Ronan's voice was a frantic cry, but the sound of it was drowned out by the hum of the heart. The world around them seemed to warp and bend, the chamber shifting, the stone walls bending, as though the very structure of reality was beginning to unravel. The heart's power was growing, feeding off of something Charlotte couldn't quite comprehend. And then, in the midst of it all, the keeper's words echoed in her mind, a cold, unrelenting truth. The heart was never meant to be destroyed, Charlotte. It was meant to be embraced, understood. You must decide. Are you going to fight against it, or will you let it guide you? The answer felt as though it were right on the edge of her consciousness, but Charlotte couldn't reach it. She was lost in the storm of light and power, the air vibrating with energy that was both dangerous and intoxicating. She was so close to understanding, so close to releasing herself from the grip of the curse. But would it be enough? The heart pulsed one last time, and then, in an instant, everything went dark. Chapter 41. The Awakening. The darkness was suffocating. For a long, disorienting moment, Charlotte couldn't tell whether her eyes were open or closed. It felt like she was floating in a void, suspended between time and space, her thoughts trapped in a haze of confusion. The absence of light, the absence of sound, it was as though the world itself had ceased to exist. But then, just as suddenly as it had come, the darkness began to retreat, fading into a soft, pulsing glow. The hum of energy that had reverberated through the chamber moments before now felt distant, as though it had been replaced by something else. Something deeper, older, and more familiar. Charlotte blinked, her vision clearing, and she found herself standing in the heart of a forest, unlike any she had ever seen before. The trees stretched impossibly high into the sky, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisted and laden with strange, iridescent flowers that glowed softly in the dim light. The air was thick with the scent of earth and something else. Something metallic and ancient. She took a cautious step forward, her breath catching in her throat. The ground beneath her feet was soft, like moss, and every step she took seemed to echo in the silence of the forest. The trees swayed gently, though there was no breeze, and the strange flowers seemed to shimmer, reacting to her presence. This place, it felt like a dream that had somehow become her reality. Charlotte. The sound of her name, a soft whisper, echoed through the forest, a familiar voice carried on the wind. Her heart lurched in her chest, and she spun around, her pulse quickening. Ronan. She had to find him. He had to be here. He had to be. Ronan, she called out, her voice breaking through the strange stillness. Where are you? The forest seemed to respond to her words. The glow of the flowers dimmed, and the trees shifted, parting in a path before her. She hesitated for a moment, a cold dread creeping into her chest, but she pressed on, her feet moving almost of their own accord. The path wound deeper into the forest, each step carrying her further from the familiar and deeper into the unknown. The air around her seemed to vibrate with an unseen energy, and Charlotte felt an odd pull in her chest, urging her forward. It was as though the forest itself was guiding her, or perhaps trapping her, leading her to something she wasn't ready to face. Then, through the trees, she saw it. A figure stood in the center of a clearing, bathed in the eerie glow of the flowers. Tall and impossibly still, the figure had its back to her, but Charlotte could sense its presence, its power, like a magnetic force pulling her in. Ronan, she whispered, her voice barely a breath. But the figure didn't respond. It didn't even turn. Charlotte took a step closer, her heart hammering in her chest, and she realized that the closer she got, the more the forest seemed to fade. The trees no longer swayed, the flowers no longer glowed, they were all dissolving, as though they were part of a fragile illusion, fading away with every step she took. When she was just a few feet away, the figure finally moved. Slowly, it turned, its face hidden in shadow. And then, as the figure's features became clearer, Charlotte's breath caught in her throat. It wasn't Ronan. The person standing before her was someone she had never seen before. A woman, her hair long and silver, her skin pale as moonlight, with eyes that glowed a faint, unnatural gold. She was dressed in a flowing robe that shimmered with ancient symbols, and there was a strange, haunting beauty about her, an air of timelessness that made Charlotte feel small, insignificant. You. Charlotte breathed, the words stuck in her throat. Who are you? The woman's lips curled into a small, knowing smile. I am the Keeper. Charlotte's mind reeled at the words. The Keeper, the same title that had haunted her thoughts for so long. The one who had warned her about the heart. The one who had told her that it was never meant to be destroyed. Where am I? Charlotte asked, her voice shaking. What is this place? The Keeper's smile deepened, and she raised one delicate hand, sweeping it through the air in a slow, graceful motion. The forest around them flickered, shifting like smoke, before revealing something else. A vast, endless expanse of stars, like a night sky stretching in all directions. And in the distance, Charlotte saw a massive, glowing structure, a tower that seemed to reach far beyond the stars themselves, its spires twisting and curling like the branches of the ancient trees she had seen earlier. This is not a place, the Keeper said softly, her voice like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. This is the space between. A space of power, of truth. A space where the heart was born. Charlotte's mind raced, trying to make sense of the words. The heart? You mean the artifact? The Keeper nodded, her golden eyes gleaming with an unsettling wisdom. The heart was not merely an object of power. It was the anchor, an anchor to this place, to this realm. It was never meant to be destroyed, Charlotte. It was meant to be understood, to be embraced. But I broke it, Charlotte whispered, horror creeping into her voice. I thought that was the only way to stop it, to free us. The Keeper's expression softened, almost pitying. You did not break the heart. You broke the illusion. The heart was never meant to imprison you. It was meant to set you free. But only if you could understand its true purpose. Charlotte's knees nearly gave way beneath her. Then what happens now? What do I do? I don't understand. The keeper reached out, placing a hand on Charlotte's shoulder. The touch was cool but comforting, and as she spoke, Charlotte could feel the weight of her words settle in her chest. The question is not what you do, Charlotte. It is who you will become. You have the power to reshape this world, to reclaim your fate, or to lose yourself to the shadows. The heart is waiting for you to decide. Charlotte stared at the keeper, her heart pounding in her chest. The weight of the decision, the weight of the power she held, threatened to overwhelm her. But deep down, she knew one thing for certain. The heart was not her enemy. The true enemy was the fear that had kept her bound for so long. And now, standing in the endless expanse of stars, Charlotte was ready to face it. Chapter 42. The Choice. Charlotte stood motionless, her heart racing in her chest as the keeper's golden eyes bore into her soul. The weight of the moment hung thick in the air, a suffocating presence that pressed down on her from all sides. She could feel the pulse of energy around her, like the beat of a heart too large to contain. But she was no longer sure whether it was the keeper's power, her own, or the heart's. The artifact that had started all of this. Understand its true purpose, the keeper had said, but Charlotte still didn't know what that meant. What was the purpose of the heart? What was she supposed to do with it now that it was in pieces, scattered across dimensions, pulled apart by her own hands? Had she really freed herself, or had she merely unlocked a new prison, one built from her own doubts and fears? The keeper's voice broke through her spiraling thoughts. Do you think this is the end of your journey, Charlotte? You cannot escape your destiny. Not even if you tried. Charlotte's lips parted, but the words didn't come. She could feel a storm of questions brewing inside her, each one more confusing than the last. Her hand clenched at her side, the raw power of the heart still lingering within her, but it wasn't the heart that terrified her now. It was the choice that she knew was coming, the one she was afraid to make. Why me? Charlotte finally whispered. Why was I chosen for this? I don't even know who I am anymore. The keeper's expression softened. She stepped closer, her silken robe trailing behind her like mist in the air. You are more than you think. You have always been more, Charlotte. The heart did not choose you by accident, nor did it choose you out of cruelty. It chose you because you are the one who can bridge the gap between worlds. Charlotte flinched, the words reverberating through her mind. Bridge the gap? Between what worlds? The world you came from, and the one you have yet to truly understand. The one you are about to shape. The heart is the link between them, between what is real and what is possible. You see, the worlds are not separate, as you have always believed. They are interconnected, like the threads of a great tapestry, and each thread is necessary for the whole. That is why it cannot be destroyed. It must be restored, integrated. Charlotte's chest tightened, and for a moment, the forest, no, the space around her, felt suffocating, once more. She could feel the weight of the decision pressing on her, each beat of her heart a countdown to an answer she didn't know how to give. She glanced down at her hands, feeling the faint glow of the heart still flickering beneath her skin. Power that had been forced into her when all she wanted was peace. I don't know if I can do this, she whispered, shaking her head. I didn't ask for any of this. I just wanted things to be normal. The keeper's smile was gentle, understanding. What you wanted is not what the world needed, Charlotte. You were chosen for your strength, not for your desires. The world, this world, is changing. It has always been changing, and now you are the one who must steer it into its next phase. Steer it? Charlotte felt a bitter laugh bubble up inside her, but she stifled it. How am I supposed to steer anything when I don't even know how to control this power? How am I supposed to save the world when I'm not sure I can even save myself? You will find the strength within yourself, the keeper said softly. But first, you must make a choice. Charlotte's breath caught. She lifted her head, her gaze locking with the keeper's. What do you mean? There are two paths before you, the keeper said, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. One leads to restoration. The heart, though fractured, can be reassembled. You will become the conduit between the worlds, binding them together once again. The power you possess will grow, and with it, you will have the ability to shape the future of both realms. But that path comes with great sacrifice. The balance will be fragile, and you will always be tethered to the heart, the force that binds everything together. You will be its guardian, forever. And the consequences of your decisions will echo through eternity. Charlotte's stomach twisted. A guardian? Forever? That didn't sound like freedom, it sounded like a prison. And the other path? She asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. The keeper's gaze darkened. The other path leads to destruction. You could sever the heart from both worlds entirely. Break the connection, erase it from existence. But doing so would unravel everything, the fabric of reality itself would tear, and nothing would remain. Not the world you know, not the world you fear, and not even the pieces of your own soul. The cost of this path is ultimate, irreversible. Charlotte took a slow, shuddering breath. The weight of the decision pressed on her, suffocating her thoughts, drowning her in the gravity of it all. She didn't want this responsibility. She didn't want to be the one to make a choice that could destroy everything or rebuild it. She wasn't a hero. She wasn't anyone special. She was just Charlotte, just a girl who had stumbled into a world of chaos she didn't understand. But she had to choose. I can't destroy everything, Charlotte murmured, her voice trembling. Even if it scares me, I can't let it all fall apart. The keeper's eyes softened, as if she had known all along what Charlotte's answer would be. Then, you have chosen the path of restoration. The heart will be yours to protect, to guide, and to restore. But be warned, Charlotte, the path you have chosen is not easy, and it will test you in ways you cannot yet imagine. Charlotte nodded, her heart heavy but resolute. I understand. The keeper's smile returned, faint but knowing. Good. Then go, Charlotte. The heart is waiting for you. With a final, lingering look, the keeper stepped back into the shadows, leaving Charlotte standing alone in the space between. The stars above seemed to shine brighter, as though acknowledging her decision. And with a deep breath, Charlotte took the first step toward the unknown, toward the future she was about to shape. She had made her choice. Now, it was time to face the consequences. Chapter 43. The Weight of the Heart. Charlotte's footsteps were heavy as she walked, the weight of the heart still pulsing within her chest. Each step felt like a promise that she wasn't sure she was ready to keep. Her mind raced, with 1,000 thoughts, each one clashing with the others in a dizzying dance of fear and determination. She had chosen the path of restoration, but she still had no idea what that really meant. As the keeper had said, the heart was waiting for her. But where, and how? The forest around her felt different now, thick with the sense of something ancient, something that had been waiting for this moment to arrive. The trees loomed taller, their twisted branches reaching up, as if they were trying to touch the sky itself. The air hummed with an energy she couldn't explain, but she felt it thrumming in her veins, urging her forward. It was as though the very land was alive, holding its breath, waiting to see what she would do next. Her mind flashed back to the keeper's words. You will be the conduit between the worlds, binding them together once again. The words echoed through her, reverberating like a distant bell tolling for the future. The heart, that fragile piece of power, was both her burden and her salvation. She could feel it in her bones now, the way it had woven itself into her very being, the way it had altered her forever. She was no longer just Charlotte. She was something more, something tied to the fate of this world, and perhaps to something much larger than she could even comprehend. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the scent of something strange, something old. Charlotte stopped in her tracks, her breath catching in her throat. There, through the trees, she saw it. The heart, or rather, what remained of it, glowed faintly, suspended in the air above a moss-covered stone altar. She moved toward it, her heart hammering in her chest. The closer she got, the stronger the pull became, as if the very air was charged with energy. She could feel the heart calling to her, urging her to reach out, to take it. But a sense of unease crept over her. This was no ordinary place, and she was no longer an ordinary girl. The stakes were higher than she could have imagined. As her fingers brushed the edge of the altar, a cold rush of air swept around her, and the ground trembled beneath her feet. The trees seemed to sway, their branches groaning as if in warning. The heart, now in its fragmented form, flickered, pieces of it shifting in the air like shards of a shattered mirror. A voice, deep and ancient, echoed through the clearing. It wasn't the keeper's voice, but something far older, something more primal. So, you have come to claim it, then. Charlotte froze, her breath catching in her throat. The voice was familiar, yet foreign. It was as though the very air itself was speaking, as if the forest had become a living, breathing entity with its own will. Do you truly understand what it means to bind the worlds together? The voice continued, each word laced with an unspoken threat. To restore the heart, to repair the balance. You will not be able to walk away from it. This power will consume you, just as it has consumed all who have come before you. Charlotte's mind whirled with questions, but one stood out above the rest. Who are you? The voice chuckled, a sound that sent chills racing down her spine. I am the guardian of the heart, the keeper of all that was, all that is, and all that will be. You are not the first to stand here, Charlotte. Many before you have come seeking to wield its power, thinking they could control it. But they were wrong. They were consumed by it, and so too will you be. The wind howled around her, tugging at her hair and clothing, urging her to step back. But Charlotte stood her ground. She had made her choice, and there was no turning back now. I will not be consumed, Charlotte said, her voice shaking but determined. I've come this far. I won't let fear control me. The voice fell silent for a moment, and Charlotte felt the weight of its gaze upon her. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the trees standing still as though waiting for the next move. Fear is not your greatest enemy, the voice said at last. It is the power you seek to control. You believe you can restore the heart, but there is always a cost. Power like this does not come without consequence. Charlotte swallowed hard, her hand inching closer to the fragmented heart. Her fingers brushed the edge of the nearest shard, and a jolt of energy shot through her, sparking something deep within her. The heart was alive, thrumming with energy, and it wanted her. It was as if it was calling out to her, pulling her toward its fragments like a moth to a flame. I know the cost, Charlotte whispered. But I have no choice. I have to restore it. I have to restore balance to both worlds. The voice seemed to grow softer, almost contemplative. Then take it, Charlotte. Bind it, if you dare. But know this, there is no going back once you do. With a steady breath, Charlotte reached out, her hand trembling as she closed her fingers around the first shard. The moment her skin touched it, the world around her exploded in light. The air hummed with power, the ground beneath her feet cracking as the force of the heart's energy surged through her. Her body screamed in protest as the power tore through her, but Charlotte clenched her jaw, forcing herself to stay grounded. She had made her choice, and now she had to see it through. As the last shard of the heart fused with the others, a pulse of energy shot into the sky, illuminating the clearing in a blinding glow. Charlotte gasped, feeling the rush of power, the overwhelming presence of something ancient and boundless flowing through her. But the voice was still there, lingering in the air like a shadow. The heart is restored, it said, its tone unreadable. But the journey is far from over. This power will not let you walk away unscathed. Charlotte's heart beat wildly in her chest, the realization sinking in. The heart had been restored, but at what cost? What had she truly unleashed? The voice lingered in the silence, and the wind, still whispering through the trees, seemed to carry an unspoken warning. Charlotte had chosen the path of restoration, but the consequences were still unfolding. And as the forest around her quieted, she knew one thing for sure. Nothing would ever be the same again. Chapter 44. The Threads of Fate. The forest was eerily silent now, the blinding light that had enveloped Charlotte slowly fading, leaving her standing in the midst of the clearing. Her fingers still tingled from the touch of the heart's shards, their power now interwoven with her very essence. The fragments had fused seamlessly, but something still gnawed at her insides, a sensation that couldn't be ignored. She wasn't sure if it was the power of the heart, or something else entirely, but a strange pull tugged at her, deeper than the earth itself. She knew the moment she had restored the heart, she had unlocked something ancient, something beyond her understanding. And the consequences, whatever they were, had yet to unfold. Charlotte's gaze shifted toward the trees. The forest no longer seemed as inviting as it once had. The ancient trunks that towered over her were now dark and foreboding, their twisted roots snaking across the ground like living serpents. They seemed to whisper in a language she couldn't comprehend, their branches reaching out as if trying to ensnare her. The warmth of the heart within her chest grew heavier, like a stone pressing against her ribs. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the oppressive silence, and Charlotte turned quickly, her heart racing. From the shadows, a figure emerged, cloaked in dark robes that fluttered in the wind like the wings of a raven. It was him, the keeper. He stepped into the clearing, his eyes glowing with an unsettling intensity. There was no recognition in his gaze, only the coldness of a predator watching its prey. His presence was suffocating, as though the very air had thickened around her. The heart in her chest reacted to his nearness, pulsing in response, an unsettling sensation she couldn't ignore. "You did it, then," the keeper's voice rang out, smooth and deep, but with an edge that sent chills down her spine. "You have restored it." Charlotte's jaw clenched as she stood her ground, despite the unease that crawled up her spine. "I did," she said, trying to sound steady, though she could feel the weight of the heart intensifying with every passing second. "It's done." The keeper circled her slowly, his gaze never leaving her face. "But the heart's restoration isn't the end, child. It's only the beginning." His lips curled into a small, almost pitying smile. "You're tied to something far older, far darker now. There's no escaping it, not anymore." Charlotte's breath caught in her throat, but she refused to show any weakness. "I know the cost," she said, her voice low but firm. "And I'm prepared to face it. Whatever it is." The keeper stopped in front of her, his expression unreadable. For a long moment, he simply studied her, as if weighing the very essence of who she was. Then, without warning, he reached out and placed a hand over her chest, where the heart beat. Charlotte gasped, the shock of his touch sending a surge of energy through her. The heart flared to life, its power flooding her body. But it was different now, darker, more chaotic. It throbbed with an intensity she had never felt before, as if it were alive and angry. "You've unleashed something far more dangerous than you realize," the keeper said softly, his tone almost mournful. "The heart is the key, yes, but it's also the lock. And now that it has been restored, the threads of fate are changing. You cannot undo what has been done, and neither can you control it." Charlotte's pulse quickened as she tried to step back, but the keeper's hand remained firm, pressing down on her chest. The air around her seemed to crackle, a dark energy swirling like a storm ready to break. "What do you mean?" she demanded, her voice shaking slightly despite her best efforts to stay calm. "What's happening?" The keeper's eyes gleamed, a flash of something dark flickering in his gaze. "The heart has woven you into the fabric of destiny itself, Charlotte. You were never meant to bear its power, not fully. But now you have, and the threads are tangled. The balance has been shattered, and only you can fix it. But fixing it will come at a price. Everything is connected to the heart now, the worlds, the people, the very elements of time itself. And with each passing moment, that connection grows stronger, more dangerous." Charlotte's mind raced as she tried to process his words. "But what does that mean for me? What happens now?" The keeper's lips twisted into a grin that was anything but comforting. Now you will begin to see the true cost of your actions. You will begin to feel the threads pulling you in ways you cannot yet understand. And as the fabric of fate begins to unravel, you'll have to decide whether you're strong enough to repair it, or if you'll succumb to the darkness that now surrounds you." His words hung in the air like an omen, and Charlotte felt a deep, gnawing fear settle in her stomach. The heart's energy seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat, growing faster, more frantic. "You must find the threads, Charlotte," the keeper said, his voice now laced with urgency. "There are others who will seek the heart's power for their own gain. You must stop them before they can tear the fabric of reality apart." Before Charlotte could respond, the keeper stepped back, his eyes still locked on hers. He gave her a small nod, as if accepting a decision she had yet to make. Time is already slipping away, he murmured. Go, find the threads before they find you. And with that, he vanished into the shadows, leaving Charlotte standing alone in the clearing. The air was thick with the weight of his words, and the sense of something greater, something far more powerful than she had ever imagined, bearing down on her. The heart within her chest pulsed one last time, sending a shock of energy through her. Charlotte gasped, stumbling back as the clearing seemed to shift around her. The ground trembled, and the trees groaned in protest. And then, as quickly as it had begun, everything went silent. The wind stopped howling. The forest held its breath once more. But Charlotte knew that this silence was only temporary. Something darker was coming, something far beyond what she had ever anticipated. Her journey had only just begun, and the threads of fate were already pulling her in ways she couldn't even begin to understand. Chapter 45. The Shifting Tides. Charlotte's feet barely touched the forest floor as she hurried back toward the heart of the woods, her mind spinning with the keeper's cryptic warnings. The heart throbbed painfully in her chest, a constant reminder that her actions had set in motion something irreversible, something she was still struggling to grasp. Her breath came in short, sharp bursts, as though she could outrun the consequences of what she'd done. But deep down, she knew that wasn't possible. The threads of fate had already been twisted, and there was no turning back now. She reached the clearing where it all began, the place where she had restored the heart, binding herself to its power. But the air here felt different now, colder, charged with a quiet intensity that hummed in the back of her skull. Charlotte took a hesitant step forward, the ground beneath her feet rippling like water. It wasn't just the physical world that had shifted. She could feel it. The fabric of reality itself was beginning to unravel. The balance, so delicately maintained, was crumbling. She didn't know how long she had before it all fell apart. Her gaze flicked toward the trees, where the shadows seemed to twist unnaturally. It was as though the forest itself was alive, watching her. Waiting for something. Charlotte. The voice came out of nowhere, soft but unmistakable. Charlotte froze, her heart skipping a beat. She didn't need to turn around to know who it was. The keeper. His presence had never truly left her, and she could feel the weight of his words pressing on her chest, suffocating her. You think you can escape this, but you can't, his voice echoed, though he was nowhere to be seen. The threads are pulling you further into the darkness. You've become too entangled, and the longer you resist, the more dangerous it will become. Charlotte's fingers curled into fists at her sides. The heart pulsed once again, an almost painful reminder of what she now carried inside her. She was no longer just a girl from a small town, caught in the whims of fate. She was something more, something far more dangerous than she had ever anticipated. What do you want from me? She called into the darkness, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to remain composed. What am I supposed to do? The keeper's voice came again, this time closer, but she still couldn't see him. The answers you seek lie not in what you know, but in what you are willing to face. The threads of fate do not simply tie us to one path, they create a multitude of possibilities. Your choices, every decision you make, will determine whether those threads lead to salvation or destruction. A cold wind swept through the clearing, rustling the leaves in a haunting whisper. The forest, once so familiar, now felt alien, as though it were conspiring against her. The pulse of the heart grew stronger, thrumming in her chest like a second heartbeat, as though it were calling to something. Or someone. Go, the keeper's voice urged, now distant but heavy with finality. Find the threads, Charlotte. Before they find you. Before she could respond, a sharp, violent gust of wind tore through the clearing, sending Charlotte stumbling backward. The ground trembled beneath her, and the trees swayed, their trunks groaning under an unseen force. Suddenly, the air shimmered before her eyes. The world around her flickered, as though the very fabric of reality was tearing at the seams. Colors bled together, shapes distorted, and time itself seemed to bend. She could feel it then, the pull of the threads. They were close, so close she could almost reach out and touch them. Charlotte blinked, and the world snapped back into focus. But what she saw made her heart stop. A figure stood before her, draped in dark robes that fluttered like smoke in the wind. His face was hidden in shadow, but she knew instantly who he was. The figure from her dreams. The one who had haunted her nightmares long before she had ever come to this place. "You've come far," the figure said, his voice a low, haunting rasp. "But you still have much to learn. The heart's power is not something you can wield without consequence. And the threads, they are not yours to control." Charlotte's heart pounded in her chest as she took a step back, the weight of the heart inside her growing unbearable. "Who are you?" she demanded, trying to steady her shaking hands. "What do you want from me?" The figure tilted his head, his voice soft, almost coaxing. "What I want is simple, Charlotte. I want what you have, the heart, the power to reshape the world as I see fit." A chill crawled up her spine as she realized what he meant. He wasn't here for her, he was here for the heart, and he would stop at nothing to take it. "You won't get it," she said, her voice stronger than before. "I won't let you have it." The figure chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down her spine. "You think you have a choice? You think you can stop fate from unfolding? The threads have already been set, little girl. You are nothing more than a pawn in this game." With a wave of his hand, the world around her shifted once again. The forest, the trees, the very ground beneath her feet began to blur, twisting and warping like a reflection in water. Charlotte's vision swam, and for a moment, she lost her balance, stumbling forward into the abyss of the unknown. But before she could fall, a light, soft, warm, and comforting, enveloped her. The heart within her pulsed, sending a surge of energy through her. The darkness around her recoiled, as though it were afraid of the power she now held. With newfound determination, Charlotte lifted her head and looked the figure in the eye. "I may not know all the answers," she said, her voice steady, "but I'm not going to let you win." The figure's eyes flashed with dark amusement. "Then let's see if you can hold on to that resolve, Charlotte. The threads are already unraveling. And you will soon discover that they are far more than you can handle." And with that, he vanished into the shifting shadows, leaving Charlotte alone in the distorted, fractured world. The threads of fate were still pulling her toward something she couldn't yet understand. But one thing was certain, she was no longer just a spectator in this game. She was a player. And she would fight until the very end. Chapter 46. The Heart's Reckoning. The forest had fallen silent again, the haunting wind still and the trees once more standing tall like silent sentinels. Charlotte stood frozen, the weight of the heart pressing against her chest, her pulse quickening in sync with its rhythmic thrum. The figure had gone, but his words had carved themselves deep into her soul. "The threads are already unraveling." Charlotte clenched her fists, determined not to let fear take root. She could feel the shifting energy in the air around her, the tug of fate pulling at her like a magnet. Everything in her body screamed to run, to escape the forces swirling around her, but she knew deep down that running was no longer an option. The threads had already been woven, they had intertwined with her life, her choices, and now, she was part of something far greater than herself. Taking a deep breath, Charlotte began to walk, the forest shifting beneath her feet as if the very ground was uncertain about her presence. The path ahead was unclear, veiled in a mist that seemed to blur the lines between the known and the unknown. But the heart pulsed with a force that felt familiar. As if it was guiding her, pulling her forward. Her mind raced back to everything the keeper had warned her about. The curse of the heart. The toll it would take on her. The immense power it wielded. But as much as it terrified her, it also felt like an unshakable part of her now. It was in her blood. In her bones. A part of her had already accepted it, whether she was ready or not. Ahead, the path split into two, a sharp fork in the road. One direction led deeper into the forest, where the shadows were thick and suffocating. The other path was bathed in a strange, silver light, casting long, eerie shadows that stretched toward her like fingers. The decision loomed in front of her, two paths, two fates. And she knew, with a growing certainty, that whichever one she chose would change everything. Her heart beat faster as she stepped forward, instinctively veering toward the path bathed in silver light. There was something about it, something that called to her, beckoned her closer. Without looking back, she entered the light. The moment her foot crossed the threshold, the air grew colder, and the ground beneath her feet felt uneven, as though the very earth itself was shifting in response to her presence. A soft humming sound filled her ears, and she could feel the power within the heart surge once more, its pulse resonating in the depths of her soul. Charlotte, a voice called, soft yet commanding. It was familiar, and yet it sent a chill down her spine. She stopped in her tracks, her breath catching. She knew that voice. Turning slowly, she saw him, her father. But it wasn't the man she remembered. His once warm eyes were now cold, distant, as though something had stolen his humanity. His face was twisted in a mixture of sorrow and anger. The figure in front of her was a shadow of the man she had known, his presence heavy with an unnatural weight. "Father?" Charlotte whispered, her voice barely audible, as if speaking louder might shatter the fragile illusion. The figure's lips curled into a sad, almost pitiful smile. "So, you've come. Finally." Charlotte's heart clenched in her chest. "What happened to you? What is this place?" The figure stepped closer, his movements fluid but unsettling, as if he were made of something otherworldly. "This is where the threads converge, Charlotte. The place where fate is rewritten. And you, my dear, are at the center of it all." Her stomach churned. "But you've been dead. You died when I was a child." His laugh was hollow, echoing off the trees that seemed to bend toward him. "Did you think death would be enough to sever the threads of destiny? Did you think I could be forgotten so easily?" His eyes glowed faintly, and Charlotte could feel the power within him, a dark, twisted force that resonated with the heart inside her. "I have been waiting for you to come and finish what you started." "Finish what?" Charlotte asked, stepping back instinctively. "What are you talking about? Why are you?" But before she could finish, the figure of her father raised his hand, and the air around them thickened, swirling with an unnatural energy. The ground trembled as the silver light flickered, revealing more figures emerging from the shadows, each one familiar, but distorted, as though they were reflections in a cracked mirror. Her mother, her brother, people she had loved and lost. All of them, standing before her, their eyes hollow and cold. "These are the threads, Charlotte," the figure of her father said, his voice now a low growl. "These are the lives you've touched, the lives you've altered by restoring the heart. Do you understand now? You are the one who has bound us all together, who has bound yourself to us. And now, the price must be paid." Charlotte's pulse thundered in her ears. "No, this isn't real. You're not real." The figure smiled again, his eyes burning with an intense light. "Real or not, the threads are inescapable. And now, you will see the consequences of your actions." As he spoke, the world around them shifted again, the silver light flickering and twisting like a flame in the wind. Charlotte's vision blurred, and for a split second, she saw everything, the forest, her family, the heart. All of it was unraveling. Threads of light and shadow connected everything, weaving a tapestry of fate that was slowly coming apart. And she realized, with a terrifying clarity, that the power she had unleashed had been part of a greater design. She had been a part of it all along. The figure of her father stepped closer, his presence suffocating. "The heart cannot be undone, Charlotte. You are bound to it, and through it, you are bound to me. Your fate is sealed." Charlotte's hands trembled as she reached for the heart, feeling the pulse of its power coursing through her. But in that moment, something shifted within her, a surge of defiance, of strength she hadn't known she had. She wasn't just a puppet in this twisted game. She wasn't just a thread to be tugged and pulled. "I won't let you control me," she said, her voice steady, firm. "I won't let you use me." The ground beneath her feet shook violently, the power of the heart flaring as though in response to her declaration. The figures around her recoiled, their faces twisting in anger and fear. "You think you can fight fate?" her father spat, his voice laced with venom. "You are nothing without it." Charlotte closed her eyes, her hands clutching the heart, feeling the power surge inside her, the threads of destiny weaving tighter around her. She was no longer a pawn. She was the one pulling the strings, now. And with a defiant roar, she unleashed the heart's power. The world exploded in light. Chapter 47. The Shattered Tapestry. The light engulfed Charlotte, blinding in its intensity, and for a moment, she thought she might be lost within it, swallowed whole by the very power that had both cursed and guided her. Her heart beat in synchrony with the pulse of the heart, the rhythm a symphony of chaos and clarity, all at once. Then, as quickly as it had come, the light faded. Charlotte stood alone in a void, the landscape around her stripped away, leaving only an endless expanse of silver and black. There were no trees, no figures, no father or family, just the silent emptiness of space, stretching infinitely in every direction. She could feel the weight of the threads around her, stretching out into the vast unknown, interwoven with her own fate. The heart thrummed in her chest, still burning with an otherworldly energy, but now, it felt different. More powerful, yet somehow more distant, as if its power had grown beyond her control. She wasn't sure where she was. She wasn't even sure who she was anymore. All that remained was the overwhelming presence of the heart and the echoing pulse of her own heartbeat, somehow tethered to the fabric of the universe itself. For a moment, she thought she might be losing herself, that the weight of it all would consume her. But then, a voice cut through the silence, familiar, yet foreign, like a whisper from the deepest recesses of her mind. Charlotte. The voice was soft, comforting, yet there was a tinge of sorrow to it. She turned toward it instinctively, her pulse quickening. The air around her shifted, and before her stood a figure, cloaked in shadows, their face hidden beneath a veil of darkness. "Who are you?" Charlotte demanded, her voice steady despite the fear rising in her chest. "What is this place?" The figure stepped forward, the darkness swirling around them like a living entity. As they moved, the shadows receded, and Charlotte's breath caught in her throat. Standing before her was a woman, tall and regal, with long flowing hair that seemed to shimmer like the night sky. Her eyes were luminous, glowing faintly with an ancient, unsettling power. "You know who I am," the woman said, her voice rich with an ethereal resonance that sent a chill down Charlotte's spine. "I am the weaver of threads, the one who has watched over the balance of fates for as long as time itself has existed." Charlotte frowned, her confusion growing. "The weaver? But how? Why are you here?" The woman's gaze softened, a faint trace of sadness flickering across her features. "Because, Charlotte, you have altered the fabric of destiny. You have woven yourself into the tapestry in ways no mortal ever could. You are now a part of something far greater than yourself. A force that has the potential to both create and destroy." Charlotte took a step back, the weight of the woman's words settling heavily in her chest. "What are you saying?" she whispered, a pit forming in her stomach. Am I trapped here? Am I the one who caused all of this?" The weaver's eyes flickered with understanding, and she nodded slowly. "You have become the fulcrum, the point at which all things tip. The heart you hold is not just an artifact of power, but a key to unraveling or mending the fabric of the world itself. What you choose next will determine the fate of everything." Charlotte's heart thudded in her chest, her hands trembling as she clutched the heart. "I don't know what to do. I don't even know what's real anymore." The weaver's gaze softened even more, and for a moment, she seemed to look past Charlotte, as though she were seeing something deeper, something Charlotte couldn't understand. "Real, child, is not what it seems. The world you knew is only a reflection of something far more complicated. You have already altered its course. But now, you must decide. Will you seek to repair the threads, restore the balance, or will you let everything unravel completely? The power is yours. The choice is yours." Charlotte's mind whirled. The weight of the decision pressed down on her, but somewhere deep within, she felt a stirring. She remembered the faces of the people she loved, the warmth of her family, the promise she'd made to protect them. The path she had taken had been filled with pain and loss, but it had also given her the power to reshape the world. And now, she had to choose. "How?" Charlotte whispered. "How'd I fix this?" The weaver's eyes met hers with quiet resolve. "You cannot fix it with force or power alone, Charlotte. You must listen to the threads, feel their pulse. The heart will guide you, but only if you allow it. You must find the balance within yourself, within the world. Only then can you restore what has been broken. But what if it's too late? Charlotte asked, her voice trembling. What if I can't undo the damage I've done? The weaver's expression softened, her voice filled with ancient wisdom. It is never too late to change the course of destiny. But it is always the most difficult to face the consequences of your actions. The world is full of choices, Charlotte. You must learn to trust yourself, even when the weight of those choices seems unbearable. The air around Charlotte seemed to shimmer with possibility, the threads of fate swirling in an intricate web around her. For the first time since this journey began, Charlotte felt something stir within her, a flicker of hope. The heart, still thrumming in her chest, pulsed in response. She could feel it, a faint, but undeniable connection to the very core of existence. With newfound clarity, Charlotte took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She reached out, feeling for the threads that bound everything together. The delicate strands that connected her to the world, to the people she loved, to the ones she had lost. She could feel their weight, their tension, but she also felt something else. The potential to heal, to weave the tapestry back together. Slowly, she exhaled, letting go of the fear that had plagued her for so long. I will fix this, she said, her voice stronger than ever. I will set things right. The weaver's eyes glowed with approval, a faint smile playing on her lips. Then go, Charlotte. The path ahead is yours to choose. But remember, no path is without sacrifice. The threads will guide you, but only if you are willing to listen. Charlotte nodded, determination hardening in her chest. She wasn't sure what lay ahead, or what the future would hold. But one thing was certain, she would not let the world unravel. Not now, not ever. With that, the weaver faded into the shadows, her form dissolving like mist. The silver light around Charlotte grew brighter, and the threads of fate hummed around her, alive with possibilities. The time had come, and the journey to mend the tapestry of destiny had only just begun. Chapter 48. The Choice of Threads. Charlotte's heart raced in her chest, each beat a reminder of the monumental decision ahead. The weaver's words echoed in her mind, reverberating against the stillness of the void. No path is without sacrifice. The threads will guide you, but only if you are willing to listen. The silence around her deepened as the silver threads shimmered and stretched, curling and twisting, like serpents in the air. She could feel their presence all around her, subtle but inescapable, like a weight pressing against her skin, a whisper in the back of her mind. They were waiting for her to act, to make her choice. But how could she possibly choose when the consequences were so great? She closed her eyes and focused, reaching out with her senses, attempting to connect with the threads. The heart pulsed steadily within her chest, its energy like a second heartbeat, a constant reminder of her power. She could feel it, the source of everything, the very pulse of creation itself. It was ancient, beyond comprehension, yet now it seemed more like a part of her than an outside force. The weight of its power was both exhilarating and terrifying. With trembling hands, Charlotte reached out, fingers brushing against the nearest thread. It was delicate, like silk, but as she touched it, a shock of pain coursed through her, a rawness she couldn't ignore. A memory flashed before her eyes, her father's face, his tired eyes filled with regret, and the look of betrayal in her mother's gaze when Charlotte had unknowingly set the course of the future, spiraling out of control. She yanked her hand back, breathless, but the pain lingered. The threads weren't just threads. They were emotions, memories, regrets, and desires. They carried the weight of everyone's hopes, dreams, and mistakes. The weight of the choice pressed down on her. The threads were not neutral. They had emotions, too. Each thread she touched seemed to react, shifting in color and intensity, like a living organism that responded to her presence. She could feel the lives of everyone connected to these threads, their stories and destinies woven into the very fabric of existence. Some threads pulled at her, demanding her attention with cries of anguish and hope. Others recoiled, resisting her touch, as if warning her against meddling. Her mind swirled with doubt. What if she made the wrong choice? What if this was all too much for her to control? What if, by attempting to heal the damage, she caused even greater destruction? She had always been able to sense the intricacies of human emotions, the quiet signals that others didn't notice, but this was beyond anything she could have imagined. The responsibility was enormous. Could she, a mere mortal, truly bear the weight of shaping the world's fate? A whisper interrupted her thoughts. Charlotte. Her head snapped up, and she saw him again, Adrian. His face appeared before her, a pale, ethereal reflection in the endless expanse of silver. His expression was soft but urgent, his eyes filled with the same warmth she had seen in him during their brief time together. His presence grounded her, offering a fleeting moment of comfort amidst the chaos. You've always had the strength inside you, Charlotte. Adrian's voice resonated, soothing and familiar. The threads are a reflection of all who have come before you. But remember, you are not alone. You have the power to change things, but you also have the support of those who love you, even if they are not here. The heart chose you for a reason. Her heart thudded at the mention of the heart. She could feel its pulse intensifying, as if urging her to act, to choose. But Adrian's presence, it felt like a memory, a lingering part of her that she couldn't quite grasp. Adrian, she whispered, her voice trembling. What if I fail? What if I make the wrong choice? You won't fail, Charlotte. His voice was steady, unwavering. This isn't about perfection. It's about growth. The heart didn't choose you to be perfect. It chose you because you have the ability to adapt, to learn from your mistakes. She reached out toward the nearest thread again, her fingers trembling. She didn't have all the answers, and she certainly didn't feel like she was ready for this kind of responsibility. But Adrian's words echoed in her heart, filling her with a sense of purpose she hadn't realized she'd been searching for. The decision wasn't about knowing all the answers. It was about trusting herself. The threads began to glow as Charlotte focused, drawing upon the strength of her resolve. She could feel the weight of their connections, like rivers flowing toward the ocean, pulling and pushing at her, demanding she make a choice. With a deep breath, she reached out, touching the thread that shimmered with the deepest shade of blue. It was cold to the touch, yet she could sense the warmth beneath it, the untold story of love and loss. It was the thread of her past, her family, and everything that had brought her to this point. In that moment, Charlotte knew what she had to do. She wasn't just mending the past, she was choosing to shape the future. The heart would guide her, but she had to take the first step. With a single, determined motion, she pulled at the thread. The moment she did, the world around her shuddered, the silver expanse vibrating with power. The threads twisted and trembled, as if acknowledging her choice. The air crackled with energy, and for a brief instant, she could see everything, the possibilities, the choices, the lives she was about to affect. The future was uncertain, but it was hers to shape. And in that moment, she realized she wasn't alone. She was part of something greater than herself, and, with every choice she made, she was weaving the threads of fate into something new. Charlotte closed her eyes and let the power of the heart guide her, trusting that, somehow, she would find her way. The tapestry of destiny was hers to unravel, and in doing so, she would reshape the world. Chapter 49. A tapestry unraveled. Charlotte's world rippled around her as the threads she had touched began to pull and twist. She could feel the energy of the heart coursing through her veins, a palpable force that matched the rapid beating of her heart. The silver threads, those delicate, ancient strands of fate, shifted and pulsed in response to her decision. The moment she had made her choice, everything seemed to shift. The weight that had pressed so heavily on her shoulders just moments before began to lighten, but only slightly. There was a subtle sense of accomplishment in the air, yet it was accompanied by an undeniable tension that crawled under her skin, urging her to move forward. The thread she had chosen, the one of deepest blue, seemed to hum in her fingers as if it recognized her touch, as if it understood that the future had changed in that single act. It was the thread of family, of legacy, of everything she had come from, but now it was something more. She could feel her power shifting, resonating with the thread's own history, twisting the fabric of what was to come. And as she pulled, she felt the shift not only within the thread but within herself. A breeze swept through the void, carrying with it the distant sounds of voices. Soft whispers that seemed to call her name. The whispers of those who had come before her. The voices of people whose lives had been woven into this tapestry, whose actions had been part of the thread she had now altered. Charlotte's heart raced as she listened, recognizing them all. The echoes of her family, her friends, and those whose fates had been entwined with hers. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to focus, but the sound was overwhelming, like a symphony of voices clamoring for attention, all begging for her to undo the choice she had made, to reconsider the future she was now crafting. The air crackled again, and Charlotte felt the pull of 1,000 decisions, all rushing toward her, all needing her to make sense of them, to make peace with the consequences. But it was too late. With one final tug, the thread unraveled. For a brief moment, everything was still. Then, the world shifted, the atmosphere pressing against her, like the weight of 1,000 years. Charlotte gasped as the threads around her snapped, fracturing, with a sharp, unbearable sound. The tapestry of fate she had just begun to weave unraveled before her eyes, unraveling faster than she could control. The silver strands of destiny, those delicate connections between people, places, and moments, twisted in knots, frayed, and disappeared into the ether. The void seemed to collapse inward, as though the very fabric of reality was being torn apart. Charlotte could feel the impact deep within her chest, the pain of each broken thread reverberating through her. A sickening ache that made her want to collapse into the darkness around her. She screamed, but no sound came out. The heart pulsed erratically, its once steady rhythm now erratic and frantic. Her fingers trembled, the power she had once commanded slipping from her grasp. She had been too eager to make a change, too hasty to fix the past. Now, the world was breaking apart, and she was helpless to stop it. A voice, dark and cold, resonated in her mind, like a distant memory of something long forgotten. You should not have meddled, Charlotte. This is the price of your hubris. The words echoed, but they weren't from Adrian. They weren't from anyone she knew. Her heart thudded painfully as the world around her seemed to collapse, the silver threads dissolving into nothingness, vanishing into the void like dust. Her body felt like it was being torn in two, caught between the remnants of the past and the broken future she had just created. Desperation clawed at her chest. She couldn't fix it. She couldn't undo what had been done. Her choices had shattered everything, and now, the consequences were real. The threads that had once held the world together, that had held the heart's power, were slipping away, lost to time and fate. The voices grew louder, more frantic, until Charlotte couldn't tell where they ended and she began. They were everywhere now, memories, futures, the screams of the lost. Everything, all at once. It was maddening. Then, just as quickly as it had all unraveled, there was a sharp, blinding light. A single thread of gold shot through the darkness, illuminating everything around her. It was the heart, pulsing with an energy that was both ancient and new. It wrapped around Charlotte, pulling her close, wrapping her in its warmth, its power. For the first time in what felt like forever, Charlotte was not alone. The gold thread, its brilliance overwhelming, wove around her, and with a surge of power, the unraveling began to slow. The threads, though still frayed, started to shift again. This time, however, they were not the same as before. They were different, new, uncertain. Charlotte's breath came in ragged gasps, but she clung to the gold thread, trusting in it, in the heart, and in herself. The power, though scattered and fragmented, was still there. She wasn't powerless, not yet. She could fix this. She had to. As she let the gold thread guide her, Charlotte realized something. The tapestry of fate wasn't something to be controlled, something to be unraveled and rewoven as she pleased. It was something to be understood, something to be guided with care. The future was never set, but it wasn't hers to break. Taking a deep breath, Charlotte steeled herself. The threads were hers to weave once more. Chapter 50. The Weaving of Destiny. Charlotte stood at the center of the void, her fingers still wrapped around the glowing gold thread that had pulled her from the brink of despair. The darkness that had once swallowed the world now seemed to retreat, leaving only the faintest shimmer of light. She could still feel the echoes of the unraveling, the tension of a broken world, but it was fading. Slowly, like a storm passing over an ocean, leaving behind calm waters but with an undercurrent still moving beneath. The gold thread pulsed gently in her grasp, steady now, like the heartbeat of the universe itself. The heart, she realized, was still alive, still thrumming with the potential to change everything. But this time, she wasn't trying to fix what had been broken. She wasn't trying to force fate into a mold that wasn't hers to shape. She was learning to listen, to understand, to guide it, just as she had been meant to all along. As she stood there, the once fractured threads around her began to knit themselves back together. Slowly at first, hesitant, unsure of the path they should take. But Charlotte, feeling the weight of every decision, every choice, stepped forward. With each movement, the threads seemed to follow, intertwining in complex patterns that flowed naturally from her fingertips, as if they knew what they were meant to become. The world was coming back into focus. Not as it had been, but as it could be. Each thread she touched now shimmered with the possibility of something new. Something better. She could feel it, the possibility of healing, of rebuilding, of remaking the broken pieces of her world into something beautiful. Her heart swelled with a sense of purpose she hadn't felt before. She wasn't just a player in this intricate tapestry. She was the weaver. She held the power not to control the future, but to guide it, to help the threads of destiny move in harmony, creating a tapestry that would hold the stories of those who came after her. She could feel the presence of Adrian behind her, the weight of his gaze heavy with an emotion she couldn't quite place. She turned to him, her chest tight, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. There was so much they had yet to understand, so much they had yet to face, but now, for the first time, Charlotte felt as if they were on the same page. The future wasn't something to fear, it was something to shape together. You did it. Adrian's voice was soft, a whisper against the hum of the world around them. You saved us. Charlotte shook her head, the gold thread shimmering in her hands as she worked. No, I didn't save us. I gave us the chance to save ourselves. The world around her seemed to breathe with a new energy, the threads finally weaving together in a coherent pattern, forming the edges of a future she couldn't predict. She didn't have to know the outcome. All she had to do was trust in the process, and in herself. She stood taller now, the weight of the decisions no longer suffocating, but freeing. For the first time, she understood what it meant to hold the heart's power. It wasn't about control. It wasn't about changing things or erasing the mistakes of the past. It was about letting go, trusting the threads to find their way, and knowing that whatever came next, she would be able to guide it with grace. As the final threads fell into place, the void around them began to dissolve. The world outside the space they stood in flickered, coming into focus as reality once again took shape. It was a new world, a fragile one, but a world that held infinite potential. Charlotte's hand trembled slightly as she released the gold thread. It unraveled before her, dissolving into the air like stardust. But the effect was immediate. The tapestry of fate, once fragile and broken, was now stronger than ever, whole and beautiful in its imperfection. Adrian stepped closer to her, his eyes meeting hers. There were no more words needed between them. They didn't need to say what they both knew. They had made it through. Together. Charlotte took a deep breath, feeling the pulse of the heart settle into her soul. It was no longer a heavy burden, but a part of her, like a steady beat that would guide her for the rest of her life. The world had changed. She had changed. And now, she was ready for whatever came next. Because no matter what the future held, she had learned one thing. The threads of fate were always in motion, and as long as she had the heart, she would always be able to guide them toward a future worth living. The last silver strands faded into the distance, leaving only a blank canvas behind. The world was ready to begin again. And Charlotte, with the heart in her hands, was ready to weave it. The end.